We are at the Good Night, the best chess pub in the world. 4 players have to show their best chess in the elimination bracket. 2 will be knocked out. It is high-stakes matches at the Chessable Masters today, and the action starts now. How on earth have we saved this position?
Wow, Magnus just widening his eyes there, shocked by this last decision.
He is showing no fear whatsoever.
Man, we got kids watching.
This is checkmate incoming. And then king goes to a6 and there are no checks on the board.
Wow, he's just blundered the pawn. He's gave away the pawn, and he's lost.
He's given away the game.
His nerves are kicking in. He's throwing a thorn into the white side, holding on here for dear life.
He's walked away. Did you Oh my God.
So the king goes to d3. You see the bar go back to equal. Oh my gosh. That is beautiful tactile awareness.
It's over. We have a winner. This is Magnus Carlsen's last tournament as world champion, and he is in the elimination bracket. It will be a dramatic day of chess, and we'll make sure you don't miss any of the action. We'll be calling it all out from our studio. Grandmaster David Howell, FIDE Master James Canty,
We here.
and Grandmaster Robert Hess. David, what a roller coaster day one that was. Was that the most intense day one of the tour ever?
It might be the most dramatic day of chess I've ever seen, and yeah, it had everything really. It had big upsets, Magnus Carlsen falling to defeat, it had time scrambles, Armageddon, and yeah, I'm just hoping for more of the same today, Tanya.
We had 3 Armageddons. It very well could have been 4. What a day of chess. James, what was the big highlight for you?
Well, of course, Magnus losing. He's in the loser's bracket. Magnus and loser is not in the same sentence, you know what I mean, right? So that was a huge upset there. But also, Artemiev is playing out of his mind right now. Probably played good, too, as well. And, of course, we got a lot of other chess coming up today. So day 2 is going to be crazy.
Yeah. Can't wait. We got a taste of what a monstrous lineup it is at the Chessable Masters. Robert, you called it out first, that we will not be seeing a Magnus Hikaru final in this one. Are you sticking to that prediction?
I absolutely am. I mean, Magnus lost. Hikaru was fortunate not to lose. So I feel like what we've seen from day one is in this 2750 average field, not a single player is scared of the Magnuses or the Hikarus, and they may be taken down.
Yeah, wow. So much drama, so much action, a thrilling day of chess. I'm still getting over it. Here's what happened. He's just taking too much time. Vlad's still in a big think tank.
Whoa, big fella, what is that? Oh, he's about to take on, he's going to take the
Yeah,
upper
he's trading even more.
No
Blunder's
night. It's time to go.
He walked into a pin, and I told you, float like a butterfly, sting like a bee, and that one stings because Magnus, he's losing it and had the white pieces to boot.
That hurts.
Magnus Carlsen resigns.
Could be dangerous, like H5, H4 check, and
Oh my
goodness!
What happened?
H2.
He's coming.
He just...
The bishop
But he goes
E4?
back.
Bishop f5, and he takes the bishop.
Oh my goodness!
You gotta be kidding me.
Magnus is
You gotta be
back.
kidding me. Look at Artemiev's
this.
face.
Oh my God.
What?
And Artemiev just lost.
Is he getting checkmated?
Oh.
Look at that white king.
My goodness.
It's fighting against a black rook, a black knight, a black king, and if it's not checkmate, Hikaru's going to win. So the evaluation bar says yes, but where is the knockout blow?
He's winning again. Unbelievable. This is an unbelievable streak. I've never seen anything like this from any player on the planet to be able to beat Hikaru in all of these games. Look at him. He's frustrated. He's angry.
Everything under control. Easy win now for Fedoseev, but we've got to commend him. It looked so messy. He kept
kept a calm head. And Hikaru just not at his best today.
Storm is away.
I won't be surprised if that kind of mating net occurs here. It's that straightforward. White's pieces not in position to stop that checkmate. And Hikaru has played perfect chess.
You called it. It's 2-2. We're heading to Armageddon. Fedoseev has resigned.
He needs to win in 9 seconds.
No, he's not going to.
He's not got any time. Now there's going to be checkmates against the White King as well.
Did he find it?
Look at 4.
Oh, he hasn't made it.
5 seconds on the clock.
There's going to be checkmate
Oh
now.
my God.
He's got it.
Yeah, he got it.
And that
he has
is
enough
it.
time. GG.
He's walked away. Did you bring him? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, you know,
He just walked away.
Vladislav Artemiev will not die. He
Right.
takes down the world champion.
Wow.
That was sick.
So many twists and turns ended in a checkmate in the Armageddon for the world champion. And after a difficult day, Magnus graciously agreed to give us an interview. This is how he summed it up.
It was pretty bad. He generally, outplayed me in the third game. First was, just a barrage of blunders, really. But I mean, the last game was terrible. This was a really, really awful day of chess. I did everything to lose and then some. Obviously, it takes a strong opponent to exploit that, but that was really, really poor. So we'll see. I'll do my best tomorrow, but this is unacceptable.
Wow, a tough day there for Magnus Carlsen. He is in the elimination bracket. On day 1, it just looked like Artemiev was the better player. This is our bracket going into day 2 of the Chessable Masters. David, the shocker has to be to see Magnus Carlsen in the losers bracket. What is his mindset coming in today?
Well, Magnus has to do something different. He also needs to start faster. Yesterday, he started with a loss with the white pieces, and his day just didn't get better from there. Magnus, whether it's a change of openings, whether it's a change of strategy, he needs that fast start today.
Yeah. He sounded really angry with himself in that interview, very upset with the way he played. And to cheer himself up, one would expect he'd be studying openings, looking at some more chess, but that wasn't the case. Instead, Magnus is out skiing. Hope this prep works better today. Robert.
I'm going to call this the avalanche opening. Trademark it right now. I don't know if that's a thing, but that's the avalanche. I think he's going to come in swinging because he's upset after yesterday's debacle.
I love it. Next course on Chessable by Robert Hess, the Avalanche opening. James, was day 1 a big wake-up call for the big names?
Yeah, definitely a big wake-up call. Of course, Nakamura almost went down. So this is like, hey, wake up. If you want to win, you need to win, and you need to win cleanly. Of course, don't let this happen again. Magnus, of course, being in the loser's bracket, he needs to, of course, clear his head like he did when he was at the, playing the Avalanche opening out there, right? So he's clearing his head and coming back hopefully stronger today to beat Liem.
Yeah, he needs all the fresh air to come fresh for this big game against Liem. Today is a lot at stake. 2 players. It will be the end of the road for 2 players. They will be knocked out. It is a brutal format. The players are fighting to win the Chessable Masters. They're fighting for tour points and, of course, the big ticket into the CCT final. So much on the line. This is the biggest ever season of the Champions Chess Tour.
The 2023 Champions Chess Tour is the biggest tour yet. With a thrilling, brand new format and $2 million in prizes, it's the richest online tournament of all time. The tour begins with 6 elite events taking place between February and September. Each event features an open qualification system with qualifiers and play-ins locking in 56 players to the main events. There, players are grouped into 3 divisions and compete for $235,000 in prizes each time. Victory in Division 1 in any of the 6 events secures a spot directly to the 8-player Champions Chess Tour playoffs in December. Players will also accumulate tour leaderboard points across the 6 events, competing for another $100,000 in prize money, and the unsecured playoff spots will go directly to the top leaderboard finishers. At the end of the year, we have 2 weeks of incredible chess, beginning with the playoffs, from which just 4 players will advance to the Champions Chess Tour finals, to a single elimination bracket, which will ultimately determine our champion. Together, The playoffs and finals feature a whopping $500,000 in prizes. There can only be one. In December of 2023, an undisputed tour champion will be crowned. Let the games begin.
$500,000 finals at the end of the season. Wow, Robert, so much at stake. Tour points are critical.
Yeah, it's not all about the money. They say it's all about the Benjamins, but here the tour points mean a lot because 6 players may make their way through based on winning Division 1. That leaves at minimum 2 spots up to tour points.
Yeah. It's not just tour points on stake in Division 1, but in the other divisions as well. The players are fighting for a qualification spot into the next Champions Chess Tour, as well as those critical tour points. There we see Robert Nordebek, Abdusatrov, and Vladimir Kramnik had big wins on day 1. And we've got some spicy matchups today.
Kramnik keeps up his winning ways, the 14th world champion. He's doing great. He loves this rapid time control. But the 2 people I'm going to single out are Denis Lazovic and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Den Laz, as he's known on chess.com, he's a teenager from Belarus. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the former World Blitz champion. They won day 1. Denis Lazovic taking out Dubov. They're not stopping here in day 2.
Wow. I'm looking at this. Vladimir Kramnik, the 14th world champion. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the 2021 Blitz world champion. Nordebek Abdusatrov, the youngest ever rapid world champion. Was that really Division 2 we were looking at, Robert?
That's how strong it is. It's no easy opponents no matter where you look.
Yeah, I love it. It's not just Division 2. Check out the names in Division 3 and the action that is on. Robert, what catches your attention today?
Well, going into today, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, he is a super grandmaster amongst the world's elite for nearly 2 decades. He's on his back foot against Amin Tabatabai, but there's also the FFL, the famous fun legend, Gadakovsky. He's having a lot of fun in Division 3 here at the Chessable Masters. He's taking on super grandmaster Wei Yi, so it's tough sledding out there for the American GM, but he's hanging right in the thick of things.
The famous fun legend. I love how you're keeping it PG rated here, Robert. Of course, we will be keeping an eye out on Division 2 and 3, but it is a focus on Division 1, the big elimination bracket. How important will it be for Liem to get his kind of openings, Robert?
It's essential because against Magnus Carlsen, you don't want to be outplayed. You need to get an edge out of the early stage of the game.
Yeah, he needs to keep that clock under check and get the kinds of positions that he likes to play. That is going to be the task for Liem. And David gives us a little sneak peek into Liem Lei's style of play.
Liem Lei is one of the classiest players on the circuit. The Vietnamese Grandmaster is now resident in St. Louis, where he works as a coach for the very strong Webster University team. Some of those players also help infuse him with new opening ideas. Liem is a solid player, but he can be creative when given the opportunity. With white, he often starts with the Catalan opening, maybe the London system, and he often gets very decent advantages, even against the best players in the world. With black, very solid, with 1e5 and the Queen's Gambit declined, the staples of his repertoire. This is one example of his use of the London system, where he beat me a few years ago. This game took place in the 2017 World Blitz Championship. In this position, he shocked me with an extremely strong move. White pushed the pawn to d5, cramping down on the black position, and this is a dream London system for white. White's bishops are fantastically placed, white has more space, and black simply has no plan. He went on to smoothly outplay me. Watch out for Liem in this tournament. He might be one of the underdogs, but he can beat anyone on his day.
Wow, David, that was a really fun, great video there.
Yeah, what can I say? Liem is a superstar in his own right, and yeah, it was an honor to be able to pay that off.
Wow, well, he does have big task ahead of him, as in our losers bracket, he will be facing Magnus Carlsen with the other matchup, Vladimir Fedoseev taking on Levon Aronian. James, both these players could very well have been in the winners bracket today.
Absolutely. Of course, you have Big Fish, which is Fedoseev. He's doing big things, and he almost took down Nakamura, which is absolutely insane. Of course, in that last matchup, or in the last 5 or 6 games in the title Tuesday, it was crazy that, you know, Fedoseev was able to win. He almost took down Nakamura again. And then we got LeBron Aronian here, who just does his thing. He's a veteran, creative, very attacking player. That's going to be a heavyweight matchup for sure.
100%. Levon Aronian is the one who struck first in his match against Wesley So, drawing first blood, but eventually went down to lose against Wesley. Wesley making it through to the winner's bracket there for the semi-finals, will be facing Hikaru Nakamura. That's a matchup that we've seen so many times in the Champions Chess Tour. And we've got Vladislav Artemiev taking on Fabiano Caruana. And I have to say, Robert, both Artemiev and Fabi, they convincingly won their matches yesterday, even though it was the Armageddon.
Yeah, it went down to the wire, but they did have the upper hand, it felt like, and that's a lot because Artemiev was playing Carlsen. But Fabiano, that's another tough opponent for him. It's a toss-up.
Absolutely. It wasn't just the scoreline, but also the style of play and the dominating performance by these players in the semi-finals bracket. But we will be starting the day with our losers bracket, the elimination bracket. And the big difference in this one is that there are only 2 games. There is no margin for error. There's no time to come back. Both players get only 1 white. So you've got to go all out. You've got to make the most of those whites. They will be playing with 15 minutes and a 3-second increment. In case there's a tie, we will once again head over to the Armageddon. Wow, it's going to be a fun day, David.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun day, and I can't wait to get started. I think those players in the elimination bracket, they're just getting ready, making those last-minute preparations. And there we see empty chair by Magnus Carlsen. I saw something in the background. I think he's there, at least ready.
He's not skiing right now. I hope he's back from...
Still up in those mountains.
Yeah. Wow, we're waiting for Magnus Carlsen, and Liem is ready to go. What are the openings that we're expecting here, Robert?
Well, I think David summarized it quite well from when Liem lay, especially as the white side. But from Magnus, you never know what to expect. I can't even tell you his first move. I have no clue.
Could be one of 20, Robert, I'll tell you that. 20 possible first moves. He's played them all at some point in his career.
Nice. Knight of 3.
Ooh, let's make it
Catalan.
Knight of 3, James. I'll say D4. Robert?
I have to go with E4 then.
I'm thinking C4.
Okay, nice.
We've got it all covered. What if he plays 1B3?
Oh,
Wow. Cowboy.
Oh,
Okay, there he is.
let's go.
Okay, hey man, what's the lottery ticket
You'll
number,
force my hand. You know, you took all the other options, so I just went
Right.
with the King's Pawn. Best by test.
Okay.
Yeah, and the King's Pawn is met by a Sicilian from Liem. He does have more solid...
eating?
Yeah, I think so.
Hey, smashing food. Let me get this grub real quick. All right, it's my move. Oh, my bad.
It's that long day of skiing. He needs the energy. He needs to replenish his reserves there.
Hold on, I got you, bro. I'm gonna give you a time spot. Really, that's how it is. Especially, I mean, Carlsen being up mini game, bro. He's smashing. He is smashing his food right now. He don't care nothing about this game. He's like, I got this in the bag, right? Of course, their record actually. I mean, he's up a lot of games against Liem, so I guess he's very comfortable right now.
Yeah, I think their head-to-head in rapid chess, at least, is 14 wins for Magnus and 3 for Liem, so quite one-sided. But, yeah, Liem does have a score to settle. He's just playing the waiting game right now.
He's just eating. That must be good. What you eating, Carl? What is he eating? What y'all, put it in the chat. What do you think Carlsen is eating right now?
I vote noodles.
Yeah, we've seen him do that before.
Historically, that tends to be his favourite during chess matches.
Nice.
Where's the move, Magnus? We want a move.
Magnus, what are you
move
doing?
3.
D4. Okay, there it is.
And it's an open Sicilian. Liem, I've got to admire that. Just the patience. He didn't flinch once, Liem. He was not disturbed by Magnus's long pause there. And it's the 4 knights variation of the Sicilian.
Oh, there we go. There we go. That's what I'm talking about right there. That's exactly right. G4 for the score, baby. Yeah, it's about to get nasty.
Wow.
This is rare, though. This is impressive stuff. Magnus going straight on the attack, straight for the kill, switching up his strategy. Yesterday, the slow approach didn't work.
Yeah, I've got one question for you, Robert. Are you more surprised to see Magnus blitz out G4 or the fact that Liem didn't bat an eyelid and immediately played D5?
Yeah, D5 seems principled, so I get why he would rush that decision. But now we see him deep in thought because it's not easy. There's maximum pressure against that knight that is now pinned. So Liem knows he needs to deal with that. He needs to defend that knight, but how to do so, it's not an easy question.
Yeah. Yep. And we're about to also kick off our other game of the losers bracket as Vladimir Fedoseev gets ready to take on Levon Aronian with the white pieces. Also starts with the King's Pawn opening.
Yeah, Fedoseev, he started with this opening plenty of times yesterday against Hikaru Nakamura, eventually going down to defeat here. But this time it is Levon Aronian with black playing E5, just very solid approach. So these 2 games will be ongoing and we'll keep everyone up to date with any big question of development. But meanwhile, it is Fedoseev. I'm just waiting for the move here.
Right.
It's a bit of a strange one to think on move 3 for White, especially if your opponent's playing his main opening. He goes for the Spanish, and it's the Berlin, the dreaded Berlin. One of my favorite openings because I'm a boring old man. But yeah, just solid start for Levon Aronian. Shows how much respect he has for Vladimir Fedoseev at this early stage.
Yeah, I mean, you can go to sleep right here, Chad, if you like. You want to get a nap? That's going to be right now. Of course, the Berlin. Okay, knight c3. There we go. Now we're going to have some action. Ooh, knight d4.
Yeah, no,
Sure.
this is a good way for White to avoid some of these main lines. We saw Vladimir Kramnik use it with great success, the Berlin defense against Garry Kasparov in their World Championship match when Kramnik wrested the title away from who had been the greatest player of all time. Now Magnus Carlsen gives him a run for his money in that category. But here you see White is a little bit ahead in development. Black's e5 pawn, the one in front of the king, is a bit vulnerable. So Black has to deal with that while White gets that first move advantage.
Yep, so this is called the Four Knights, the Spanish Four Knights, and now this is a pawn sacrifice for Black. White can get greedy if he wants and capture this Black e-pawn in the center with his knight, but that does lead to a variation that's actually quite well known, that has been studied in depth, and whisper it quietly, does tend to lead to a forced draw. So Vladimir Fedoseev, much more aggressive player, keeps the tension, not getting greedy and grabbing pawns, and now the game will take a bit of a slower pace. Very symmetrical so far. First trade of knights, and this one, the tension will be pushed towards the middle game.
Yeah. David, you said it. This is a slow-paced opening and will take its time to develop into a rich middle game. But I'm just glad that we didn't see any of those quick Berlin draws. We still get action on this one. But the Sicilian in the Magnus Liem game, that is already heating up. So we're going to head straight into that one. What is this position? There have been trades in the center. White's king still on e1. Take it away, David.
Thank you, Tanya, for throwing it to me. This one is just crazy at this early stage. I must admit, I know zero opening theory in this position. There needs to be a chessable course. There must be a chessable course on this one.
There is.
James knows it. The walking encyclopedia here.
Already know. It's just definitely, of course, Seth Thorman, if you guys want to know. That's actually the most aggressive Sicilian course is actually by Seth Thorman. He has a part 1 and part 2. This will be in part 2 in the Sicilian variations, right? So he does go G4 in many lines. In fact, I had a game against Gamagami that I won. GM, U.S. Masters, first round, beat him with the G4 line. It was a 7 game. But here you have G4 and H4, and you play G5, and you just literally rip his head off. That's all you're trying to do in this opening. And Liem is going for Liem is he's in for it right now.
You're
Magnus is in for it.
I can pay attention to the chess, but you're like an encyclopedia over here. Like, you know every single course out there. You're quoting specific authors and games.
That's
and
right.
Who are you?
I mean, I am a Jedi. I am a Jedi. It's the way of the Jedi.
Impressive stuff. And I think Liem was actually terrified of his head being ripped off, as you said there, James. So he's just trying to trade pieces. That tends to be a good strategy. Fight in the center when your opponent's attacking on the flank. And here, with this last move, Liem's captured in the center with a knight. He's saying, actually, all of the knights can come off the board. I'm very happy with that. And then your G4 move with White does look a bit odd. It looks out of place. White's pawn structure on the king side might just be very weak later on in the game. So Magnus needs to justify his early aggression right now, and he needs to figure out a way to do that. Again, I'm slightly surprised Magnus has paused because it was him who chose the opening. This must have been in his preparation. What do we think here? Yeah. What is his next move going to be? Other than just trading knights and accepting a very balanced position.
Yeah, usually what we want to do is get the queen at f3, but here it's difficult because the knight is under attack here on d4. So if we can get queen f3 in and castle queenside, well, then this is all justified. This is usually what we do. Of course, we're not castling kingside because we already played g4. Why would we do this? So you definitely want to castle queenside, but he's trying to figure out what to do. Maybe I move the knight to b3, but if I trade on c6, I may open the b file and give black an attack, especially if I'm going to move the bishop and castle queenside. So it is problematic here. He's trying to figure out what to do. You may see something like knight to b3, and then queen f3, bishop d2, and castle queenside.
Yeah, it is a very decent plan, I agree, James, but it does take a bit of time, so it feels like Liem, before the white king is able to jump over to the queenside, he will be able to strike or at least cause some problems. And yeah, Magnus, dilemma, he's in the tank.
Yeah, not liking White's position already. With that pawn on g4, the king in the center. James, you mentioned queenside castling, but that doesn't feel very safe either with the c-line open already. It just looks like Liem has developed all his pieces. He's the one who's ahead on the clock. Has this opening completely backfired for Magnus, Robert?
Oh, for sure. This is one of those do as he says, not as he does moments where Magnus can get away with it. He's the strongest player in history. He's the world champion. But he's doing some dangerous, pretty bad stuff. So do not try this at home for all those of you watching. White's best move is to take that g4 pawn and bring it back. Like, bring it back to the second rank. Like, that would be okay for white. And even then, I don't think black would have problems. But right now, white has huge problems because your king will never find true shelter.
Yeah, I mentioned that Magnus needed to kind of switch things up, change his strategy, change his routine, change something. But I don't think this was the right way to go.
Okay, David, this is messy. This is messy.
Hit me, James.
Let's go here. So it's messy, so I need to see it. So knight f5.
Whoa, big time move.
Yeah, of course, I'm a Jedi. And then after knight f5, knight takes c3. Of course, so engine doesn't like, obviously. Okay, knight g7.
Check.
Bishop king f8. Bishop h6.
Whoa.
Knight d1. Knight e6. Knight d8.
Check. Double check. And knight d8.
Knight d8. Now, what's the piece count here? What's going on?
You tell me, James. Black's a piece up temporarily.
Okay. Yeah.
Right. It's just, I was just trying to figure out if this was something here. Rook takes, and then rook d1, I guess.
And if we do a count, black has 3 minors, white has 2. But at least this one keeps the black king trapped in a cage for now. So
we're still on a piece.
Some competition, some compensation, but maybe not enough.
But I think exactly what James is doing is how we as players think. We're often trying to figure out, is that a viable variation? And we just went through the emotions there. We're often doing that in our heads, and we saw it doesn't actually quite pan out. So a very instructive line in some variations that may work out for white. Here it does not. So we expect Magnus, I mean, he did just take the knight on c6 instead of playing funny business over there on the king side. And, well, he will temporarily ruin black's pawn structure, but white's king, that's really what this position boils down to, is white's king will never find true safety.
Yeah, and I like Liem's decision not to actually trade off more pieces, but instead he takes back with the pawn. Yes, his structure is shattered, but he gains time. He gains a very important tempo against this white bishop. And when the bishop retreats, I'm not sure exactly where, black will start attacking soon. Maybe the queen will come out at some point. Maybe the rook just slides across to the semi-open file now. And, OK, instead we've seen another trade of knights, but white is the one with weaknesses. Look at these pawns. They're easy targets later on for black's bishop. I still don't like Magnus's position, but at least the game continues now. The middle game is where this one will be decided.
I'm going to tell you right now, this is not in the Chessable course. This is not in the Chessable course, Magnus, okay? This is gross. He got some king side. Yeah, this is not in the course.
Wow.
But we off the head now.
He's just taken a decision to put his king on the king side with that pawn on g4. Do not try this at home, or maybe only try this at home. What is going on here? This looks absolutely dreadful for white, and it is a best-of-2 match. This is Magnus's only white. This is a nightmare.
Yeah, but Magnus is going to do as Magnus does, and look at the eval bar right now. It's just only slightly better for black. So it's not like he's crying. He's not too worried, but it just looks odd. I think the aesthetics of the position are clearly in black's favor. White has these doubled, isolated pawns, this pawn sticking out in front of the king. We keep talking about it. We would love to bring that pawn backwards, help our king find some better shelter, but that's not going to happen. But how does black actually punish white? That's the big question, and I really don't have an answer for it. I like the look of it, but how to punish Magnus is more difficult.
And going forward, long term, that might be the dilemma. He has too many tempting moves, Liem. Does he go for those white queenside pawns, those doubled isolated pawns? Does he go immediately for the white king? Which pieces does he want to exchange? So many questions that Liem has to answer. So he's spending his time wisely. This is the beginning of the next phase of the game. The middle game is begun. And I do expect Liem to maybe invest 2-3 minutes and then come with a sensible plan. I think as soon as the black queen comes out, the rooks connect, he will be for choice, but he's just weighing up his options.
Yeah. But this is a dream outcome for Liem, to start the elimination match with the black pieces and to get this position. Look at that pawn structure that Magnus has on the king side, a glaring weakness on g4. On the queen side, you've got the double pawns. Black's the one who's making all these pleasant choices between where to place that bishop, when to strike in the center, perhaps advance the e-pawn further up the board on e5 to open up that bishop on d7, start targeting that g4 pawn. So some very pleasant ideas here for Liem in a very critical moment. This is the elimination match between the players, and Liem chooses another path. He wants to try to put the bishop on the long diagonal from a8 to h1. I like it, David. The rook can move to c8 and already start targeting the queen on f3.
Yeah, let's show that move, Tanya. Right now, this does look very logical. This rook is doing nothing in the corner. Why not slide it across? Big threat, potentially. If the bishop does reach this diagonal, it's going to be game over. You could imagine the black queen, the black bishop lining up on this line, and that will end in a checkmate attack. But maybe Magnus can slow down this plan. He can, for example, bring his rook across. He can put his bishop on the long diagonal first himself, preempt Black's attempt to put this bishop on c6. And suddenly it's not so easy. These pieces are still a bit cramped. Liem has wasted a bit of time. His queen is not active yet. I don't really like what he's done. I think he should have gone straight, just a couple of moves ago, straight for the white king. He should have, for example, pushed this pawn, as you mentioned as well, Tanya, or maybe even pushed this one. Play on the side you're stronger. Black has a 4 versus 3 majority on the king side. White is the one with weaknesses on this side of the board. He's playing on the opposite flank, and actually this has all happened on the board, and suddenly it's Magnus. Look at this, with threats against the black queen.
Big tactic. Bishop takes h7 check. If white had a free turn, would net a pawn, because you take the pawn over there, go queen d3 check at the end. Rook and queen line up against that bishop on d7. You have to block the check or move your king, and then white ends up a pawn ahead. So actually, I feel like Magnus has the upper hand suddenly, and this is what Magnus does. It just doesn't make sense, right? We all were talking about it. It's a terrible position. You shouldn't try this. And then Magnus is like, who cares what you say? I'm Magnus Carlsen, right? I'm the only player above 2,800 in classical chess, and I will get the upper hand if it's in neutral territory.
Yeah, big threat, Robert. How does he actually defend against this? If you suddenly move your pawn, for example, you could go the other way with another threat. This is a pin, after all, on the d-file, and maybe you win some material here. So Liem with a real dilemma, a real question to answer, and it's kind of self-inflicted. He played a bit too slowly, and suddenly rook and queen facing off on the d-file. Big problems ahead. It turns around that quickly when you're facing a magician like Magnus Carlsen.
That is crazy. Yeah, he actually, what is the move here, in fact? You have to figure it out, because you are on queen e8, but that means he still runs in the bishop h7, queen d3. I guess he's just saying, hey, you have double pawns and you have some weaknesses, but I mean, okay, I have an extra pawn as white here. Bishop h7, maybe he's there.
Yeah, what a tricky move, Robert. Queen e8. The trapper is going to get trapped if you grab that pawn on h7 with a check.
With d8.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness. That's
We have to show this.
We've got to show that, David. What a trick set up there by Liem.
Yeah, what a trick. I saw Robert smiling here. I don't think Magnus is going to fall into it. He hasn't. In this position, he has brought his bishop out. We'll mention this in a minute. But if he had been greedy here after queen 8 and grabbed this pawn, this is a check, yes. This is a double attack, yes. But when you finally take this bishop, you get skewered. The black rook just slides across, hitting the queen, hitting the rook behind it, and after queen takes queen, what we call a Zwischenzug, or an intermezzo, an in-between move. Rook takes rook is a nasty check, and when the white king moves, only then you take the queen back, and you're a rook up. So, of course, Magnus wasn't going to fall into this, but kudos to Liem for setting that trap. It might have caught mere mortals like me there, but instead Magnus dodges that, brings his bishop out to a nice diagonal, and still control for white.
Very tricky stuff by Liem there. Loved that trap that you just showed. And just how dangerous and alert the players need to be. And Magnus, now ahead on the clock, continues to ask these questions, because bishop h7 is now a threat with the rook on d1 defended. He is planning to go in for this trick of capturing on h7. While Magnus is asking questions to Liem chat, you can send us your questions on Twitter using the hashtag #ChessChamps. Send us your selfies, send us your questions, and we'll feature them on our show.
Yep, and I really like how Magnus has plugged the holes on the king side with his pieces. I mentioned that Liem should have gone straight for the kill, straight for the white king. Now Magnus's queen, his bishops, they're all lined perfectly. It's really hard to imagine black breaking through on that side. And if you can't break through against the white king, what is your plan? Black's queen, super passive.
And the board is on open files right now, and the white rook on d1 perfectly placed. That rook that's in the corner, it's going to slide one square over, take over an open file, because Magnus's dark square bishop covers the enemy square on the 8th rank. So I really like the way Magnus is playing this. I'm surprised I'm even saying this at this point. I was like, oh, Magnus' position is terrible. He's playing just kind of this far-fetched joke of an opening. And I'm sitting here like, yeah, wow, this is looking promising for white. Look how active the bishops are.
Robert, I don't know. If I would play g4 in the opening and end up with this doubled pawn, I would be lost in 20 moves. And here's Magnus playing one of the best players in the world, and suddenly we're talking about him being better already. How does he do this?
I mean, it's just magic. It's the Magnus touch. It's hard for anyone to explain that. That's why he's so good. But
You're going to have to relax. Whoa. You're going to have to relax, my guy. What is this? Whoa, the little in-between tween. What is that?
what a move.
What is going on here?
Just giving up a pawn.
Guys, what is this?
Speechless here in the studio. What is the idea here? He just gave a pawn, and instead of capturing back, Liem has just said, OK, I'm going to play on as if nothing happened. And this is the current position. Let's do a rewind, a refresh. Liem threw his pawn forward to f5, very logical move. And here, I was expecting, at least, for the pawn to be captured. Maybe the white bishop would have slid in with a check. But this isn't the end of the world. The black king could hide in the corner. The game goes on. Instead, Liem says, OK, have my pawn. I don't care. Bishop c6.
How did it?
Wow, he's just removing a strong piece in the center of the board. And
if white actually captures on e6, does black have to move queen g6, or am I losing my head?
Ooh,
wow, queen g6, Tanya, with a check.
Oh, it doesn't work.
Attack Tino's, though.
Maybe doesn't quite work because white has a nasty check himself just to block, to plug the f-file. But I think you're right. There are tactics in this position to do with the pin along this line. Maybe just g5. Maybe just take a chill. Attack a bishop, why not? White weakened his king earlier, so black is fine with weakening his king too. And due to this pin, you do snatch a bishop. I don't think white can get away with this. Instead, we've seen a trade of the light squared bishops on c6 and same tactic in the air. White has to be careful of moving his pawn off the f-line. What a tactic, what a trick there from them. Got to say, James.
I'm not gonna lie. Hey, look, if you get hit with a move like that, you're like, okay, look, hey man, can we talk about this? Like, let's step back and let's talk about this politely. Like, that was very strong. Bishop c6 will definitely frighten you a little bit and let you know that, hey, he came to play just like you did, Magnus. So that was a very strong move. The pin is still there, right? There's problems down the f-line, and your king is super weak after that g4 and stuff like that. Of course, you can go bishop g3. Maybe you have to do something. They said rook b1. Wow. Rook b1. With rook b8, is that what he's doing right now?
Yeah, I like the way both players are kind of ignoring the tension there, right? Liem struck with f5. It was captured. He didn't capture back. And now we're seeing both players say, there's going to be a stare down on pawns. Can you take me? Can I take you? The answer is up in the air. But what we see Magnus doing, he is controlling the open files. Both of his rooks are supremely placed on perfect lines, and that could cause problems for the black king. So watch out. If you're Magnus, your king is open. But Liem's king, it might not be the safest either.
Yeah, what a nice move. I'm carried away as well by looking at the white pawn structure. There's two sets of double pawns, two isolated pawns on the flank. That's why Magnus has to play dynamically. That's why his last move, getting a rook into the game, potentially zooming all the way up to the 8th rank. And yeah, often when you're kind of struggling strategically, positionally, with ugly pawns, with bad pieces, you have to justify it with tactics, with tricks. And suddenly, I'm looking into the position. There must be something here for white. Black has kind of abandoned the 8th rank, but there are so many pins in the position, so many tricks. We have to show something here. Tanya, I see you're peering ahead. You're really interested in some tactics here for white.
The first thing that comes to mind is what happens if white steps up with the rook to b8. But the good news for black is that the bishop on f4 is pinned, so you don't have to really care about it. You can go on to pick up that rook on b8. So that's not a threat anymore. But you're absolutely right, David, that 8th rank looks really extremely weak right now. Liem playing with fire, but is there an immediate blow here?
The evaluation bar, the computer thinks no. I'm also tempted to just bring it up to the 7th rank. They call this 7th heaven. When rooks are on the 7th, they have all the targets. They're just going to grab all the material. This looks very tempting, maybe setting up some tricks along that rank. What else could white consider? Maybe just a sensible move, getting the queen out of dodge, getting it out of the pin. But either way, tactics are starting to make their appearance in this position, and Magnus is the first to think. What comes to mind here, James, Robert?
Definitely rook b7. Definitely, I love the rook b7 move. That's a 2700 move by David there. Rook b7, absolutely. After rook takes, I mean, you're just threatening rook e7, and you're threatening to bring the other rook down there. And then, you know, 7th heaven, they call it pigs on the 7th when you have two rooks down there. So that's going to be pretty nasty. I mean, it's definitely there. And rook takes e7 is there too as well. So I definitely like that rook b7 move. It's like the best defense is offense, right? So, but he played queen e4, check now, and guys, we guess we go bishop g3.
Bishop g3 played on the board. And James, you said rook b7 was a 2700 move. Unfortunately, Magnus is 2900. So he played a better one, centralizing his queen.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry.
Nah, good move.
Mere 2700. You know?
Wow.
Whoa, man. Hey, relax. What's wrong, Liem? What's wrong with him today? He plays some very good chess.
This might be the game with like the worst pawn structure we'll see, right? Everyone's pawns are terrible. Nobody wants to have a clean, uncompromised pawn structure. So if we see a queen trade, then black will have double isolated pawns. So every single pawn on the board is about to be isolated.
Yeah, and I think we will see queen takes queen. What else could Magnus consider here? The tension there is just too much to bear. You don't really want to have to step back with your queen. Yes, you can throw in a check, for example. White's rook can still go up to b8, hitting that black king. But I think that can simply either be blocked, or maybe the black king can poke its head out, start marching forward. So the queens are coming off the board. We're heading into the endgame, and whose pawns are weaker? That's the big question. It's level material, but I would slightly choose black, I think. I would choose Liem's side, just because I feel that his pawns look fine for now, but white's pawns are easily targeted, especially I'm looking at the A3 pawn on the side there. Black's bishop already hitting it. Liem, meanwhile, he's paused because he's thinking about trading off one set of rooks before he takes back white's queen.
Oh, yeah, that's correct. Rook takes. If he keeps, if HG6, I do like white, but then if rook D1, which is definitely, oh, wow. Yeah, now I actually like white here a little bit, just because of exactly the initiative. I'm doing it first. You had to capture back, which is why rook D1 was probably a little bit better, because even A3's hanging in that line there.
Yeah.
Different.
I agree.
And if black actually takes on a3, white also has the option of planting his own bishop on e5. You could do it after capturing on a7 or even before hitting that pawn on g7. So Magnus has got his own trumps in this position.
Yeah, I think that white is going to have the more active pieces. Even though black's pawn structure looks better, it's more difficult for black to get to white's pawns because those C pawns, you have to bring your rook all the way around into the position. And I feel like the kingside pawn structure is a long-term weakness for black to deal with. White will take A7. White will swing that rook over to D7 next and put pressure on the D5 pawn. And I just feel like white would be better in this variation, which is why Liem, he's been playing great chess throughout this game. And look what he has done. He says, don't want that pawn. Don't want that flank pawn. Let me go for a more central pawn, and I'm stopping white's active plan of putting the bishop in the center. This is great decision-making by the Vietnamese superstar.
Yeah, always prioritize piece activity in these endgames, even at the cost of pawn sometimes. So now, after rook takes a7, creating a pass pawn for white, Liem has grabbed this pawn, hoping to march forward, but Magnus is saying, yes, I'm going to run across. And now, be careful. If you push your pawn, the white bishop will find its active post, hitting this pawn, and Magnus will have the advantage. So still up in the air. This one yet to be decided. But both players playing really, really well so far, I've got to say. Both very creative, especially in that middle game, full of tactics, and they found a way to kind of neutralize each other's activity. And Liem, I think, making a good choice defending the pawn with his rook, and he's again ready to swing that rook over to the A file to go after white's isolated pawn over there.
Also a sneaky idea of actually pushing d4 next, because that rook from c5, it's not only heading to attack that a pawn, but controls the e5 square as well. So Magnus there stopping the first threat that you mentioned. Is it time for black to push the d pawn, or is Magnus being very sneaky with threatening bishop to b6 as well?
Yeah, I think both sides are trying to be sneaky here, Tanya. And Liem has lots of options. I wouldn't be surprised if he just drops back the black bishop to a nice safe square first, just anchor it safely on f6, keep everything protected, and then decide what to do. But like you say, maybe you push the pawn forward. So many options. Try and activate the black rook.
It's one of these positions, though, we've seen Magnus win countless times because it's equal, it's an endgame, it should be a draw. That's what everyone says. And then you're like, Magnus Carlsen doesn't just agree to draws. He plays it out till there are no pieces remaining. And if black is not careful, you could fall victim to the a-pawn running up the board. But black has threats of his own. He's trying to bring his rook back. He can bring it forward, but he can also bring it back, pin the bishop on the 7th rank. So both sides are playing excellent chess right now. And I would say both sides have chances. It's not just a dead draw. The pawns are not on the same flanks. It's not symmetrical in any way. Both players will have their shot.
Yeah, both players will have their shot. I like this last move by Liem. I've got to say, that black rook looked like it was doing a decent job, but it could be improved. This is where you always have to ask which piece is happiest, which pieces need to kind of be repositioned. And he's talking to his pieces, Liem. He's asking them. And he still has 3 minutes. That should be enough to keep the balance in this game. Time scramble will happen, but this isn't the most kind of terminal type of position if you are low on time. So, yeah, keeping things within manageable realms here.
Indeed, a very high-level game, starting from the opening. The way Liem handled g4 and a position that looked super dangerous for Magnus suddenly felt like he was getting into a good endgame, but now looks very level with both sides having their own trump. Rook b7, the bishop spin, but the good news for white is that you can step out of the spin by giving a check. It's still a hot endgame, even though such few pieces. David, should we get a quick peek onto the Fedoseev Levon game and then jump straight back to this one?
I think we do need to take a peek over there. There have been some developments. Queens are off in that one too. It is an endgame in this clash between Fedoseev and Aronian. Also a bit of a strange pawn structure, you would think. It looks symmetrical, but both sides have weaknesses. Both sides have potential access to outposts. And Fedoseev, he is not one to sit back and relax. he never takes a chill. He's going straight forward, and he's willing to accept an isolated pawn in order to get his knight active. The white knight is getting active. The white rook on the third rank. Watch out for it swinging across later. And we talked about seventh heaven, James.
Right.
That white rook might be the most important piece here on d7.
I mean, absolutely. I think Fedoseev actually has, in the last few weeks or even months here, have some very good big boost of confidence. And I'm saying that just because of his record with Hikaru just speaks for itself right now. In the last 5 to 6 games where he was able to take down Hikaru in Title Tuesdays, one of the biggest events, right, where the strongest players play, he was able to do that. He even had a monster performance in the Pro Chess League and in the Pro Chess League arena, the Battle Royale, whatever it is. So he's playing very good chess now these days. So, of course, it's very aggressive, and Aronian is going to have to find something, here. But it is LeBron Aronian. He's been around a long time. He does this. He's creative. He's tactical, too. But definitely, this one's up in the air for anyone. I like white, though, because of the rook on the 7th rank. We do take on f4, play rook f3, and get our pieces active. That knight is pretty gross, though, on e2. That is a disgusting knight on e2 right now.
For now.
Yeah, exactly. It's trying to become a good knight with white's last move. The knight would like to hop forward. But I think the nature of this position is one where these high-level grandmasters, they would take this position with the white side, even though the eval bar is not so high, over one where the evaluation bar is through the roof, but it's complicated. This is one-sided. You're playing for 2 results. Either if Levon plays the best possible chess and makes a draw, you're like, credit to him. He played a great defensive effort. But it's very likely that white wins this game because black is shuffling back and forth. You cannot kick that rook out of the 7th rank. That rook is patrolling both directions, and that rook on b3, it is going to get active either to the d file as well, joining the party, or to f3, as David pointed out, and going after the f7 pawn. I hate black's position here.
Yeah, and you can see in the body language, Levon is not comfortable at all. It's not his type of position. Just to show the main line, if you do take this pawn, for example, white will recapture. James called it a gross piece. This knight now is maybe the MVP. It's going to just step into the center to a beautiful square, and it's going to win the game for white. So Levon, he's really caught between a rock and a hard place here. Just what to play? I have no idea. I would want to maybe move this rook into the game, but how and where? If you do shuffle across, for example, white will just move across himself. And whoops, I think it's going to be a calamity on the f7 square. He brings his knight into the game and maybe hoping to jump in. A decent choice, but what is the answer after pawn takes pawn? Still, huge threats in the air going after f7. I don't like it for Levon, but the evaluation bar says he's doing okay. Maybe this was a good resourceful move. Maybe he just needs to trade off this beast on d7, for example, dropping his rook back or bringing his rook across. Just get rid of this piece, and maybe you live to fight another day.
I think it's a good choice. And oftentimes, grandmasters, they will give up material to make sure they get activity for themselves. And that's what Levon is doing. A great illustration of that. Giving up a pawn in the center. But white's extra pawn, it won't be healthy. It will be doubled and isolated, not able to be protected by another pawn. Great decision by Levon, because he's giving up 2 different pawns. There's the pawn in the center, and then there's a pawn on a7. And then white would get a passed pawn of his own. So Levon, what a fighter he is. I agree with the featured chat there. He is just playing some great defense against a dedicated, determined Vladimir Fedoseev.
Yeah, dedicated and determined, and he's tanking here a bit. He spent 1 minute, but he needs a breakthrough. At some point, you just got to make a decision. Just take one of the pawns, and if Levon proves that he finds a solution, fine. It'll be a draw. You move on to the next game. But, OK, I'm getting worried for Fedoseev around 2 minutes now. He just needs to make that decision. Just grab a pawn. Right. I don't know which one, but grab one.
Right, just grab one, yeah. Just grab one. Yeah, maybe take on... you probably take the E pawn. That just seems better. It's a center pawn. You still have a7 on top and rook f3. There it is, yeah. Rook f3 is there. Rook d8. OK, activity.
Yeah, and white's got to be a little careful. If you grab the a7 pawn, black will actually enter with his own rook to the 2nd rank with rook d2. And then there are so many tactics that can happen. David, if we can just bring that up. And I want to get my knight on d4 if you try to defend your knight with the king.
Ooh.
I'm going to give up my rook. Yeah. Not even going to blink twice.
Rook takes knight, and nice fork there, Tanya. Double attack, you win some material as black. So you really need to avoid this type of trick for Fedoseev. And wow, I was going to say it would be more in his style to just drop the rook back and just leave it there forever. Leave the rook on this square. If it's ever captured, even by a knight, you will establish a really strong pawn center. But, OK, he's doubled up his rooks. We have seen a trade of rooks in the center. You still have a strong piece here, sorry. But Levon Aronian, OK, look at this. He's repositioned his army, and he's going for this weak pawn, this straggler in his camp. That's indefensible. And suddenly this black knight is like a rock in the center on e6. It's holding everything together. I think Levon's going to hold this one.
It's one of these positions where the evaluation bar does not tell the whole story. This is actually unbelievable defense because I wasn't even looking at this rook a6 move, defending and attacking simultaneously. And Levon Aronian is one of the best bug house players in the world. And the key to bug house, also known as doubles chess, is that you need to make moves that simultaneously attack and defend. And this is one of those. Levon deserves a lot of credit. The EVA bar has stayed in the middle, and now is in fact going down in his favor because he is playing this so excellently.
Yeah, and Magnus Carlsen and Liem also deserve a lot of credit for their play in Game 1. Very high-class chess, precise play there, and the game fairly ended in a draw in the endgame where we left it. But this one is all three results are possible. G3 played. Black does have the option to just pick up the pawn, David.
Yeah, you could pick up a pawn. There's actually no rush. You could potentially try and stop White's knight from jumping forward. This last pawn push for Vladimir Fedoseev is designed to bring his knight to the f4 square to try and trade those two knights off. If the knights disappear, White's chances may improve. Black's knight, I think, is far superior right now. So will Levon try and take a time out to try and prevent that? I'm not sure how you do it without weakening squares yourself. But he does have 2 extra minutes on the clock. That could be vital. And as Robert pointed out, momentum is slightly on Black's side. It looked like Black was really struggling. Suddenly, there's no problems at all. And you could start hoping for more yourself. I think I would just take that pawn and start calculating later. But Levon is more creative. What do we think?
I do like that G5 move because that knight is gross. Like, that knight on E2 has no moves, my guy. Like, what are you doing with your life, right? So this knight is so bad. So when you go G5, he might even be tempted to go G4 and try to get the knight to G3 and then F5. But in that case, I mean, when you move the knight to G3, then mine goes to F4, right? So it's very, I mean, this knight is so bad, and you're just trying to fight for your life to get the knight active, right? So, I mean, G5 definitely seems like a move that I would play just to stop prevent the knight from jumping into F4. That's what he wants. He played G3 to put the knight on F4. You play G5 to stop it. Then we take the pawn. We go Rook A2. And what do you do, right? You might be in some trouble, especially after we push the A pawn. The B pawn is connected too as well, and we can take the pawn on B2. It's problems. I definitely see Aronian turning this one out. And the time. Look at the time. I mean, he's up time here. Well, it's getting closer now, but definitely up a little bit of time here too.
Yeah. I think it's the instinct, right? Most players, they see G3, they want to play G5, but that's how strong Levon is. He doesn't just play on impulse. He has enough time to calculate. But, James, the clock is getting even. And that's a problem because Fedoseev is a bullet maestro.
That's correct.
If you compare the skills here, classical chess, maybe Levon Aronian. Rapid chess, it's unclear. It's much closer, but Fedoseev definitely has the edge if it gets down to a race. And, James, you called it. You predicted the future. All of these things have come to pass. And suddenly a check. The idea is to drive White's king forward onto the second rank. So when you go after this White B pawn, you take it with a check. A nice tempo-gaining maneuver there by Levon Aronian. This is what he was calculating. He spent a minute or two, but then the next 4-5 moves came very, very quickly. The downside is this white knight on F thrive. It's a F thrive? F5. It will thrive, but it is a beast. And some checkmating ideas against the Black king, potentially.
And are we going to see a repetition with knight e7, knight f5, or do you think White is going to go for the mate?
Wow, I mean, to get checkmate, you need your rook on the last rank, but it's very difficult. The Black Knight has been so strong on e6 since it got there. So I feel like White might not have all the time in the world, the time you need to deliver that checkmate. So if you see a draw, perhaps it's time to make the draw.
Ooh, 10 seconds as well.
Oh, he needs to play. He's gone for one check.
You go king h7. You ain't got no time.
Yeah, no checks now, and the knight does drop back. Fedoseev is hoping, begging for the draw, but Levon Aronian doesn't need to acquiesce to that one yet. He grabs the pawn with a check. Now the big dilemma for Black. Do you allow White's rook to go and take that f7 pawn? If your king moves back, you will get checked. Is there a way to play for a win? Maybe not. Maybe you just have to admit Fedoseev found a good defense.
But Levon, with that king retreat to h7, has made his intentions very clear that he wants Fedoseev to work hard for that draw.
Yeah. No, I mean, Fedoseev is the one on defense. Both sides are showing good defense. When they've been on the back foot, they're saying some people crumble, especially in time trouble. But right now, I think Levon Aronian, he's the black pieces. He should just make the draw. Why take risk? His position isn't anywhere close to being clear. So make the draw now. Get the white pieces in game two. That way you have the better chances.
Yeah, he's around 20 seconds himself. Yeah. Practical decision, wise decision. Take the draw, get out of here, move to the next game. But is he going to take a risk? It's in his character, in his style.
He got to move.
Yeah. And David, when you say take a draw, you mean just come up with the king, defend that f7 pawn and allow the repetition with the checks with the knight?
Yeah, exactly. Bring the black king back. Just keep everything defended. But no, he goes for the win. Pawns are dropping with check, though. Look at all the pawns that the white rook is gobbling up. But black here, Levon Aronian, is banking everything on that B pawn. It's 2 squares away from promotion.
Oh, push the pawn, right?
Just push it.
Push it.
It's winning.
Push him, baby.
And then there's a check on h1 and you queen.
Yeah.
Push on. Wait, king d1.
How do you stop
How do
this
you?
pawn?
Knight d4.
Oh, here comes, yeah, because the king can't get to c2 where it needs to.
my God,
and if you
goes
trade,
d3.
that pawn's coming in.
Oh my God, Robert, you're right.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Wow.
This is it.
He's got to take that knight. There were checkmating ideas on the board. White's pawns are running forward, but black's pawns are going to be quicker. This pawn is going to be dealt with by the black king, and I think black's winning this race. It's definitely a race right now, but black seems ahead. Black's going to make a new queen first. It will cost white his rook. Levon's winning.
That's amazing because white is actually up a pawn suddenly. White is 5, black is 4, but it's about the quality, not the quantity. And I think Fedoseev, he might just tip his king over in a couple moves.
But this is not it.
How is that not it? I thought that was it too. What was the move?
That looks so natural.
What was the move?
5
I think
seconds
he
for
had to give
Levon.
a check first, but we'll check that later. Right now, he picks up this pawn, but the b2 pawn falls.
Oh man.
Oh my God.
Suddenly everything's disappearing. This game will likely end in a draw. Actually, it's Levon who has to defend this. He's a pawn down, 3 for 2 now, shaking his head. Could things turn? Could white win? We will go back and check out what should have happened there. Levon was winning, but he went for the most natural move and it backfired.
Oh yeah, you're right. Tanya's right. It's
tricky.
check first.
Yeah,
Check first. King c2, d3 takes d2.
Yeah.
And if king takes you queen, jeez, that's sick, bro. That's sick.
Right idea, I think, Levon, but just the wrong order. And
That's hard.
wow, what a turnaround.
Chess is hard, says James Candy. He's absolutely right. But I think for Levon, he is able to stabilize here because he is down 1 pawn. But thankfully for him, his king is nicely centralized. The white pawns are a bit loose as well. So he should be able to hold.
He should. And just while this game, it's going to take a slower pace. I don't think Levon Aronian ran out of time. The clocks were slightly wrong there for a second. He's very active with his king. Now he'll give a check. He'll win a pawn back. And this one will be a draw. But I think we have to show that critical moment. OK, we might not. It looks like we might get a draw any second now. It's a perpetual check. And there's no way for white's king to hide. No shelter. And finally, after all those twists and turns after that roller coaster, it is a draw.
Wow.
That was crazy.
What a game. And Levon Aronian really did create his chances, gambling in very little time, but just saying, I want to fight for a win. And David, the critical moment was really that pawn push where he missed. We saw the eval bar say, and it was a decision, a toss-up between giving a check or pushing the d3 pawn there.
Yeah, and he just chose wrong. That coin toss, and he flipped wrong. It was in this position. He pushed his pawn, but as we saw, white's pawn was able to step ahead, and white was able to catch up in the race. Instead, a check would have won the game for Levon Aronian, forcing the white king forward to prevent this pawn from promoting. But now another check, deflecting the white king. No matter which pawn you take, the other one will run through, and black would have won this game.
Yeah.
That is the difference between a win and a draw.
And David, just to point out I want to point out one more crucial line, David, if we can just bring up, because it was so important that moment, that instead, after what was played, the key point was, if we can just back up to this moment, after d3, white can go c6 here, because you give a check.
Oh, sorry.
You give a check, the king goes up, you queen, and you don't have a way to fight against c7. You pick up the rook, but then this would end in a draw with checks, or white's the one that might win. And with that, what a big miss, but this is what blitz, this is what fast play is about. With this, we end our round 1 of the elimination bracket, and this is our scoreline. Magnus Carlsen, Liem had a peaceful draw, but with chances to both sides coming out in the opening and the middle game. Fedoseev, Aronian, what a game. Levon really creating his chances, could have won it, a slip in the move order, and this ended in a tie as well. Wow, we've got game 2 action coming up, but before that, for our non-subscribers, you've got a Twitch break. And for those of you who have subscribed, there's a very special segment on a special player.
What would you say was the biggest adjustment that you had to make from going full professional to combining your academics as well as your professional chess career?
Of course, it's very hard to combine chess and academics, but during the years that I was here, managed to do my best at school and also got a chance to work with many great players. So that's helped me to improve my chess as well. I think it always comes down to your time management and your dedication to chess and academics. If you really want to do well in both, you can do it.
How do you combine such a hectic life. Yeah, you have the coaching job, but you also are very much a chess professional.
I was offered a job to take over, and I couldn't say no because first of all, I'm an alumni of the program and I know the program really well. I feel like it's my responsibility to keep the program going, and also I wanted to work with the students here. They are very talented and I believe that I can help them get to the next level. Last year we actually started the chess in education minor degree, and that's the first time I believe a university in America had a chess degree for students. That's a perfect fit for Webster University because we are a global university and chess has been a big part of Webster. It's not only about chess but also about the team culture, about the team spirit, the chemistry between the players and so on, the friendships. So a lot of things that we have to consider, but when you look at the bigger picture, I think as a coach you understand that more than as a player, and I think it's very important to grow as a coach to understand this. Sometimes almost like a brother or a parent too, right? You have to guide them to help them do well in school and academic, in life in general, so they would feel better, they would be ready for chess. So I see myself as mainly a coach nowadays. I still play chess professionally sometimes, but not as much as I used to. Whenever I play, I try to prepare the best I can, and also because I work with my students on a regular basis, I also have some new ideas that I can use in my own games. I think it's not too difficult to combine between being a chess coach and a chess player if you get good students and you are motivated and you keep working on it. My favorite part of the tour is that it's growing so much and now it's more open to everyone. I don't really set a goal like finishing 10th place overall or top 3 or something, because I think it's impossible to do that unless you're Magnus or Hikaru. But for other players like myself, I just enjoy every tournament that I play and hopefully I'll do well.
This is it. The moment has come for the players to give it their all. Only one more game remains in the elimination bracket. We saw both matches end in draw, but big fights in both these games. With just 2 games, it is a best-of-2 match. If tied, we will have an Armageddon. Magnus Carlsen, Liem, both players played fantastic chess, Robert, in game 1, and it is Liem who starts with the white pieces now.
Yeah, I expect a more solid opening from Liem. He's not going to be pushing his G-pawn 2 squares, not in the opening stage at least. And I feel like for Magnus, he should be happy that he wasn't in any trouble in game 1 because that could have gone a different way.
Absolutely, with that pawn on G4. But now we're not going to have any of that. Robert, you called out a solid opening. David, we've got a queen's pawn.
Yeah, and the Catalan opening, one of Magnus's favorites, and now Liem is using it against him. Liem has had a lot of success with this opening in the play-ins for this tournament. He actually did phenomenally well because he scored some great upsets, some great wins in the Catalan. And Magnus, of course, will have studied this for World Championship matches in his training camps there, and he's happy to transpose into the Tarrasch. And he will most likely accept an isolated pawn here. Magnus, clearly, maybe learning from some of his seconds, like Niels Grandelius, I think, has done a chessable course on this one. And, yeah, solid start, as you said, Robert. Much more solid than the last game, at least.
James, chessable course, Niels Grandelius?
He does. In fact, yeah, Niels has one. Actually, there's just a Catalan course that just dropped. There's many courses that actually cover what to do against the Catalan, actually. But this one actually is a rare one that he's playing. I mean, there's not many Tarrasch courses on Chessable. There's only one. It's called the Dubov Tarrasch, but they don't really cover this part.
Mm-hmm. He's keeping those secrets because Dubov was a second for Magnus Carlsen. He'll show you, help Magnus get it done, but not how to stop Magnus.
Yeah, how to stop Magnus, that should be a course in itself. And meanwhile, Magnus has taken the opportunity after White just pushed his pawn to b3, better late than ever, to plant that black knight in the centre. And now there's a bit of tension. There is a pin on that white central pawn. That black dark square bishop, I like where it's placed. A lot of tension here. Liem, I'm not sure whether he's planned this position, whether he's prepared this, but he's slowed down at least slightly. And, yeah, solid start. It's hard to imagine too much going wrong for either side right now.
Right.
Before this one heats up, we're going to do a little panel vote here. Okay. Guys, are we expecting an Armageddon in Magnus versus Liem? David?
Yes.
Ooh, so you think it's going to be a draw. What about you, James?
Nope. I want some action, and I know Magnus does too as well.
Oh, are you hinting at who you think it might be? What about you, Ray?
Yeah,
Robert?
I think we're getting Armageddon. Liem's too solid. He's not going to do anything risky. And beating Liem with the black pieces, good luck to you.
Tanya,
I love an Armageddon, so I'm hoping for one for sure. Chat, tell us, what do you think, how that one's going to go? Meanwhile, action is also on in our second matchup. Levon Aronian so close to taking that first game, now has to do it all over again. But he does have the white pieces. Queens have been traded, David.
Yeah, early days, it's the Caracan. Let's go to James. What are your thoughts on this queen
I'm
trade?
about to go, bro. Hey, we on break. Let's go to break, bro. This is crazy, man. And this is the weird Carol Khan. You actually can't play for winning chances. With this is actually more of like a reverse Philidor in a way, especially when you put the pawn on c3, you go king c2, you play f3. This is boring, bro. What is this, Robert? Why are we playing this, man?
David?
I do love my endgame grind, so I'm going to say it's all about the intricacies, all about the nuances. I love the sophistication behind both sides' play, but yeah, maybe for the fans, not so exciting. This one will get a bit spicier, I'm hoping, later on. So maybe we'll focus on the Magnus game first of all. But yeah, this one's an endgame, and Levon, it's not maybe his style to go into something like this. Normally we see a more dynamic approach, especially with the white pieces, but maybe he's playing the opponent here. It's not Fedoseev style either.
I was going to say that. This is more Levon style than it is Fedoseev's. It's not really either of theirs, but it's less so Fedoseev's. He loves attacking chess. He always has interesting battles. But here we see the position without queens on the board, no easy targets, but white does have a little bit better control and some odd piece placement. That move, knight d7, you would expected the knight that was undeveloped to go forward, but instead it goes back. But what he wants to do is clear the long diagonal. He sees that white wants to fianchetto that bishop. He says, well, you're not going to pin me. You're not going to attack my knight over there. So I don't know how to judge this position. Balanced sounds like a cop-out. I think both sides will have their chances because they're playing for different things.
Yeah, and there we see Levon Aronian's chessable course mentioned on the Beauty of Chess. I'm not sure he would have featured this position in the Beauty of Chess course.
It's not in there.
But either way, he will be trying to create something a bit later on. I think I would choose white just because if you look in the center, white's pawn formation there is really, really nice. Black yet to really stake his claim for those central squares. So, yeah, right now it feels like Fedoseev maybe an opening preparation. He's still got almost 15 minutes left, but not too exciting. What do we think? Should we stick with this one or move back to Magnus against Liem? Let's have another vote.
Yeah, we definitely can go back to the Magnus game. Yeah, that's not even a question.
Let's do it. This one will take a while to heat up. We will keep our eyes out on this. Magnus versus Liem. A queen's pawn opening by Liem. And wow, at least the queens are on. So, James, you can breathe here. And I see quite a lot of questions for that d4 pawns to be answered here, Robert.
Yeah, and also, Liem has spent quite a lot of time. So in the first game, Magnus was doing the lunchbox variation, where he was just eating his food, spending a minute here or there. Now it seems like Liem just is a bit uncomfortable because there is a ton of pressure at white's center. d4 was white's first move. Now that pawn is threatened by 3 different black pieces, and you can't even take the pawn on c5 that's attacking you because there's a pin behind it. The dark square bishop for black is in a perfect situation. It is hitting the knight on c3.
What just happened to our revolver? But it wasn't played. Yeah,
it wasn't played. Just showing.
Oh, no ways.
Just showing what would happen if white blunders and takes this pawn. There is a pin on the long diagonal. So Liem needs to do something about it. And whoa, he's taken the knights off the board. This surprised me. I thought he needed to just defend his central pawn, but he drops back now. And this is fine. Yes, you'll lose your central pawn on d4, but you now gain black's pawn on the e4 square. I'm not sure if there are any tricks, any tactics here. For example, if black does take in the center, then things will just get hoovered off the board, and this position looks pretty balanced. Actually, I would maybe choose white unless there's something immediate here for black, just because of the Catalan bishop. The bishop is so strong on this long diagonal. But, of course, Magnus super active, and he will work things out. It would also be in Magnus' style, I should mention, to take this pawn, just to imbalance things. Yes, it gives you an isolated pawn in the center of the board, but black will have more space. Magnus loves his space. And, for example, a variation like this one, moving the black bishop, I'm not sure where, which direction. But, for example, here, Magnus, having worked with players like Dubov, loves this type of pawn structure, loves the space involved, and it does give winning chances for both sides. But he will, if he wants to win this game, he will go for this option. So looking balanced so far, but Yeah, James, at least the queens are on this one.
We can breathe, guys. We can, chat out there at home. You're not going to sleep on this one, okay? This is going to be some action still, right? Of course, we do have... I was even thinking of E3 too as well, but there may be some problems there around the long diagonal. Really, the problem in the Catalan is that Catalan bishop. If it gets aggressive and it's open, then of course you have problems around on the long diagonal. You have to play stuff like rook to B8 and how do you even develop that side of the board? And a lot of times if that Catalan bishop gets loose, it's going to be a problem for black on that side of the board, especially even with the rook to C1 and etc. So, Magnus is taking a think here, as he should, right, to figure out how he should deal with this. Maybe not even take it, too. The bishop on B2 is pinned. Maybe we have an in-between move, but it's something to think about.
Yeah, such a classic slight nag with that bishop on G2 for Liem, the Catalan bishop. It's a good thing that Magnus went up to the mountains, David, to get some fresh air, because I also see that he's got good air quality where he's playing from. Big shout out to our partners, Airthings, for providing us that, because at least we know that Magnus is playing in fresh air with good air. We saw his game one. Mm-hmm. Some good moves there, so definitely a good environment.
Yeah, feel good, play good. That tends to be the motto. And if your air quality is good, that's just a bonus. We do see as well what the air is like over there in St. Louis in the US for Liem. And the temperature may be a bit warm there. Hopefully it won't affect his cognitive abilities too much. But in general, good air quality as well there too. I know Liem is a perfectionist, both on the chessboard and off. Anything he can do to be fully prepared, he'll take those steps, take those measures. And actually what we predicted on the board, rather than capture that central pawn first, though, Liem is kicking back the black knight. I like this one. Maybe there were some tricks with the black light square bishop coming out to attack if white hadn't taken this first step, this precautionary measure. And Magnus, he needs to retreat. Or does he? He doesn't. He jumps in, trading even more pieces off.
Yeah, this is more of a, it's just like initiative, right? If you can, if I can make you do it and then I get an extra move, this is why knight f3 was so nice. If I go knight e6, then that gives you a chance to do something. If I go knight c6, knight anything, you get an extra move. But knight f3, you're forced to take it back. Then you're going to take the pawn, and then I get an extra move, right? Which is pretty nice. So I do like this decision from Magnus here. But again, it's the Catalan bishop, and that is so annoying in the Catalan, is the bishop. It's just so, and actually we have it on the board here, and rook to b8 after it. And I like white in these positions because it's the bishop. Maybe he goes b6 now, so it's just kind of, I guess we will get a draw here, huh? I guess we can have a draw here, guys.
Yeah, you're a very solid play, and that's the nature of Liem Le. He does not want to take undue risk. He's not going to play like Magnus did in game one. And for Magnus, he found a way out. This bishop on f3 now is Fianchetto bishop, the Catalan bishop. It can be really frustrating for black to deal with. And I'm not actually calling this game a draw just yet. It's not a symmetrical pawn structure. Black actually has an extra pawn if you look towards the queen side, the left-hand side of the board. White has that extra pawn in the center. So you're playing for different ideas. In endgames, passed pawns start to appear. You get a little bit scared, but it is balanced. So we want to be clear about that. But I just think that if this game goes on, Magnus sometimes, he makes miracles happen here. But Liem Le, he's not going to go down. I do think we're going to see Armageddon.
Yeah, actually, that was going to be my next question, Robert. You mentioned this bishop on the diagonal asymmetrical pawn structure. But is Liem really going to try to push this one? Or will he be happy to take it to the Armageddon where it's really just anyone's game?
Yeah, there's nothing to push. Just being honest, I don't think there's anything that white is going to be pushing. I think that this one is very, very balanced. I think we'll see some trades. The light square bishops will come off. And then the players are like, OK, we're in an even end game.
Yeah. Would love to see it come down to the Armageddon. Well, while this one goes ahead, let's take a look on the other matchup, because that is heating up with Levon Aronian taking on Fedoseev. And wow, the queens have been traded off, but this looks like a queenless middle game. All minor pieces on the board, just one set of pawns off. And look at that king on e2. It feels like a Fischer random position right now.
Yeah, you're right, Tanya. It looks as if the pieces have just been randomly thrown onto the board. And black has spent so much time. Look at that black knight on g4 intruding in the white camp, but it's going to get kicked back. It's already moved 3 or 4 times in the game. Black's dark squared bishop has moved a couple of times. But what has black been doing? He's wasted so much time. He hasn't staked a claim with his pawns in the center. And here, Levon, once he starts the kickback, once he starts pushing black's pieces back even further, I think he's going to have a great position. I think he might even have a nice advantage just because white has all the space in the center and black's pieces will lack squares, lack outposts. And yeah, it does feel like this is not the type of position that suits Fedoseev's style. He wants more activity. He wants threats on the board. He wants tricks. But without queens, it's not easy to achieve that.
And look at our players on the camera. Fedoseev One hand on the head. Levon, both his hands on the head. And this is such a classic chess pose. David, which one is yours?
It was more Levon's a moment ago before the head scratch. It was more like head in hands, just hiding from the world, hating my position, hating my life. But, yeah, we see players often adopt this pose when they're calculating, when they're trying to work out difficult questions. And meanwhile, Fedoseev maybe slightly more chilled out of the two.
That's a good move. That's actually a very annoying move. Where is he? He's going knight f2 or knight e3.
He's jumping in.
Knight f2, knight e4 looks like a real threat here, no? Suddenly, the rook on h1 doesn't have so many squares. Is that something that White has to worry about right now?
Yeah, quite possibly. For example, if you do nothing, what would be a nothing move here? Let's move my bishop back to a rubbish square. The knight would jump in now, hitting the rook, and as Tanya mentions, if you move your rook out the way, knight takes pawn, and it's a discovered attack hitting this rook, so you will win material no matter what. So that is the threat. I'm thinking that one of the white knights has to jump forward to this square. I'm not sure which one, to hit this bishop to try and gain some time against this piece. But no, Levon solves it more creatively. He brings his bishop to the side of the board. This is asking for the knight to jump in, but now after bishop takes bishop, there's no time to take this rook, or at least I don't think so, because now after you take this knight with check, the knight jumps forward and this piece is trapped in the corner. White will end up with two pieces for a rook and material advantage if this happens. So holding things together with tricks, Levon Aronian.
Although the problem with putting your bishop out on h3 is that your pawn really wanted to be there, because the knight on g4 is defended by black's bishop on e6. So you're actually not creating a threat. And black could also consider putting the h-pawn forward, protecting the knight, and maybe playing h4 next, just trying to barrel through on that flank. So I feel like this is a kind of strange decision from Levon. His pieces are not harmonious. Neither are black's, but I think neither side really has a good footing in this position. You're kind of just trying to figure out what to do move by move.
Yeah, it feels superficial for both sides, you're right. It feels as if all the pieces are just floating in the air. This bishop, unprotected, undefended, it's going to be kicked back anytime soon. Maybe White could kind of prepare a pawn push later on. This bishop looks nice and pretty, but it could be a target later on. It's, yeah, definitely all to play for in this position. I would choose White, I've got to say, but I agree. White's last move, maybe not the most consistent with his previous play. And, yeah, Fedoseev now in the tank, 2 minutes down, trying to find a solution for black.
Yeah, I feel like White just has the moves like knight f3. I mean, you have f5 sometimes, rook f1, like knight d3. You just got, there's tricks here. I mean, you can't even move the king really because bishop e7. So I feel like he's going to have to spend a lot of time here to really try to figure out this position, which is going to be advantage for Aronian there, having, you know, a little bit of extra time, having some creativity. He's creative himself, and having piece play and activity and tricks. I mean, I feel like White definitely is for choice.
Yeah, and one thing I will say, I've played Fedoseev a few times, quite a few times actually over the board, and my strategy has always been to make it as boring as possible. And it's tended to work quite well. Once the queens come off, yeah, you breathe a sigh of relief, because he's so good in these dynamic positions where there's just chaos going on and he sees things so fast. That's why he's so good at blitz, at bullet. But here, without the queens, it feels like he's playing for those tricks. He's trying to kind of make magic happen out of nothing. And if White is careful, it feels like you shouldn't have too much to worry about. Meanwhile, all of the black pieces are gravitating towards the center. They're all, I don't see any threats right now, but they're all kind of holding each other together, attacking those white pawns. White's king, is it sweating here? Is it really a target? Levon Aronian, I'm expecting him to get his knights into the game now, especially that white knight on e1. Knights on the rim are dim at the best of times, but that knight on the bottom of the board needs to join the action, join the fray.
Yeah, this position does not look that easy to play for either side, and I'm just not liking the look of some of the pieces, right? The bishop on d4 is a bit loose, so White will be able to kick it with the tempo. The bishop on h3 for White, a little bit awkward, especially with the stare down of the bishop, so you have to be very, very careful. When pieces are on the same diagonal or on the same file, you have to watch out when the piece in between them hops out of the way. Here, there's nothing for black, but there could be a moment where that knight jumps away and that bishop on h3 is loose. So I think knight d3, sensible move by Levon Aronian. He is just coordinating his pieces, playing in the center, and both sides have their chances here, and it's a very messy position.
And James, you made a really good point about how, because the e7 pawn is weak for black, it's hard for black to connect the rooks the way Levon just did by moving the knight out of the way. And that's going to be a bit of a trouble for Fedoseev, just getting harmony for those rooks. Where are they playing? Are you going to go short castle? Are you going to go long castle? Or maybe the king just steps up. Is that something, James, that black can think about? Move up with the king to d7 and then start getting the rooks in the game?
I think after king d7, I hit him with knight f3, 110. tempo and then go with and then bring one of the rooks to D1. And then we have some nasty tricks there. Knight C5 and we live, knight E5, knight everything 5. And you're in some trouble here. I mean, it looks pretty nice. I even have maybe an F5, knight F4, take on E6, knight G5. Oh my goodness, right? Just so many moves that you can play here. It's so much activity for white. And the thing about LeBron Aronian here is that when you see him, sometimes like when he does this, you know, he stretches and then he do that, like that's body language. That lets you know you might be in a little bit of trouble. Every time he does that, he's feeling comfortable. Look at him. Yeah, he's doing a little head thing and like he stretches, he's comfortable. He usually always does that when he's comfortable, I've noticed. So he's comfortable. He feels good about the position.
Yeah, some body language reading there by James. Well, we will come back to this, but let's head over to Liem versus Magnus, because this looks like it is about to end soon, which means we will have an Armageddon.
Yeah, and Magnus smiling, laughing to himself a moment ago. He looks pretty happy with this play. Maybe he's happy about the Armageddon that's imminent at this point.
Or the good air quality he's got going.
Or the food he just ate, whatever. You know. He's just happy. Good to see a happy Magnus.
Yeah, that is true, and he should be happy about this game because with the black pieces, it may have looked iffy for a couple moves, but he was able to neutralize whatever advantage Liem hoped to get, and we see it's an even endgame. It's rook and 3 pawns against rook and 3 pawns. Both sides have a passed pawn. The white king can't venture over to get the pawn. It's needed where it is, protecting this pawn on g3. The black king will have to stop this passed pawn, but neither side will be able to make progress. This is a pretty elementary draw for these players.
Yeah, and just good strategy with the rooks. Rooks belong behind passed pawns. White's rook is perfectly placed. Black's rook, is, if anything, is the more passive of the two. And there we go. Black now with this last move. He's tied down his own rook. The black rook can't move without giving away his pawn. But he's also said to white, if your king ever pokes its head out, kind of steps to the side, the black rook will move with a check, and black will make a new queen with his pawn. So this one is very much just maintaining the status quo. Neither side can make progress. I'm expecting a draw offer or a draw agreement any time now. The last game ended pretty much king versus king. Maybe this will end in the same way. Just 2 great players cancelling each other out in the early games, straight to Armageddon. Both of them lost in Armageddon yesterday. Who do we think is the favourite in this one?
I'm definitely going with Magnus in the Armageddon. Got to go with Magnus there. I mean, fresh off. I think it's just more Magnus because of their score and their record already. Now, that doesn't mean that anything happens in Armageddon, but just from being who he is and also what the score is right now. He usually has this number. I mean, faster time controls too as well. I'm definitely going to take Magnus. What about you, Robert?
I'm more curious about how low he'll go because he went to 7 minutes and 58 seconds yesterday, if I'm remembering correctly. So will he go less than that? I don't think he needs to because Liem can't get himself in that time trial. We are about to see all the pieces come off the board. But I think that if you're Magnus, you just want the black pieces. And for Liem, you need enough time.
And there we have it. Nothing left on the board, but we've got a lot of action left in this match as we're heading towards the Armageddon. It is time for the inner game, for the mind games to come forward with the bid for the Armageddon. We will keep you updated once we hear it from our players. That is exciting. Do you think they're going to really want the black pieces at this time, Robert?
Yeah, but I think Magnus for sure is going to get the black pieces because he can bid less time. He's the faster player between the two. We saw what happened to Liem yesterday. He had the black piece against 5-minute Caruana. He did not have enough time, and Caruana was able to blitz him down and checkmate the king. So I think that match will be interesting to see the bidding, but this match might not even get to Armageddon.
Yeah, actually, both Armageddons for Liem and for Magnus were absolutely disastrous yesterday on day 1. So this is going to be an exciting one, but action is still on here. And wow, what is happening? Rook to c2 play. The bishop is attacked. It doesn't have too many squares. It's got to fall back to the center, David.
Yep, and there we go. The bishop now centralized, but white's knights do have a lot of mobility. The position isn't fully open. Black's bishop kind of hits thin air. They did find a really weird, kind of convoluted way to trade pawns earlier. We saw lots of tension, lots of pieces. White's c-pawn disappeared, but black's f-pawn disappeared. And if we look at the structure, white has 2 pawn islands. The king side, all of the pawns connected. The queen side, those 2 pawns connected. Black has 3 pawn islands, and that's because the e7 pawn next to the black king is isolated. Long term, that could be a target, that could be a weakness. But yeah, I would choose the white side here, the white knights, just because they look like they can leap forward to some great squares. That being said, I do usually prefer bishops, so I'm kind of going against my instinct here, but I just do believe in white structure. I think that's a small thing, but it could be a key thing later on. And Levon, he's not one to sit there and slowly maneuver. That would have been my first call. Instead, he's going straight for the kill, pushing his pawn forward. That white rook on b1 maybe opening up some clear targets on the queen side. What do we think here? Who would you pick and why?
Let me see that time, 7 to 5. Yeah, I do like white because I feel like I have initiative here. I feel like I have some better squares. I have a nicer center than you do. I have knights are tricky, so if I get a knight to g5, I can go into e6 and maybe do some things. I don't want to really push my e pawn just yet because you allows knight d5. So I do like white, but it's just hard to maneuver pieces right now. We have to figure out what we want. b4, I definitely like if pawn takes rook b4. Obviously, we're hitting b7. And we can maybe go rook to c4 and try to, attack the bishop. If the bishop moves, then maybe we could move the knight on d2. Because right now we can't, obviously, because the pawn on e4 hangs. So it's kind of cramped. It feels a little bit, but I actually feel like white's just a tad bit better, a little bit more active.
Yeah, Robert, do you see any way for black to actually keep things together now? I'm struggling to see a way to kind of stay active as black, but keep defending. It looks like a big threat. Simply pawn takes pawn, opening up this rook.
All the active moves I see are bad. Like, I'm looking at ideas like, can I for black play b5? And if you take my pawn on b5, I play a4, and I want to go get a new queen, but I understand that I'm giving white past pawns. But this is the type of thought that Fedoseev is having. He knows if he sits passively, that Aronian might just grind him down in this position. It's not fun to play from the black side. So I'm getting a little bit desperate. Fedoseev should not. His position isn't that bad. We see the evaluation bar off to the side of the screen. So if I'm Fedoseev, I know I want to lash out, but maybe calm is better here. You're going to have to passively defend. It's not going to be fun, but maybe Fedoseev can get the job done.
Yeah, for example, if he takes this pawn off, yes, you allow the white rook forward, but maybe you can just hold things together here. I'm hesitant to suggest it, but just move your rook. The evaluation bar is heading up in white's favour. This is scary stuff. I'm not sure exactly why. Maybe it's as James mentioned, suddenly this bishop is a bit loose. Wow, is this bishop trapped maybe?
Bring the other one.
After the knight comes forward.
That's a big boy move. Yeah. Wow, you got to play c5.
Suddenly black has to give things up, push this pawn, maybe give up this pawn just to keep the bishop alive. So actually there are hidden threats all over the board. Not just is the white rook getting active on this square, on the b7 square, but this black bishop lacking an escape route. So nice move there from Liem Aronian, and definitely on the board and on the clock. Fedoseev under pressure. Robert, you called it.
Robert.
You know, I've commentated enough Fedoseev games to know how he thinks. He wants a last forward, and it actually might not be a terrible move because he will not push his a pawn if the pawn takes. He'll probably just take back, but he's figuring, let me trade more of the pawns, because if I'm down only one pawn, if few pawns remain, maybe that optimizes his drawing chances. And you see the eval bar after Levon's move, a very natural one. It's actually saying that black is right back in this.
Yeah, I'm really surprised Liem. His last move requires a lot of calculation. Yes, he's threatening to maybe jump in with some knight checks, but all of that tension on the queen side. Look at those four pawns staring off against each other. The white B and A pawns, the black B and A pawns. There was so much to work out. He could have taken either one of them, maybe the pros and cons for both, but he rushed his decision. And when you make rushed decisions in such critical positions, it tends to backfire. Calculation over everything, like James says, and there was so much to calculate, but he didn't.
That's right, yeah, calculation over everything, Chad, okay? You heard it from David first, right? He said it, not me, okay? Right, calculation, Chad. You got to calculate here, but it is, and he has the time to do it too as well. I mean, I'm up 3 minutes here, Levon. So I'm feeling good about the position, but man, there's definitely some crazy stuff. Like very rarely do you have four pawns like this, right? In this little, pawn box, right? Where you have to actually figure out, do I take this way? Then you take that way. But if I take that way, he takes this way. If he take this way, we take every way, right? So it's lots of captures, and he takes on b4, and the engine going crazy.
Whoa, is that a blunder? The white knight can jump in now with the check. I'm not sure which knight, but knight to e5, and suddenly there are all sorts of threats in the air. White can simply take one of the two pawns, as you mentioned there, or that little box, that cluster of pawns. But there must be a knockout blow if the engine's reacted. Maybe we can see the Stockfish suggestions here. What does the computer think?
Move. What? Take.
Is there just one move to win here for Liem, or are there more options simply? And wow, the best move by far, according to the computer, is to just take this pawn back calmly with the knight. This is not easy because there are so many tempting other options. But maybe we can show this after pawn takes pawn in the current position. Knight takes pawn is by far the best move. Really, really calm. Maybe missed by Fedoseev.
c5, though.
Yeah, c5. And I guess the white knight jumps in with a nasty double attack.
Oh,
and next move,
b5.
this pawn drops.
Wow.
Wow, really calm. Not obvious, James, right?
Yeah. Wow.
Not obvious at all. And Fedoseev, okay, Liem didn't find that. He took this pawn instead, the wrong pawn there, and Fedoseev now has had a chance to jump in with his knight. There's a nasty, nasty threat on the board with a knight check, hitting the king, hitting the rook, but Liem first has a move to get out of this fork, and I'm expecting him to drop one of the two white knights into this square. I'm not sure which one, but he can jump in with either of these two knights. That's a check. It's a race. It's messy, but it feels like it's slightly in white's favour. You give the first check, and Again, I called it wrong. We're getting all of the moves wrong here because it is so messy, it is so complicated, but same idea. Levon Aronian, next move, will jump in with his knight to the square with a check.
Wow, we see the Eval bar saying that Levon is doing well, but we remember what happened in game one. Completely winning position for Lev, and you can't call it till it is done. There are still threats for Black. Black is also threatening a fork on c3 currently, but Fedoseev, his biggest problem in this position, James, is the clock. He's down by more than 3 minutes. How critical is that going to be?
Oh, 100% critical, but of course, Fedoseev is actually very, very strong. Big fish on chess.com. He's a really big fish, especially with that big rating he has in Blitz and Bullet. So, of course, LeBron Aronian doesn't play that much Bullet as much, but he is very strong, and he's up time right now. He doesn't have to play Bullet chess. He has an extra 4 minutes right now, coming up on 4 minutes, so he can use this time, as he did in the last game, too, as well, and try to convert this slight advantage he has right now.
Yeah, and I'm really worried about the clock time. Fedoseev, if he doesn't calculate correctly right now as well, it will be an immediate knockout. So 1 minute is bad, but he's investing it because he needs to find something magical. He's not even going for the obvious move. Most would just take that knight back with the black rook and then think later, but what else could he be considering?
I think the problem is he thinks rook takes knight, which is the obvious recapture. He's finally played. He thinks he's losing because the white king, he played it before I could say it, nice. Slides up the board, hitting 2 pieces at the same time. The rook is under attack, and that rook is needed there to protect the knight. So Fedoseev recognized his position is falling apart, and there's nothing he can do to hold it. He usually rooks like to stare with each other, right? There's the stretch. And it's not a stretch to say that Levon Aronian is winning this game, because if the rook protects the other rook, the knight will hop in with check at long last, and this is big problem for Fedoseev.
Yeah, huge problem. Maybe we can show this, Robert, because that is the key variation. It's a double attack, hitting the rook, hitting the knight. You can't hold both together, but if you defend your fellow rook, then this knight check finally does arrive, and at the end, it is a fork. You hit both rooks, and if the black rook moves with a check, you can step safely forward to take this black knight. Something's dropping, and it looks like with the loss of material will be the loss of the game for Fedoseev.
Well, the clock is dropping right now. He needs to make a move. He's down to 30 seconds, 35 seconds on the clock. Big questions to be answered. This could be game over. This very second, he takes a very drastic decision. He sacrifices material, gives up an exchange.
Pure desperation. He had to do something, and it was better to lose the exchange, a rook for knight, rather than lose a whole piece.
Wow.
So, yeah, I don't see anything.
Still in the game, David?
No.
You know, I actually like it because what he's doing is he's trying to trade everything on the queen side. And he's saying, you may have a rook, I'll have a knight. But if we have 2 rooks and 3 pawns against rook, knight, and 3 pawns, that does give legitimate chances. Knights, they are better pieces when pawns are only on one flank, and that would be the case here. So Levon is thinking, do I just take this pawn with my rook, or maybe I can actually sacrifice my extra rook for that knight and then go forward with a passed pawn and win the ensuing rook and pawn endgame. It's a big moment for Levon. Thankfully for him, he has time to calculate it.
Yeah. That's what the top players do. They save their time for later when the calculation is really essential. And, OK, he goes for the kind of safety first, simple approach. He's still a rook for knight up. But as Robert says, the game will take a slower turn as Fedoseev here tries to set up a fortress. He needs to eliminate that remaining white pawn. There we go. And now he's going to bring his knight back towards the king side, towards the pawns. He's going to try and find a safe square to anchor it on. And it's not easy for Levon Aronian to win this one. A nasty check, first of all. The white king has to be careful where it steps. There might be some nasty knight forks. But, yeah, this one will be very difficult to defend for Fedoseev. It feels like it should be winning for white, but not easy to convert.
Yeah, this is actually, I mean, honestly, especially if the time is low. Well, he has 4 minutes, so he shouldn't walk into a fork. We say shouldn't. You never know sometimes, especially when time gets lower. But, yeah, the rooks, I mean, you obviously want to favor the side with the extra material. We have 2 rooks versus the 3, rook knight versus the 3. Of course, the rook and knight can definitely hold in many positions, especially if we get the knight to f5 like we saw with the fortress that Fabiano and Liem had. So, you know, in that game, you could set up some things here. It is going to be a play, but he's going to play that clock. Look at that clock, Robert. You see he's out of time.
Yeah, one of the issues I would say from looking at this from White's perspective is I don't see an obvious win. Like, what's the winning plan? Not just what's the next move, but how do I win this game? And I think that if Black can get that knight stabilized somewhere, and it likely will hop backwards and towards the king side, I actually don't clearly see how White makes progress, as the knight is doing a great job defending the loose pawn.
Fully agreed. Wow, there's someone, a little helper there at the back for Levon, being disturbed. Will this distract him from his game? But if White could swap off one set of rooks, it's an easy win. Rook versus knight, you'll win that one. You'll convert it at the right moment. You'll sacrifice and win some pawns. But while one set of rooks remain on the board, For black, there is always going to be some hope.
And whatever happened, Levon wasn't too happy about that little disturbance because this is such a critical moment. He wins this and he goes back up to the winner's bracket. Should White keep that one extra pair of rooks on the board, or should he try and trade that off, David?
White would love to trade off Tanya, as I mentioned. If the rooks come off, if one set of rooks come off, easy win. But Fedoseev will be the one dodging that, avoiding that. Here, I'm expecting Levon to drop his rook back to block this check, to offer that trade. But he could well march forward with his king instead. What is he deciding? The answer to your question, Tanya, I think will come now. Will White accept the trade, or at least ask for the trade, or will he dodge it? And moment of truth. 3 minutes, though, against 12 seconds. It's hard to believe Black's going to defend with no time on his clock.
But I feel like we've seen this before, right? We expect somebody's just going to lose because they have no time, and then they play perfect chess. I mean, Artemiev yesterday, in that scramble against Magnus Carlsen, he didn't have much time, but he was able to withstand the pressure. And this night, it can go forward and hop backwards to a square like F5. James, you were calling out. That's how Liem held against Caruana. He had an outpost for his knight and said, it's going to stay there. You can't kick me from there.
Yeah. Where's White's king going? I don't understand what Levon's done with his king. He could easily have marched his king over towards his pawns a bit earlier on. Suddenly, the white king is stuck on the back rank cut-off. OK, he breaks that tension now, offering the rook trade. Notice how Fedoseev immediately said no rook trade for you, because he believes that having one active rook is the best chance to save this game. But
look at the e-ball bar. E-ball bar going crazy.
Yeah, because you can't avoid the rook trade now.
You can swap off the rooks. You can retreat your rook from the centre all the way down. And he's trapped his own rook, Fedoseev. He has to agree to a rook exchange. And as we mentioned, rook exchange is disaster time for black. Now, all Levon needs to do is to move his king away, defend his rook on b2, and the rooks are coming off. Wow. A new phase of the game begins.
And you could see Fedoseev, he just reacted. He is not happy those rooks traded, because with rooks on the board, he can pester those pawns. Without rooks, that knight is just a lone wolf, and that knight might get trapped in a couple moves. Does not have many squares to hop to.
Yeah, I think you're right, Robert. It's about to get trapped. All White needs to do, step forward. There we go. Defend your pawns. And the White king is coming. It's just going to shuffle across. And the Black Knight might have to find itself on even weirder, even uglier squares. There we go, on the edge of the board, just to survive.
That's a funny move. That's where my knight goes, bro. Like, hey, hold on. My knight goes there, bro.
That's where the White Knight starts the game, right? Yeah. Instead, still on the edge of the board, but the White King is coming. Just shuffle it across, push it across towards the Black Knight. The best Black can do is push his g-pawn forward to try and trade off next move, but I don't think that's going to save you. That doesn't improve the Black chances.
No, it doesn't at all. And actually, the reason why is because the knight will still be stuck there, and White would then be playing up a rook, essentially, and the rook could start attacking Black's pawn. So this is what Levon is doing. He's saying your knight is offside. It's not getting back in the game, and now the rook is free to start challenging Black. But Fedoseev, he's doing this the best he possibly can. He's trying to challenge this pawn. If he can trade more pawns, right? Rook versus knight. If there are no pawns on the board, that would be a draw. So if Fedoseev gets lucky and he can trade these last two pawns, he will have a shot. But look at Levon. He's a man on a mission. He is not going to blow this one.
Yeah, he shouldn't blow this one. He's got enough time. He needs to just kind of sit on his hands and just wait. And there we go. Look at his last move. Just waiting, passing the move to Black. Black has to worsen the position of his king. Unfortunately, with a knight, you can never pass. You can never just pass the move back to your opponent. Rooks can always wait. And now, Levon, can he find a winning plan? You would love to move the king towards the knight, but still not easy to trap it, not easy to attack it, because White's pawns are slightly weak. Still some work to be done. Can we find a winning plan here? That's the big question.
Crazy, yeah. Chess is hard. Like, what am I trying to figure out? What's the winning plan here, right? I was even looking at like rook b8, maybe. I mean, setting up traps. Obviously, if knight takes rook f8, but then I wanted to go rook b6 because if I go rook b8, he might go back to g4 there. So rook b6, but then if g5, I could check, and then king g4. Maybe I go f5 there though.
Let's just show some of these ideas that you're looking at. Maybe rook b8, setting up this trap as you mentioned. A nice little skewer there. But if the king moves forward, then you want to attack this pawn.
It's on the board.
OK, wow, it's on the board. He's actually gone the other way here. He's defended his pawn now, and this looks very, very strong for Levon Aronian. This knight still simply trapped. Actually, you don't really want to move the king either, because suddenly you might get trapped on the edge of the board. You might get checkmated with the king. So you're kind of running out of moves. If you push this pawn forward, he has just done this. Now White can make a pass pawn of his own. Run through to glory.
It's very critical for him to not trade these pawns. As you said, more pawns on the board, more chances for White to win. But why is Lev having a think right now? You've got to push the f-pawn.
Yeah, play does become very forced after that, very forcing. The Black Knight comes in. Now White dominates that Black Knight. The White King
Nicely
Nice
played.
opposition, yeah. He was just calculating this, I think. He's worked out that his pawn is going to run through, and it will cost black his knight. I don't think you should push the pawn now, or at least if you do, you need to calculate very, very carefully, because black's knight wants to sacrifice itself for the white pawn, and the black pawns are going to start running. If you can win that black knight without giving up your white pawn, that would be the smoothest, simplest technique. Nice move by Levon.
Very nice.
That's beautiful. That's it. Game over.
If you start pushing the g-pawn, he can also hit the knight on h5 by sliding the rook up, g4 on the board. He does it, and the f-pawn will march down the board.
Yeah, great play by Levon there, because
Amazing.
if he slipped, it could have still been a draw, but he gives Fedoseev no chance. Here comes his f-pawn. It's going to become a queen, and there's resignation. Levon Aronian, he moves on.
LeBron!
Wow.
LeBron!
Levon does it with a win in the best of two. It is Levon who will be going back to the winner's bracket. It is the end of the road for Fedoseev. Could have been a very different narrative. Fedoseev had his moments in the Chessable Masters. Day one, he almost knocked out Hikaru Nakamura, but today, Levon was the better player, Robert.
Yeah, Levon had the upper hand in both games. It was clear that he was playing great chess. And Levon yesterday, he won his first game against Wesley So. He stumbled after that, but he is a great player. Fedoseev, he missed his chances yesterday, but today he didn't really have any chances.
Yeah, and that was because of the fantastic play by Levon. Let's deep dive into the action with our Lisoveta learning points.
Today's learning point is about knowing your opponents. If you know their strengths, their weaknesses, you can form a matched strategy that might give you better chances to win the game. Here, Levon Aronian is in the endgame, but he actually traded off the queens very early in this game. He traded them off on move 4, the queens came off, and Fedoseev, a very attacking, very dynamic player, was unable to get his type of position, was unable to get any activity in the game. Levon later went on to win the exchange, and I just want to show an action replay of how he finished it off. A really tense position here. It looks like the black knight, the black king are holding off the white army. The white rook is temporarily passive, holding this pawn, but he found the right moment, Levon, to go active with this rook, bringing it to b8 to the top of the board. Now, relying on this trick that knight takes pawn does walk into a nasty check, picking up the knight when the king moved. He just simply brought his rook across, and black is in zugzwang. There's nothing black can do without worsening his position. He was forced to push his pawn forward, and Levon correctly realized he could make a pass pawn of his own. I just want to show one final move to wrap this one up. A really nice idea here. Not getting hasty, not getting carried away with pushing the pawn, because the black knight can sacrifice itself, but domination, that is the key. The black knight is on a bad square anyway, so shuffling the rook across and going for this knight clinched the game. The knight is trapped, and after a couple more moves, the white pawn was free to run forward and make a new queen. Nice technique from Levon Aronian.
And with that, Levon advances to the winner bracket. Great technique there. These are our results of the losers bracket. It's not over yet, as we've got Armageddon action coming up with Magnus Carlsen taking on Liem. The bids will be with us shortly. But joining us right now is the winner of the match, Levon Aronian. Levon, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Levon, not just the result, not just the scoreline, but you have reasons to be very pleased with the quality of your play today.
Much more pleased than yesterday, for sure.
What do you think? What is it that worked for you in today's match against Fedoseev?
At some point, I told myself that I have to play faster, and because I've been playing too slowly yesterday. But also, I think today, in the first game, I also managed to spoil it. Although it looked very promising, I was down on time. I didn't see a simple tactic. But generally, I think the positions that I've got today, especially in the second game, it was such an easy position for me to play that once I got this knights, I felt that I'm going to win.
Yeah, Levon, congratulations. That was a great match victory. And we have to ask, there was somebody who walked behind you. So where are you playing from, and who was that?
So I'm in a hotel in Egypt, and I asked the general manager of the hotel if he could provide me some space to play my matches. And he kindly provided his room, his office, and there was some guy who was responsible for watering the plants. And I was trying to tell him, please don't come in. But I guess the general manager forgot to notify that nobody should enter here.
Great job, Levon. You won today. I always like to call you LeBron Aronian, sir. So, Levon, I've noticed that you stretch when you're like comfortable or when you're winning. Just like I've noticed this from games when you're winning. So, is this something that you actually know, or is this something that you do when you're winning? You just like stretch and you do the head nod like this. So, I wanted to know, is that something you actually know that you're doing?
It's a nervous tick, man. You shouldn't think it's some sort of a stretching or some sort of psychological thing. I can't really control it. It's some sort of a tick that I have. As you probably know, most of the grandmasters are pretty screwed up people. So it's one of the ways, I relax, I guess. I don't know. It's involuntary. So I have to really stretch my back sometimes.
Love it. Fantastic play today, Levon, and you will be back in the winner's bracket tomorrow. How are you feeling about this double elimination bracket? Do you enjoy this format?
Folks, it's so confusing. I have no idea who I'm playing, how many games I'm playing, and all I know that the time that I'm playing at. So it's the same time. So I think it would be best if, in order to confuse us even more, we had to start at different times and then play a different game, where the bishop moves as a rook or something like that.
Thank you so much. We do have action coming.
I love the system. It's very confusing.
Well, we're really excited to see you back tomorrow in the winner's bracket. Thank you so much, Levon, for joining us, and good luck for tomorrow. Wow, we will be having the winner's bracket later on. But before that, we're going to go into a short Twitch break. He is the chess streamer of the year. Levi Rosman has arrived on Chessable. You want to know how to counter the Sicilian, the French, the Caro? Then Levi shows us the way. With 1e4, he brings masterful technique to bring in those wins with white. Head over to Chessable and start upping your game today. Use the command Gotham Chessable to master 1e4. And if you want to play some chess in the Bahamas, so get ready to play in the International Quant Chess Championship. There is a lot of action coming up. And earlier on, our very own David Howell visited the Norwegian Business School. This is what happened.
Introducing World Quant, the partner of the Champions Chess Tour and Chess.com. World Quant is a global firm in the field of quantitative asset management. If you don't know what that is, it's the job of building complex mathematical models that seek to identify market inefficiencies. For 2023, World Quant Brain is bringing together its International Quant Championship and the award-winning Champions Chess Tour to hunt down the next generation of quant finance specialists.
It sounds very exciting. You put your skills in practice in a case competition where you get a real challenge. And I signed up.
World Quant is seeking new talent and new energy, and it's looking at the world of chess to help. Because nobody knows how to analyze a position better than a chess player, right? No quant experience? No problem. So, do you think you have what it takes to compete in the International Quant Championship? Sign up and be the next quant champion.
Definitely get ready for the International Quant Championship. But right now, it is time to get ready for the Armageddon. This is going to be a lot of fun because take a look at the format. These are the regulations. We've got a bidding Armageddon, and we know what that means. A lot of excitement. The player who bids the lower time wins the Armageddon, gets to decide the color. The player who picks the black pieces, and it's usually the winner of the bid who wins, who takes the black pieces, gets the time that they bid for. Base time is 15 minutes. So white would start with a 15 minutes, but black has got result odds, which means that white has to win on demand. A draw means that black wins the match. Magnus Carlsen, what is he going to bid, Robert?
I don't know what the number is, but he's going to bid lower than Liem late. That I can assure you.
He's so good, David, with these mind games. We remember in the Athens Masters how he outbid Hikaru. Are you expecting him to outbid Liem here?
I am. It did backfire yesterday, we should mention, against Artemiev. I think he bid a bit too low, Magnus Carlsen, under 8 minutes. And in the end, the time really counted. He blundered his queen and ended up getting checkmated. So he'll go low, but how low will he go? That's the big question. And Liem, I think, will be happy with the white pieces. He'll be happy in that Muslim situation.
You want to know how low he'll go? Well, we've got the bids. Let's reveal the players' bids for our Armageddon. And wow, James, how close was this? Magnus Carlsen bidding 10 minutes, 29 seconds, takes the bid. James, how does he do this?
I don't know how he does this. I mean, it's just literally a mind game. It's the Magnus effect. He just knows what you're thinking at all times, especially in this bidding with the Armageddon here. He's going to take the black pieces, gets that, hey, if I draw, I win. If I win, I win. And Liem is going to be under some pressure.
Yeah. And Robert, I have to say, Magnus wins this bid by almost just 30 seconds, just about 30, 29 seconds to be exact, right? And that is just insane, which means he gets to pick the colors, but not that big a time advantage for Liem then.
Yeah, Magnus can thank Fabiano because they played this Armageddon match yesterday. Liem bid way too low for his own good, and Fabiano punished him. So after seeing that, Magnus like, he's not going to do that again. I can actually start with more time than I have in other matches, still get the black pieces, still get draw odds, still have good chances.
Yeah. Are we sure? He's won the bid. He's taking black.
Taking black.
100%.
100%?
Yeah, we've seen Magnus. He knows that if he doesn't need to lose, he can shut up shop, and he's very good at being solid when he wants to be. So he'll take black, he'll take 10.5 minutes, and he'll be happy, surely.
But Liem really hasn't given him too many chances in the rapid. Whether it was white or black, both games, just amazing play by Liem.
Yeah, but Liem needs amazing play plus more in order to beat Magnus in this next game, if Magnus chooses black. So it's not going to be easy for him.
James' draw will just not cut it out. And that is what Magnus needs. This is the tough part.
Games were drawn. 2 games were drawn, so Liem going to have to take some risk here. He's like, oh, go ahead, take as many risk as you want. You'll lose, or we can play something quiet and go to a draw. Guess who wins there? I do, right? You get eliminated. So this is elimination, on the brink of elimination, really, especially when you have those 2 chances to either win or draw the game and get black with black.
Ladies and gentlemen, fasten your seatbelts. Armageddon is about to start. Liem will start with the white pieces. 15 minutes on the clock. Magnus will have 10 minutes and 29 seconds as he outbid Liem. Magnus plays with the black pieces. He needs just a draw to win the match. Liem will be knocked out in that case. Liem has to win on demand.
He has to win on demand, and he might have to pick a new opening. Last time he chose the Catalan, but Magnus equalized effortlessly, very easily. Magnus showed his preparation, and unless Liem's been studying in that last break, then he needs something new, needs something completely different to catch Magnus off guard. Not going to be easy.
And Liem's also a very kind person. He has a lot of respect for every opponent, not just Magnus. You have to lose all respect in Armageddon. You need to flag your opponent. You need to use the clock as a weapon. And right now, Magnus, he's been shielded with increment, doesn't have that anymore. So Liem has to play quickly, play sharply, and just say to Magnus, you know what? I may be a solid player, but here I have to go all in.
Yeah, shameless flagging is recommended in the Armageddon. Are you at all expecting a King's Indian today, James?
Yeah, not a King's Indian today, unfortunately. But, of course, King's Indians you can go quietly. In King's Indians, you can play them to a draw or win, actually, with King's Indian. But I think he's just going to go with something solid, maybe a Nimzo Indian or even a Rogozin or even Queen's Gambit Decline, something that he's used to play. Yeah, E6, right? Something cool here, okay, maybe. Yeah, and Queen's Gambit Decline. Here we go.
Catalan again. Wow.
What is this?
Deja vu. Another Catalan. And Magnus is the one thinking early doors. It's a bit surprising. His last black game, he equalized very, very easily. And I would say, if it's not broken, why fix it? And, why is he thinking? It is a race against the clock.
I think it's a bit psychological because Magnus is not one of the players who likes to repeat the same opening over and over again. So even though he had success with it just a moment ago, he says, I'm not going to play the same line. And this is actually what both players want. Magnus well prepared, but for Liem, it's not just a simple, straightforward, symmetrical structure. In fact, white has the bishop pair now, but white's pawn structure is a bit compromised.
Yeah, I don't like this choice by Liem. Magnus has used this exact line himself multiple times. He won a really nice game against Anish Giri a few years ago as white in this exact variation with those doubled A pawns. So if Magnus hasn't kind of played it as white, he knows what's going on. He'll know the antidote. He'll know how to play it as black. I think Liem should have picked a different line, different opening.
100%. I mean, I think already it feels like he's already equalized when it comes to the Catalan. And what's the best piece is that bishop. And when you get bishop d7, bishop c6 in, I find that this is a very cool way to actually kind of almost neutralize the Catalan here. But at least we get to get rid of that ridiculously strong bishop on G2 if you ever move the knight. You don't have a knight C3 coming. I mean, black's just first choice. I mean, all the way here. Now, I do like white has the bishop pair. You can try to make some problems, obviously. Try to get E4 in. That's what you want in Catalan anyway. Maybe play bishop to B2, rook B1. But black actually is just totally fine in this position.
Black might be totally fine, but Liem's strategy is clear. Keep all pieces, as many pieces as you can on the board, and try and run Magnus low on the clock. Any trades favor Magnus, and Robert, is that the reason why he's gone for a central break with C5?
Yeah, he wants to trade. He wants to make the position easier to play. And for Liem, he's a former World Blitz champion. The problem is he's playing somebody who's the reigning World Blitz champion and a multiple-time World Blitz champion. Did we mention that Magnus is a world champion in all formats? Yeah, he's that. And the issue for Liem, he's not much, as I've seen on chess.com, not much of a bullet player. Magnus, he's been playing more and more streaming, these quick time controls, the speed chess championship, you name it, he's there. And unfortunately for Liem, I don't see his opening going very well. I actually like black's position, even if this were a classical game.
Yeah, and James alluded to that white Catalan bishop sitting on G2 in front of the white king. Normally the best piece in this opening, but black's light squared bishop in the center completely neutralizes it. If the white knight ever moves, we'll see a trade of bishops. Black will be very happy to trade off that bishop pair that white has, and with the better structure long term, look at those white A pawns. Black has all the chances. We're sounding very biased here in the studio, but I think that does reflect just white's opening not being a success so far. If you could keep pieces on the board, great. There'll be tension. You can flag your opponent later, but pieces will come off. Magnus is so good at turning things his way. And, okay, a bit of a mysterious pawn push there. Magnus now, I'm pretty sure, will just move his queen out, connect the black rooks, bring them to the center. Nothing to worry about here. Just rock solid, and all you need is a draw. Perfect scenario for black. Brings his queen out, as expected.
Yeah, rooks are now connected. I mean, I'm finishing my development. I'm feeling good. The C file is going to open. You got weak pawns here. Neutralize the Catalan bishop. This feels like a disaster. I'm not even going to lie. As a Catalan player here on takes. I mean, what is this? I'm supposed to play for a win here, guys. My queen's off the board. How do I? You know, this is over.
Yeah, at least he's improved his pawn structure. Small gains here. But yeah, after this pawn capture, if the white knight goes and takes this pawn back, actually you end up losing material. You have to be really careful how you recapture this pawn. Okay, he brings his rook to the center. Let's just show that on the board. If you were hasty here, if you were greedy and took this pawn back after a trade of bishops, whoops, this is a double attack, a fork, and you lose a piece, lose the Armageddon immediately. So the white rook has slid across, but now Magnus is simply going to occupy the open file. I'm not sure which rook you use, but he's going to bring his rook in, and black is fine. Black, totally fine.
Black's spoiled for choice because you can bring the rook to c8, like Dave's saying. We play a6. Let's open up the file for the rook in its place. And if you take on a6, the rook captures back. a2 is loose. There's just nothing to target in black's position. White is the one who's down a pawn temporarily and has to protect other pawns. This has not gone Liem's way. And I don't think this is bias. I think it's just objective evaluation of the position. Liem himself will be the first to admit that this has not gone the way he wanted. And for Magnus, his moves are quite straightforward, which means he's not even going to get into severe time trouble. Unfortunately for Liem, he's playing somebody who does not lose very often, and to win on demand is difficult against anyone, but Magnus Carlsen, sometimes impossible.
Yeah, it looks impossible. It looks like white is trying to play for equality, if anything. This is the type of chess that I play when I'm trying to draw against those top players in the world. But he needs to win, remember, Liem, and looking difficult right now.
I mean, must-win situation. You have to opening choice is very important too as well. I mean, Catalan is the small advantage squeeze opening, right? And you're trying to squeeze the squeezer, right? It just doesn't work that way. You know, it's very difficult, especially in a must-win situation. If this was okay, if you're okay with the draw, that's cool, but not in this situation. I think this opening choice definitely is not going to be. He's going to be kicking himself for this one.
Yeah, it comes back to those mind games. Tanya, you used that phrase, mind games. He guessed on the clock. He got the black pieces, and I think actually that was the turning point. He knew that actually opening-wise he would never really be in trouble against Liem's repertoire. He's clearly done his homework against the Catalan Magnus. And Liem, meanwhile, because he was maybe affected by those mind games, chose wrong in the opening. He chose an opening that Magnus knows everything about. You need to catch him off guard. You need to provoke him if you want to take him down. But as Robert says, those pawns have disappeared from the board. The whole queen side is going to be liquidated. You can imagine the black B pawn disappearing. Maybe the white A pawn will disappear. And if play switches just to one side of the board, white's bishop pair, I say advantage, won't amount to anything at all.
He does have this unique ability to get into his opponent's minds, where we see him outbid in the Armageddon time and time again. What was most impressive was the margin that he did it with. We were talking about how low will he go to just get the black pieces, and he barely just went enough, somewhere knowing how much. He pretty much guessed what would be Liem's bid. That's the feeling that we got with the bidding that we saw in the Armageddon.
It's because Magnus is not just a great player, he's a great student of the game. And he watches everything. I mean, he devours chess material. He watched yesterday on replay, I'm sure. He saw what happened between Liem and Fabiano. He saw the huge time disadvantage that Liem had and stayed throughout the game. So he realized Liem can't bid that against Fabiano. If they repeated that, he wouldn't bid it against Magnus, so he learned from it. And I just want to give a quick shout out to Liem. It sounds harsh because he's, unfortunately, it seems like going to be eliminated against Magnus. But he hasn't been worse for a single move in these 3 games. And that is something that not many people can say they've done. So Liem, he just needed to play less solidly to try to get something. It's okay to lose in Armageddon because a draw is the same as a loss when you have the white pieces. But I really want to shout out the Vietnamese Super Grandmaster, the coach of Webster University, because he's played a stellar match. He also drew 4 games yesterday before losing in Armageddon. So he's been right there. He's so close. But unfortunately, with the white pieces, you need to win when it comes down to it, and he's not getting it done in this game.
Yeah, but one also had a feeling in his match against Fabiano where he was really struggling playing that active position. He never got the kind of positions that he would enjoy playing. And here we see the pieces are being traded off more and more, which means it is advantage Magnus because he needs just a draw. Robert, just taking your point, following up on that point that you mentioned, the biggest problem here is that a draw just doesn't suffice. Liem hasn't lost or been worse throughout the match, but it's not good enough.
Yeah, small margins at the top level. Sometimes you're a victim of the format. Sometimes you're a victim of your own type of chess, your own style. And here it's just dead level. It's going to be a draw with best play, but not enough. And yeah, on Robert's point as well, that Magnus devours the game. People don't give him credit for studying chess. He studies in a different way to others, but for sure, every game yesterday, both Division 1, Division 2, even Division 3, he would have played through all of those games. He would have noticed the clock usage. He would have kind of adapted his Armageddon strategy according to the opponent, and that's what brought him victory today, or what is likely, most likely now, to give him victory. And we saw a small shake of the head from Liem. He's normally stoic. He normally barely gives away any emotions, but he knows he's up against it, and his time in this tournament is almost done.
I think Liem should have played the London system, of course, because he does have a London course. He has one of the best chessable London courses, right? You have other ones too as well, but his is one of the best, especially as a Super GM2 as well. Very great, system. I think he probably should have went for that, just to maybe play something different, get some different positions here, because this was Magnus had no trouble at all. Blitzed the moves out. I mean, he barely used any time. Then he started with 10 minutes, right? So he barely used any time here, and time is about to be even. This is going to be in a draw, and it looks like Liem is on the brink of elimination.
James, we know one other person who has a course on the London. Chessable London.
Oh, the Jar Jar Binks London. Oh, okay, yeah, the meanest Joe Bava that is coming your way on Chessable. Make sure y'all looking for that one.
Wow, well, he should have chosen something else because right out of the opening, Magnus managed to equalize, and we see a very symmetrical pawn structure. This one, it is hard to imagine White creating anything, and we see the clocks are leveling out as well. David, is there anything left in this position? Can White create something with that lone bishop? Well, that's going to be traded off as well now.
Yeah, I think the question is, can Black win? Can Black play for more? Look at those beautiful Black knights in the center of the board. Look at that beautiful Black rook. Just X-ray vision across the second rank. It looks like it's holding together by a thread for Liem. It should still be a draw, but it might be Magnus getting enthusiastic, getting excited here. James, you mentioned he could have played the London system, for example. The problem is, Magnus plays the London system himself. He probably knows how to equalize against that opening. It's so hard to give advice at this top level because if you catch Magnus on a good day, he's hard to beat. And yeah, Magnus has done enough. Just about enough, but enough to progress.
But I like how you framed it, that I think Liem is a victim of his own style within this format. Because the players who take risk tend to be the players who do better in Armageddon, because when they get the white pieces, they're willing to lose. Some people, even in a regular tournament where you're going to play the same number of games no matter your result, they don't want to lose. They're almost like afraid of losing. It breaks their spirit. It hurts them to the core. Whereas other players like, I'll win some, I'll lose some, but that's okay. And I think the players who do take more risks, the Nakamuras, even the Fedoseevs, they tend to thrive a little bit more because we can't forget, even though Fedoseev just got eliminated, he probably should have taken down Hikaru Nakamura yesterday. yesterday. It was just unfortunate for him, misfortune in that endgame that he couldn't break through and made a slip there. But I think that players who are very solid, we often compliment them for their precision. They're really hard to take down, but when they need a win on demand, they often struggle to get it because they don't go outside of their comfort zones.
Yeah, and that's what sets Magnus, Hikaru apart. They have different gears. They can shift to kind of hustle mode. They can shift to all-out winning mode. They can try and trick, bamboozle their opponents, and not everyone has that in their locker. Also, they can play solid, which helps in situations like this, as Magnus is showing. Really cynical chess, but it's effective chess, just trading off the remaining imbalance. Now the knight for bishop imbalance has disappeared. Symmetrical pawn structure will ensure a draw here. Magnus, though, setting up tricks, setting up potential traps. Maybe the pawns will step forward, kick away the white king from the defense of his knight. Liem has to be careful to hold this one.
Wow. David, you're mentioning a potential threat with that pawn moving forward to f4, giving a check, deflecting the king at the right moment. Also, watch out for a potential sacrifice on d2 with the rook. There are threats and forks all over the board, and Liem is the one who needs to be careful, even though the most likely result is a draw in this one, but that would mean that Magnus Carlsen wins the match. Magnus looks almost a little bored right now, James.
Yeah, actually, in fact, it's funny, body language, you'll see that even Hans used to do that. They'll just sit here like this, and like, I'm like, yo, are you even, it feels disrespectful. So you playing them, and they like this. And looking around, and actually earlier today, it looked like Magnus was just he's doing laundry. He closed the blinds behind him. He was eating food. Like, this match was just like, in fact, he felt like the confidence for Magnus, even knowing that he has a plus record on Liem, is just saying that I had this in the bag the whole time. I think Liem kind of knew that too, in a way. I mean, he is down. You know your opponent, your record against opponents here, but he's going to fight, and I mean, he did, and it's not looking good though for Liem.
Yeah, knowing Magnus as well, he'll feel slightly guilty that he just kind of hoovered off all the pieces and just went for the draw. He probably wanted a fight. He probably wanted some more excitement today, but he did what he needed to do. And he's actually set another cunning trap in this position. If the white knight now moves, then he can force the draw immediately, at least, by giving up his rook. The white knight is a bit stuck, a bit pinned. If it had moved on this last go, then nice rook sacrifice. Rook takes pawn, check, and a nasty fork. This is what white has to watch out for. Next move, the rook will disappear, and black would be with the advantage. 4 versus 3. Meanwhile, white moved his rook, but this did allow Magnus now to throw in a check. And just to show what happens if the pawn is captured, it has been captured, the first pawn at least. Rook takes knight, rook takes knight, rook takes pawn, everything off the board. 2 versus 2, draw immediately. So Magnus continuing in that same vein. Hoover off those pieces, and a draw is about to happen.
I love the difference between American English and British English. You say hoover, we say vacuum.
Vacuum off those pieces.
It's okay, I get it, but I'm just saying, I appreciate it. Our differences is what makes us special, and I...
Is that what...
Okay.
Wow, and I think just to point it out a little bit, that there was a nasty little trap there set up, David.
Yeah, if rook takes knight, I think everyone got excited for a second by rook takes knight. It looks like it wins because after king takes, there's a nasty knight fork, and black picks up the white rook. But don't forget about those checks. Watch out, because suddenly white flicks in a check. The king moves. Now after king takes rook, the king and rook are sufficiently far apart for them to avoid any forks. Black would have blundered here. Trickster gets tricked, as they say. Instead, we go to this position. Liem's kept the knights alive. He kept the game going. But the problem is he's still stuck the black rook along this rank. Look how strong it is, just keeping white completely tied down. Black's knight holds all the other pawns, and still no way to make progress for white.
And that's not his biggest problem. He's actually behind on the clock now.
Yeah.
Liem with a little less than 5 minutes and a position where it's hard to imagine white making any progress. Well, he is going after the H-pawn, but both these pawns are going to be traded off, James?
Absolutely. I get one, you get one. Same. Appreciate it, right? Thank you. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it, right? Take, and then that's really it. We got to move the knight. Yep, you take, and maybe put the knight on F5. Very strong post for it. Maybe go to E3 after that. There it is. Knight F5 played. And, I mean, there's no way I'm losing this game unless, even knight G3 looks good, too, unless some type of mouse slip, right? Which we actually saw in Division, what was this, Division 2? Or
Division 3.
Division 3,
yeah.
Right? There was a mouse slip happen where somebody lost.
Jospin, Jose Martinez.
Jeez, Jospin lost from a mouse slip. Got eliminated from a mouse slip. That hurts. So this definitely got to make sure your click game is correct here, okay?
Yeah. I feel so bad for Liem. He's done nothing wrong at all. He's kept this game going. Credit to him. There would have been so many ways for Magnus to force the draw against someone who is slightly inaccurate. He's kept the game going, but still making zero headway. And we saw it for a moment on the camera. Liem kind of sagged slightly in his chair, less upright than he previously was. But yeah, just looking for ways to keep the game going. That's all he can do at this moment. 4 minutes, though. No increment. Not easy.
Such a kind guy, though.
Yeah, so nice.
Liem and I played in the same youth tournaments growing up. He won the World Youth Under 14, and I drew somebody who could have tied with him if he had beaten me. And the whole Vietnamese Federation came and was thanking me. I'm like, I didn't win the tournament. Why are you thanking me? And I'm like, oh, it's because Liem won. And I understood. But, every time I've come across him, super friendly guy, always wanting to talk chess, look at new possibilities. And he's the coach of Webster University. And for those of you who don't know, Webster University has the best chess team. They are stacked. Their chess team could beat most countries' Olympic teams. And so he's the coach. He's working on chess all the time. He's a great leader. And this time, it's not going his way in the Chessable Masters, but I think we'll see him again.
100%, and we've seen him have a great performance in the past seasons of the Champions Chess Tour, but it just feels like, Robert, that in these formats, being Mr. Nice Guy, it doesn't help.
Gotta be nasty.
Gotta be nasty, right? Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, as Robert pointed out to me, Liem played great chess here. This is a draw. 3 draws. I didn't lose, right? I mean, I didn't lose, but I'm still getting eliminated.
And not even worse in any position, in any game.
Correct.
All right, rook e1 played, defended the pawn, black advances the king. Liem is going to play it down, but we can't even imagine a possible flagging scenario here.
I can. He'll get flagged. And he's the one who's down a lot of time now. But credit to him, he keeps trying to find ways to keep the game going. But unfortunately, against Magnus hasn't given him an ounce of hope. White's pieces are tied down, black's pieces are more active, and they both known what the result was likely going to be from an early stage. But for Liem, he kept going, and finally, there is that exchange sacrifice, liquidates everything.
Yeah.
Yep. And Knight Fork picks back the material, gets that white rook, and we will see, I think for the 3rd time out of 3 games, king versus king.
Dang.
That's how close it's been.
How strong
That's
he
how
is.
hard they fought, and Magnus does progress.
He does, and it is the end of the road for Liem. A heartbreaking moment, but Liem has so much to take away, so many good moments from this one. He never was in his match against Magnus Carlsen, but that is the brutality of this format. Sometimes a draw is just not enough, which means it is the end of the road for Liem, while Magnus is the one who advances. Big moments in this one. David, what caught your attention?
Oh, it's hard to pick a key moment, actually, in this game. I'll just show an action replay of the final few moves because Liem tried, but Magnus was so cynical. Every moment he got, he was alert to those exchanges. We saw it from the beginning. Queens came off, rooks came off, bishops came off, and here Magnus, after locking down the white position, tying down all of white's pieces, found the final tactic to draw this one. After the white pawn stepped forward, we saw a trade, and rook takes knight. I wouldn't even have been looking for tricks here, but Magnus is so alert. Rook takes knight, forcing the white king onto a bad square into this fork, and that was the end of this matchup. Simply, all of the pawns disappeared. We saw king versus king in a couple of moves' time, and the game was a draw. Just cynical chess by Magnus, but effective chess.
Yeah. Wrapping it up as efficiently as possible with that sacrifice at the end. And that means these are the results of our losers bracket. Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian advance to the winners bracket. Liem Le and Vladimir Fedoseev have been knocked out of the Chessable Masters. James, the 2 favorites of the elimination brackets, go ahead.
Absolutely. Of course, you have Magnus here, who was just a favorite in any time control, of course, in any format. He definitely lost first, but this is double elimination. Now he's back in there, right? So that's actually really annoying for the winner in the winner's bracket. You're like, oh, cool, Magnus is out. But then you're like, oh, he's back, right? So now you got to fight Magnus now. Then it's LeBron Aronian just doing what he does, very strong, creative. And if he gets on the road, it's a problem for everyone.
And we've got the winner joining us. Magnus Carlsen is with us. Magnus, congratulations.
Thank you.
Magnus, you were quite disappointed with your play yesterday. Are you happier with the way it went today against Liem?
Yeah, it was okay. I didn't do anything special. But I mean, apart from the first 10 moves or so in the first game, I played more or less okay. But I think His choice of opening in the Armageddon was pretty unfortunate. The way it happened, I just got a very comfortable position where I could just trade at every opportunity, and then it was really easy.
Yeah. Magnus, I have to ask you, how do you always manage to outbid your opponents in the Armageddon?
Well, I mean, yesterday my bid was pretty awful in the sense that it was not close to his. Today I was sort of fine with playing white. I thought, let's try that as a challenge, and if he bids, if he bids higher than 10.5 minutes, being my guest, that's fine.
And Magnus, you posted on Instagram before today's match that you were out skiing, a different form of preparation. Do you think that helped?
Well, I was skiing yesterday as well, but apparently it worked better today. I'm not sure why. I don't think my play was particularly better, but I enjoyed it a lot, so that's fine.
Magnus, you were grubbing hard, man. When you came in, what were you eating? Everybody in the chat wanted to know you were eating, and it looked like it was great. What were you eating?
It was just a little snack, some bread with some local cheese and avocado, as well as a few tomatoes on the side. It was really tasty.
Fancy.
Do you have any left? Because I'm getting hungry just hearing about it.
Yeah, no. Actually, we should wrap this up soon because there is a risotto waiting for me. I managed to have like 2 bites before I played the Armageddon, but now I'm really eager to get back to it.
All right, Magnus, we'll let you get to the risotto. Congratulations, and we look forward to seeing you back in the winner's bracket tomorrow.
Isn't it the losers?
You're always a winner to us, Magnus. Don't worry.
Winning one match doesn't make it. But yeah, I'm happy to survive another day. Tomorrow's match will be insanely tough, regardless of whom I play. But yeah, we'll try.
Yeah. All the best. We look forward to that. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Magnus Carlsen there after his Armageddon win against Liem. He did make it look quite easy in that one. Liem never really had his chances.
Yeah, Magnus himself said it was kind of unfortunate for Liem. He just didn't get anything whatsoever to the opening. Not only did he not get an advantage, he allowed everything to be traded, and it was easy for Magnus from there.
Yeah. Well, we've got a short Twitch break coming up for our non-subscribers. There's so much chess action going on all over the world, including a very famous, a very well-loved tournament, the Reykjavik Open. The Chessable team caught up with the players at the Reykjavik Open. Take a look.
My name is Björn Torfinsson from Iceland. I'm an international master, forever striving to become GM, basically because my little brother made it as a GM. And I'm doing pretty well. I have 2.5 out of 4. I beat the players that I'm supposed to beat, but the super GMs are still, I can't get past them at the moment. I was playing here in the Reykjavik Open yesterday against Grandmaster Emre Can, and there I hit my Achilles heel with the openings. I only had limited knowledge of the opening I played, and against the super Grandmasters it's almost impossible. You have to be very accurate. So I hit a wall against that strong player.
Wow. The action is also on in Division 2. We've got some results, David, coming in.
Yeah, we do. And there have been some huge clashes, as we mentioned earlier in the day. Look at the winners bracket. Nordebek Abdusatorov continues his hot form, takes down Arjun Erigaisi in form 4 games. Denis Lazovic as well, taking down Vincent Keimer. A bit of a surprise on paper, but not to those familiar with Denlaz. And Maxim Vachier-Lagrave winning his match, actually a blowout there against Pragnananda. Bit of a surprise, but Vladimir Kramnik, 14th world champion, continues the fairy tale comeback. He wins his match too. And some big games in the losers bracket. Anish Giri, Daniel Dubov, Alexei Dreyev and Yu Yangi winning their matches.
Yeah. I just love it. I love to see it. Vladimir Kramnik keeping up the old guard in this very difficult format, which gets younger and younger. And there is Vlad with his 3-1 win. Impressive stuff.
He says moral degradation. I don't care. He's back. He said maybe he didn't leave. He said the news of his retirement greatly exaggerated, but Vladimir Kramnik playing some great chess. Is actually looking at the games. He is in form.
Yeah. There's also some great chess going on in Division 3. Let's bring up our bracket in that one and some shocking big upsets there.
Yeah, no, there are some famous Ks from previous decades. You had Karpov, Kasparov, Kramnik, but don't leave out Kamsky. He played a championship match against Anatoly Karpov. He was one of the prodigies of his generation. He's still around. Don't forget that name. He moves on, and so it does Alexei Sarana, it looks like, taking down Iturizaga in Armageddon. So Sarana, he was in Division 1 in the Everything's Masters. He's still afloat in Division 3 here in the Chessable Masters.
Yeah. Shakhtar Mamedyarov lost his match there. $5,000 and tour points at stake in Division 3. But it is back to Division 1 as we are about to lift off the action in the winner's bracket. Take a look at what's on the menu. It is another big Vlad taking on a fabulous Fabiano Caruana, Vladislav Artemiev, Fabi, and we've got Hikaru versus Wesley. All right, guys, are we going to see any of those Berlin draws, yes or no? David?
Yes.
Oh, my God, you're breaking everyone's
I'm going to go to sleep. If there's a Berlin draw, I'm going to fall asleep on the spot, okay?
Yeah.
I'll be more optimistic. Artemiev and Caruana, they will fight every single game. So I don't care what happens in the other match. If they make those draws, so be it. Caruana and Artemiev, they're going to duke it out.
Well, I'd love that. We need to be compensated for any of those draws if they do happen. These are the regulations in the winner's bracket. It is going to be a best of 4. It will be a mini match between the players, a best of 4 with 15 minutes and a 3-second increment. Of course, if the match is tied, we will have more Armageddons. I'm going to call it out. You heard it here first. Wesley Hikaru is going into an Armageddon. Yes or no, David?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
Oh my God, Robert.
No.
No. All right, well, either ways, we would love to see an Armageddon. The players are getting ready. Let's take a look at their head-to-head. A big fight. They've played each other so many times. 46 draws. Oh my God. And Hikaru Nakamura leads with 10 wins. Wesley So to 7. One thing's clear. Wesley cannot rely on an Armageddon, David. We've seen that go against him.
That's right. Twice in the Everything's Masters a couple of months ago, Hikaru Nakamura took down Wesley So in the Armageddon. And remember, in the American Cup, they had that kind of marathon clash where Hikaru was victorious as well. So Wesley, he's going to be sick of the sight of Hikaru right now, but he needs to go on the attack. He needs to take him down in normal time before it gets to that stage.
Yeah. And Vladislav versus Fabiano Caruana, that is a big fight as well. I think that is going to be all-out fireworks in the 4 rapid games.
I'm going to expect the unexpected in that one, but we do have liftoff, it seems, between Hikaru and Wesley. Though Wesley, he doesn't even know that the game has started, so here he comes. He's got some cats that are often hanging around, and he will probably play E5, and oh no, are we going to see it?
Oh my God, it's happening.
Early days.
Hey,
Hikaru's laughing.
Yeah, I need a pillow.
Hikaru's laughing.
Oh my goodness.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
I'm about to go to sleep.
Okay, the Italian game, the Scotch, the 4 nights, anything, just not the Berlin draw. And we've seen some anti-Berlins between these two. I'm hoping for an anti-Berlin. Push the deep one. Push the deep one. There we go.
Okay.
Oh, you got a game.
We have a game.
Breathe.
Draw.
We can breathe.
And this is actually something that occurred during the American Cup. Hikaru was playing D3. The Black Knight would jump into the center very quickly. And the games were very balanced. I've got to say, a few draws here and there. But at least we see some action a bit later on. And this last bishop move, dropping back, has surprised Wesley. It's not typical, not normal. It's very reminiscent, however, of that game earlier between Fedoseev and Levon Aronian.
You know, time and time again, we saw that 14-move Berlin draw with the queen check and the perpetual, not the perpetual, but the repetition being played out. And I really think that it is the flack that the two players got for repeating that draw, James, that has discouraged them from doing that. And that's the reason we see an anti-Berlin today.
Absolutely. Of course, I mean, Hikaru wants to fight. You know, this is a big match, of course, and if I can take it to you or maybe mix it up a little bit, we got 46 draws. I'm like, I'm tired of this. Like, I mean, bro, how many draws does it take, right? So we want to actually fight this time, and I like the choice from Hikaru, anti-Berlin.
Yeah.
And that's the beauty of a 4-game match. There is time to take risks. If it was just a 2-game match, neither side really wants to push forward and neither side wants to kind of gamble. But even if something goes wrong for White here, for example, Hikaru will have 3 more games to strike back. I really like this format. And OK, the game is alive. There's only been a trade of 1 set of knights so far. The other white knight is coming back to replace its departed fellow there on f3. And Black still needs to castle. Wesley So needs to get his king to safety, needs to get his bishop out of the center at sometime soon before it gets trapped. And it's very balanced, I've got to say. I like Black's position. It's solid, but still plenty ahead.
Plenty ahead, and not just on the Hikaru-Wesley matchup. We are about to kick off. Vladislav Artemiev starting with the white pieces against Fabiano Caruana. I am not expecting a Berlin in this one, Robert. Or an anti-Berlin.
You know, I wasn't going to expect it either because Artemiev doesn't play e4, so that'd be hard to get to the Berlin. But I understand what you're saying. The spirit of the question is that these two will fight. For Artemiev, I think giving away the white pieces, that would not be very bright. And for Fabiano, he loves the game of chess. He always plays. I can't think of a single short draw he's made unless it's the end of a tournament that secures him first place. I can't think of casual short draws.
Yeah, he's one of the most fighting players at the top level there, Fabi, for sure. He loves chess in general. He just loves to play, loves the heat of the battle. And he actually goes out of his way to avoid those quick draws more often than not. I will mention, last time I played Artemiev, when I was black, he played white, the Berlin against me. And it was a draw. So occasionally he dabbles, but not regularly. Instead, it's the symmetrical English and it's the 4 knights variation. Artemiev opening things up. Black will most likely push his e-pawn. There we go. And very theoretical stuff. This was an old favourite of Magnus back in the day, a few years back, with the white pieces.
It started with this queen's pawn position, starting with 1 knight f3, but it's kind of transposed into a Sicilian structure.
Absolutely. This looks just like some type of Sicilian here. I'm a big fan of these type of positions from the white side, almost some Maroczy bind type, but the knight, bishop e3 could maybe be hit with some knight u4 sometimes. Even though it's hanging there, you still can take on d4, right? But if bishop e3, there's also knight c6 threats. There's all kind of things there. So you can also try to go knight b3 and even go a weird g4, right? Knight b3. Anytime you have these Sicilian type positions with the knight on f6 and you have the clamp on d5, you are able to go g4 and try to, obviously hit the knight there. But you do also can play in the Maroczy bind fashion by playing f3, bishop e2, and getting a bishop outside the pawn chain, or bishop at g5, I mean, and bishop f4 and castling king side. Sometimes, weirdly enough, even queen side. It's very aggressive, but actually they would never get d5 off. If black's able to get d5 off, then a lot of times white has actually failed in these structures because you bind it up with e4 and c4, and they play d5 anyway. That is a concession, or you actually are in trouble sometimes if they're allowed to play d5 with black.
Yeah, I think we will see the structure. You're right, James. If I'm not mistaken, this is one of the most principled moves. I guess you could also take on this square, but that does transpose into another variation where white would be a tempo down. So a bit of a rare one, as far as I know, from Fabiano Caruana bringing his bishop to this square, or maybe not the most kind of typical move, at least. And already that has caused Artemiev to think at this early stage.
Yeah, and as someone who's worked with Fabiano in the past, I won't give away too many of his secrets, but what he has publicly said in broadcasting during the World Championship in 2021, he said that sometimes he looks for what the computer would say is the 3rd best move, because then his opponents don't expect it. So he has caught Artemiev by surprise. I like the opening choice. It's combative, and Fabiano's reputation precedes him. People are afraid of his preparation. What he did to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in the Candidates tournament, when Maxime was in first place at halftime, they came back, and Fabiano showed like 25 moves of preparation and blew him off the board, frankly. So I think that, that is scary for people. And Artemiev, he said, I just wanted to win a match. He beat Magnus. He was smiley, but he is taking this seriously, and he is seriously not, going to be in time trouble because he doesn't know what to do right now.
Yeah. And he had a lot of problem with the clock in his match against Magnus on day 1. He needs to make sure that is not a repeat. He's already down by more than 3 minutes on the clock. Really nice insight there, Robert, what you said. 3rd best line of the engine, not to go for what is most topical. Because in these formats, David, it's often about asking and posing the most practical questions to your opponent, those slight novelties that forces them to think out of the opening, to burn their clock.
Yeah, time is money, and if you gain a few minutes on the clock, then who cares if you've played the top move or the second choice move? Often having a few minutes extra is worth that small sacrifice. And look at this, the white knight drops back, very logical, very normal move, and Fabi immediately with the big threats, lining up the black queen with its dark square bishop, hitting that white f2 pawn. Suddenly some big threats on the board. Artemiev, his heart rate is going to be racing. He's already facing some massive threats as white, and normally as white, you're happy to just kind of ease your way into the game. You normally get a space advantage, push it to the middle game. Here, he's struggling to survive already and 4 minutes down. Interesting strategy by Fabi. There will be ways for white to defend, I should mention, but it's not obvious. You can't rely on kind of automatic chess here. You can't rely on instincts. It's pure calculation, and Artemiev, outside his comfort zone, he does not like direct play like this one early in the game.
Yeah, it's a very annoying move. Queen to b6 is direct. It hits f2, and it stops you from really moving the bishop because queen takes b2, knight a4, you can't actually play. I mean, you could try it, knight a4, but the problem is the knight on c2 blocks the square. So after bishop f2, and then king e2, I can play queen a5, queen a5, it's not check, but queen a5, I take the knight, you take the bishop, right? So you have to like play something strange here, for instance, actually on the live board. Queen d2 was played, but that blocks the bishop in now. So now you have to go bishop e2, castle, and you do have to take some time to actually develop this dark square bishop later by either moving the queen or playing b3 and bishop b2. So we kind of, in a way, wasted a tempo where we cannot get this bishop. We have to make an extra move to get the bishop out. Where, on the contrary, if we would have played knight to b3, that would actually hit the bishop with tempo, giving us more time being the tempo, to be able to do more things in our position.
Wow, and I was just going to ask James, last move, what would have happened if the black knight had jumped in to continue pressuring the f2 pawn? Fabi says no, he just gets castled instead, not asking any more direct questions. But now, this surprises me because I thought it was possible to bring the white knight to a4 with a double attack, with a fork. And the computer hasn't reacted, the evaluation bar hasn't moved, so this can't be a blunder by Fabi. But what must the idea be here?
What, knight e4?
Knight e4, this gets crazy. Is it knight takes pawn? I don't think this quite works because knight takes queen, it looks level, but the rook is hanging in the corner. White does pick up this rook and wins material. It must be in this position to move the bishop to b4, but wow, this is crazy stuff. This must be Fabiano's opening preparation.
I liked your reaction because it seems like black just hands white the pair of bishops, but what black gets in return is activity. You'll notice the black king is already castled. If we just go through the line, knight takes b6, bishop takes d2, is check. You can't take the rook in the corner. You have to deal with this bishop. You take it. Then black takes the knight on b6. And now black's pawn structure, double isolated pawns. However, king safely castled. Pawn on e4 is threatened. The rook on 8 with an open file. And black will strike with d5 next, exploding the center of the board while white's king still sits there. That means that the king could be in some danger. Just because queens are traded does not mean your king is going to be safe permanently. And I think that this is what Fabi's relying on.
Wow, this is so deep, and I think you're completely correct there, Robert. This is what he has in mind, Fabiano. But look at the clock time. He's asking this question to Artemiev. He's saying, yes, you can go for this, but you know that I'm prepared. You know that I've studied this with a computer, and that is scary. And personally, I don't see what else Artemiev can even try to do. Maybe he can move his bishop and try to get castled, but go for the bishop pair, get the queens off the board. It's the safest, it's the most logical, it's the most principled, and yeah, the game will go on. But as Robert says, black very, very active there. And yeah, I worry for Artemiev's chances. Artemiev against Magnus, it's kind of a perfect style, as we saw yesterday, because his strengths match Magnus's strengths, those end games, that kind of strategic play. But Artemiev against Fabi, he lacks the openings there to compete. He lacks the dynamism that Fabi has, and the line we mentioned on the board. Wow, counter-attacking chess already, and Fabi just kind of flexing there. Did you see what he put on his shoulder as well? Was it some kind of like blanket, some kind of a few moments ago? He looked very, very cozy in that secret lab chair, but very comfortable on the board too.
That clock, he's down to 8 minutes. Fabi's barely used the any time so far. This is going to really tell. And Artemiev hasn't yet finished his development. Is white in trouble already in this one?
It feels like there should be a way to just get those queens off the endgame that Robert mentioned. Yes, it looks a bit scary, but you should be able to hold that one, and we will find out. I think it's scary on the clock more than it is on the board. It definitely looks like an Armageddon game where kind of Artemiev, his bid, 7 minutes 42, but yeah, he started with 15 and he's just burned all of it. And what's he thinking about here? Maybe king takes bishop. Get that king active in the endgame. Queens are off the board.
D2.
What a move that would be.
Bro, stop.
Nah,
Okay,
he takes with the bishop.
It's just one of those positions where you trust Fabio. Like king take d2 is too enterprising. Like, we appreciate it as fans of chess, as commentators, but against a strong player like Fabiano Caruana, you're like, nah, my king should be in a more natural place. But we kind of expected this, and Artemiev burned a lot of clock to get here. Look at it. Fabiano has more than double the time of his opponent. Jeez. And at this point, I guess I'm asking you guys, do you think that Fabio start thinking, do I not just equalize, but play for more?
I think he's going to get excited the more the clock ticks down for Artemiev. Fabi, he's Mr. Ambitious, right? Robert, you worked with him. He wants to beat everyone. He wants to win every game. Like you said, he avoids the quick draws because he's so confident and he loves the fight.
And a chat is saying, I'm calling it now. Vlad is going to bring a big upset. Well, he's already done it once. The biggest upset of the tournament so far. He did knock Magnus into the loser's bracket. Is he going to pull off another big one against Fabiano? That is the big question. It looks like a pretty level start. Let's head back to our Hikaru matchup with Wesley. And there we have it. Wow, it wasn't anti-Berlin, but if this was the position that we saw, David, one wouldn't believe this started as an anti-Berlin.
Yeah, it looks like a reverse Philidor or some reverse Spanish type of opening. But yeah, crazy, this pawn structure. I like White's kind of queenside. It looks like a little heart or a little... I don't know what that structure is called on the queenside, but either way, I can't criticize Wesley's position too much as Black. He's got the center. He's very solid. He's got all his pieces out. What do we think?
Where do you see the heart in Black's position?
In White's position, I don't know, with the pawns. But I'm just seeing these pretty patterns and getting carried away. These players, of course, calculating moves and roughly balanced on the clock compared to the other game. That's good signs.
Yeah, the problem is there's so many captures. There's moves you can make. You can do A, B6. You can do B5. You can do C, D5. You can do E, D5. You can go F4. Like, there's lots of moves here. You can even go C. Like, there's just too many things here.
I think what James is saying, let me translate for a second, is takes.
Yeah, okay. Takes.
Yeah, just making sure we got that right.
And we win a juicer in the end.
I bet you didn't see this one coming. Knight C1, James. That's not a capture. That's not a juicer.
Wow. What is the idea? Oh, Bishop A4 maybe, and the knight swing around? That is crafty. He always finds some crafty moves.
Yeah, sneaky guy, Hikaru Nakamura, really creative. We'll await the reason for that mysterious retreat. Yeah.
That's a very Karpovian move. You come back with a knight, you vacate that A4 square, you're rerouting your pieces, bringing them to a better square. But Robert, what is the better square for that knight? Is it heading to G3 or C3?
Yeah, usually Karpov had good positions when he made these kind of maneuvers, and I'm just being honest. I think Black's position is much better here. I think Wesley has the better position out of the opening. Look, his rooks are connected. His queen is more active. His dark square bishop is attacking a pawn that White's dark square bishop is defending. White's light square bishop is stuck behind pawns. It's kind of like a big pawn sitting back there. So I feel like Wesley's position is better. That said, Hikaru's position remains solid. The foundation of it is strong, but I feel like Wesley should be thrilled about the opening, and he's just about even on the clock.
Yeah. What would he call it? Rotating his knights, Hikaru Nakamura. He's rotating it around to G3, and maybe it has more life there on a better circuit. But yeah, Wesley, it feels like the time to strike might be in the next couple of moves, just before Hikaru is able to rotate his pieces around and kind of consolidate, get a grip on the center, for example, or maybe go for all those exchanges that James was mentioning. But Wesley spent around a minute and a half now. I'm expecting something big from him here. I'm not sure exactly what it is. I don't see an immediate breakthrough, but it feels like now is the moment to kind of at least ask questions of Hikaru. Normally, when you see your opponent retreat, you go forward. So I wouldn't be surprised if Wesley So pushes forward in the center now.
I actually completely understand the knight C1 move now. Of course, lots of times here, the positional play from Jacob Agard, that is on Chessable, by the way, but you can also get the hard copy, Grandmaster Preparation. Positional play, there's 3 questions to ask. What's the weakness in the position? What's the worst place piece? And what's your opponent's idea? So, of course, having the 3 questions there, what's the worst place piece? If you go back, the knight was disgusting. Oh, my goodness. You don't have a square, right? So it makes sense. Even if you take on B6, you still have no squares. If you take on D5, you still have no squares. So he says this knight is the worst place piece. So he moves it to C1 to reroute it, and you can do this type of maneuver due to the nature of the pawn structure because it's closed. It's a closed position. So having closed positions mean you can make lots of maneuvers like what he's trying to do right now. The problem is, I think after knight E2, you may actually have some problems with the E4 pawn. So you have to do something there first and then move the knight. But Wesley has a very nice position because all of his pieces are developed. He doesn't have any really worst place pieces really right now. So he actually is doing a little bit better, even though the engine says actually probably slightly better for Black. I mean, like 0.2 4 or 3, maybe. And maybe even zeros here right now. But black is a little bit for choice here, but definitely an understanding move from Hikaru here. But his pieces definitely need to get, active in the next few moves here.
He needs to get active, and he starts by shifting his queen up 1 square, just keeping all the pawns nice and defended. It is really hard to find a productive plan. It's easy to see moves. I was going to say, just one-move threats, such as this one. It's easy to spot those one-move threats, but to find a kind of comprehensive plan is more of a challenge. And wow, Wesley attacked the white queen, and Hikaru felt compelled to block with the pawn. Wesley steps back, so he's actually lost 2 moves, but he's created some weaknesses in the white camp. Look at the dark squares around the white king now. Those might be really vulnerable, really weak long-term. Imagine a knight or bishop landing on those squares, especially the G3 square. And yeah, interesting that Wesley's willing to invest a couple of moves on that one.
I like it, right? Because the bishop was taking away the knight's jump. Now the h5 square is accessible for the knight in f6, and when the knight jumps to the rim, it's heading right back in. f4 and g3, these weak dark squares, are exploitable for black to take advantage of. So I think that Wesley, he just tried to provoke a weakness. The position is closed, so there's a couple tempi there. It didn't make a big difference. And for Hikaru, that knight that went back to c1, it can't move forward. The queen is in its square. The pawn still sits on d3. I like the way that Wesley is managing his clock and the position, but at some point soon, Hikaru is going to lash out, and Wesley needs to be looking out for that.
Yeah, I agree with Robert. I think the last few moves by Wesley, super impressive. Just taking it slow, provoking some more weaknesses, forcing Hikaru to take a little bit more time on the clock. It's always harder in these formats to be on the defense and find moves, rather than the one who's got a more pleasant position. And that is Wesley's strategy here. But coming to the point that where is the big breakthrough? David, does Wesley have more quiet moves, just simply improving the position?
He might have more quiet moves available, but I'm also thinking about the players' styles. Hikaru, he's very resourceful. He'll make quick, snappy decisions. Wesley, he's actually nearly 2 minutes behind on the clock because he doesn't like these slow maneuvering positions as much as some at the top of world chess. Wesley likes clarity, where it's a clear plan. Maybe it's a very simple position where he can kind of play with no risk. He can ask questions, and if the opponents answer them, draw is fine. But Wesley here, it's very, very tense, and his nerves, will they hold up? We've seen Wesley play games with heart rate monitors on, and his heart rate gets very high when the position's very tense. And look at what Hikaru's doing. No clarity here, just keeping the tension and lining up his bishop with the black queen.
Oh, yeah.
Some questions there.
Careful. Can't really push that pawn with that queen, and which is why Wesley falls back with the queen. How critical, James, do you think the clock situation will be in this round 1?
Well, it's definitely critical. When you're playing Hikaru Nakamura, you is one of the fastest, one of the greatest on the planet when it comes to speed chess. When you get in time trouble, that's almost an L. You can count on him being very good in all time formats. And if you get lower and lower and lower on time, you're going to feel that. I mean, even Wesley mentioned that yesterday. He was like, yeah, I was down a lot of time. I see a small head shake from Wesley there. Not even sure what that was about, what he was thinking about. But he is getting lower on time, and that is going to affect it. And Hikaru is going to sense that. Like, I'm up time, and you smell blood in the water as a shark, or half man, half whatever he is, you know what I mean? Like, he's going to do his thing, right? When you downtime, he's going to make things happen.
Yeah. And that's kind of forced Wesley's hand to take a decision in the center. Robert, are you happy with Wesley's decision of how to fix the pawn structure?
I'm not unhappy, but I think if I'm Hikaru, I'm happy. So not that Hikaru is better in this position, but at least his knight can jump forward. That pawn was in its path. White has more plans in this position. I actually think it's quite a level game. And Wesley decides to go back instead of forward. He just wants to keep his foundation solid. I can't blame him. He has the black pieces. A draw is a good result. But Hikaru, I mean, he is showing that he's willing to fight, even if it gives him a shaky position. And he, almost better than anyone on the planet, not named Magnus Carlsen, is able to make it look like, oh, what was the issue? I'm fine right now. And if you're not careful, he might play for more, especially given his time edge.
Yeah, meanwhile, both sides maneuvering. I really like what Wesley's done. He's going to bring his knight into e6 and maybe into the center. I do, however, feel that that 2-minute advantage gives Hikaru a small edge long term. It looks like the other game is fizzling out slightly. We mentioned that Fabi came armed with that great opening preparation, but Artemiev has found a way to shut that game down. Good practical play from him. So we might have to check in on that one before it finishes.
Let's do it now. Let's take a look on the other game. It looks like this one will be finishing soon. All the action is on the Wesley Hikaru board. But is this just a draw, or is there something to play for while the pawns are getting traded?
Yeah, We're hoovering, we're vacuuming those pieces.
I was about to say, the only question is hoover or vacuum. You beat me to it.
Sorry, Robert. Yeah, this is as drawish as you will get. Wow,
that was an illegal move.
The rook just moved from c4
What just
to
happened?
Wait, hey, that's a glitch. That's a glitch, chat.
Chess
Don't try that at home.
A big move
Chess
and gets
2.0.
up and leaves. With that draw, we're left with one game in round one of our winner's bracket. And things are really heating up on this one. Rooks have been doubled up on the A file. How big is that a threat for black?
Big threat. White threatens simply to capture on b6, opening the line for those two white rooks. And at the moment, black can't deal with that tension. You need to commit. Maybe you even need to run away with that black rook in the corner. Simply two are better than one, and that black rook has to be the first one to evacuate the A file. Now, if we do see a trade of pawns, the white rooks will have access to some really nice squares. They'll have complete domination of an open line. There we go. And white's rooks look nice, but if they do advance now, they might get traded off. So Hikaru just needs to figure out whether there's anything else productive to do right now.
It's quite level. I think you need to keep improving your position. Like, what pieces are bad, and we improve them. But I mean, it's kind of hard to, like, I mean, the b4 pawn is hanging. If you go bishop e3 or move the queen, you're going to lose the b4 pawn. Maybe just rook a7, but then he's happy to trade. You know, maybe with a rook b7, right, immediately in the trade. But maybe then we could now move the bishop to e3 and try to go maybe queen b1 and a2. But then he goes rook a8. So I mean, he's going to be he's comfortable. I think Wesley's very comfortable here now. We both have terrible light square bishops, like the bishop on g6, like, what is that? And the bishop on b3 is like, yeah, I'm the same, bro. Like, look at us, like terrible bishops, right? So it's quite level here, I think, and Wesley's doing fine. But if that clock gets lower, then that's when Hikaru comes up with more tricks, and you can have some problems.
Yeah, no problems right now, but potentially later on, as you mentioned there, James. If I were Hikaru, I just want to keep the tension. I'm not sure how. Maybe move the white dark square bishop, just shuffle it to c3. I'm not sure. Try and improve the light squared bishop. Again, not sure how. It's not clear what the moves are. It's not clear what the plans are. But if you can keep your time advantage, then that will count later. This game will likely explode at some point. Having an extra minute might be decisive.
And if the board opens up, that's probably bad news for white, because white has some holes on the king side. Those dark squares in front of the white king are blacks for the taking, especially if you could throw that pawn on e5. That king's pawn, throw it off the board, get out of there. The bishop on d6 will open up. So knight d4 is a legitimate idea for black. Sometimes even if it costs you a pawn, you make a move like that just to get the e5 pawn out of the way. So I'm actually looking at this position and think that Wesley does have some chances if Hikaru does not start trading off pieces. So he played his rook up to a7. I like that choice from Hikaru. It's not worth taking huge risks in game one.
Yep, and okay, he does vacuum off those rooks. He does get rid of those pieces. And okay, what now? He's freed up his bishop to move potentially, but still looking very, very balanced. The more pieces that disappear, the more likely this game is going to be equal. But okay, the clock's as well balancing out. This is good news for Wesley So.
Yeah, the time advantage is hoovered as well.
Oh, I have a feeling that will be a recurring theme in this match specifically. Lots of hoovering to be done. And yeah, looking very balanced. I think Hikaru just struggling for a plan because there is none, or at least nothing that makes a great impression. And okay, he lines up his bishops, but that's purely defensive, guarding against Robert's idea of jumping in with that black knight to d4.
He is eyeing that e5 pawn, and we've been talking about a potential break in this position for white or for black. Which are the pawn breaks that are possible? And wow, we've got one on the board on cue, but Hikaru says none of that happening. The position completely blocked, but this does give black the access to jump on with the knight to d4. How dangerous would that be, Robert?
There it is.
There it is.
Very natural. Look at black's play. Hopping a knight forward, cementing the control of that square with the pawns. The white bishop went back to d1. It's just being very defensive and passive. And I wouldn't be surprised if Wesley decides to strike. We talk about how he is so solid. Whoa, I was thinking that nice. 2 squares. He only went 1 square. But actually, this might be a good choice in the long run. The c4 pawn is a bit of a vulnerability, and he's going to try to retreat his bishop back on the light squares and attack it.
It's happening. It's happening. You called it. The only way to defend it with the rook, it advances to the fourth rank, defends that c4 square. James, you mentioned it. The black bishop, the light squared bishop is dead, but Wesley's bishop is now quite a powerful piece, attacking the only weakness in White's position.
Absolutely. I mean, black right now is definitely for choice. I mean, you don't want to take this knight on d4. I mean, you're just going to open up things. You have lots of dark square weaknesses around the king here. The bishop on d1, I mean, what is that? I mean, if you take it off the board, it's the same position, right? So, you know, it's a very bad bishop, especially with his counterpart there. And, you know, in these type of positions, Wesley is very, very good here. I mean, he's even beaten Hikaru before in the CGC Chess Global Championship, right? So these positions, I mean, are difficult, and the time is getting a little bit closer here. Yes, Wesley's down on time, but I mean, pieces are coming off, and as pieces come off the board here, I mean, maybe he's able to hold. This might be a draw. This might end up being a draw shuffling here if he can't make anything happen.
Yeah, but the last few moves, it just looks like Hikaru's gone on a bit of a defense, Robert.
Yeah, it does seem that way. I think that I'm still contemplating that moment where Wesley pushed his f-pawn 1 square instead of 2. I think Hikaru surely would have pushed it 2, opened up the board. And Wesley, he might be using the mantra, you draw with black and try to win with white. That's what these top players do. And so I think Wesley, he went into this game thinking, let me try to draw. He's still in that mindset, but he could have taken some chances there and played for more than just a draw.
Yeah, we've seen it countless times in the past against these top players. If you don't take your opportunities to attack, you might not get any opportunities in future again. And Wesley switching out of that mindset has maybe been the one thing that stopped him throughout his career from really elevating up to kind of take out the likes of Magnus Carlsen on a consistent basis. And yeah, just being happy to draw is great, but to win, to progress, to beat Nakamura, he needs more. And I don't see him switching out of this mentality now. He's just waiting. Look at his last moves, Wesley, just shuffling his bishop around, shuffling the other bishop around, waiting, waiting, waiting. If he doesn't go for it at some time soon, I think the rest of the match, he will be regressing that opportunity. And Hikaru, I'm not saying that his position is fine now. I still really prefer black's position. Feels like white is with that terrible bishop on d1 is a bit stuck. But the question is, can Wesley break through? 1 minute down on the clock. He needs to get the black queen active. How is he going to do that? Okay, first, more shuffling.
Oh, yeah, this is actually a great idea here. I definitely understand. He wants to go queen f7 at some point, but queen f7 was always hit with knight b6 back around the d5. So he wanted to put the bishop on c7, which he did. Then he went bishop d8, and he's going to play queen f7, but that's why Hikaru went bishop c3, so you can put the knight on b2, because the bishop was on b2 at first. I think it was on b2, but knight b2, and he's just going to sit there, and I think that's probably going to be a repetition from there, or like knight b2, and then just shuffle pieces, because literally white has nothing else to do, and there's nothing to attack unless someone to make some type of break like f5 or f4. That's the only thing that we have at this point.
Yeah, for example, just to show your idea there, James, the queen will come across, hitting this pawn. The white knight will be forced back into passivity to defend it. And the question is, can Wesley break out? Can he open up some lines? You need pawn breaks. You need these levers to open lines for your pieces. I do like this idea for black. The bishop could somehow come out now from this diagonal. Robert highlighted the g3 square earlier on. It could sit on this square, trapping that white king. But, of course, every pawn break comes with risks, and it depends on whether Wesley So is willing to break with this pawn push in the near future. First, however, he's trying to get the black queen to a more active post. He tries to bring it to the open file, and white plugs that with his bishop. First, he's pushing some pawns. Harry the H-pawn making an appearance.
Harry?
Harry. My voice? Was that? Oh, I'm going to get you back for that, James.
I wasn't expecting that, honestly. But, you know, I appreciate it. But I think this h5 move is his idea to continue pushing the pawn up the board. That's a big question. And Hikaru says, I don't want to fall victim to an attack over there. I'm going to move my king towards the center. We might see a Petrosian king march where you castle to one side and run to the other. But speaking of running to the other side, Wesley brings his queen over, and watch out. That queen may lead the way. Black can keep pushing pawns to the kings at g5 and f5, and all your pawns can go forward. So maybe Wesley did the right thing. He shut everything down, and now he's the only one who could press forward. The side that controls the pawn breaks is often the side with the advantage. Here, Wesley definitely has the edge.
Yeah, but just don't repeat. Just don't go back with the queen to a7, Wesley. He can push in this position just a little more.
He pushed.
Yeah.
He pushed. He literally pushed the pawn. H4 on the board. No repetition. Wesley So making his intentions clear. He wants to play this out till the end. It is about getting that f5 break. He's timing it to a point where Hikaru has the least amount of time on the clock to counter it precisely. And I think, David, it's going to come down to that. f5 when it's played.
Yeah. F5, and will White survive? That's the big question. You can't play it yet. White's bishop and queen are lined up on that diagonal, but that pawn break that we highlighted a few moments ago, Black will eventually aim for it. First, Wesley's going to shuffle around, tease his opponent, and keep Hikaru guessing. When is it going to come? When is it going to come? Look at that white bishop. It's so sad, that piece, that light square bishop that's just stepped back, but it's purely defensive right now, lined up behind the queen, just in case the position opens. But first, Wesley massaging this advantage, sneaking in with the black queen potentially. Look at it. It's landed.
Wow.
Big threats potentially of some sacrifices opening up the white king.
Queen F1. Gotta just chill. That's kind of annoying. There it is. And then bishop E1 is the idea.
And look at Hikaru peering into his screen there. He was like, wait, have I blundered? No, I'm fine. Nod the head.
Yeah. No, and bishop E1 next for White, bringing that dark square bishop back next to the queen to kick the black queen out of there. So I feel like Hikaru's doing everything correct at the moment. Wesley did not strike with F5. He may not get a chance to. And you have to watch out because Black has some weaknesses in his position as well. That pawn on B6, it looks like it's nothing's attacking it, but later in the game, that could be a problem. So Hikaru, he's doing a good job of playing defense.
Let's point this out right here. You look at the camera. What does that say back there? Let's put the back. What does that say behind? Look at that. Y'all see? Chessable. The Chessable championship. I mean, that's beautiful. Wow, look at that. That's crazy.
I love how I call you out for calculation not being over everything, but you support me. This is a good friendship. I like how this works.
Chessable Masters, the Champions Chess Tour.
Wow, that's beautiful.
Yeah, and okay, Hikaru plugging those holes with his bishops. I must say, there's no one better, I think, in chess history than Hikaru when it comes to defending. But now Wesley is getting ready to strike. He's preparing that move you mentioned,
It's
Tanya.
coming. It's going to happen on the board any moment. Knight D1 has been played. Wesley preparing all his pieces for that F5 break. Does he do it now?
Yes, now or never.
Yeah, now exactly.
Don't
look at it. He has no time either.
Don't burn the clock. If you've got to do it, play it fast. But he decides not to.
Yeah.
He hasn't made a decision yet.
Yes.
Oh, it's on the board. It's on the board.
It's on the board, and that means Wesley is going for the win, all out for the win now, and Hikaru backs to the wall, defensive chess. I just praised his defensive skills, but he's going to need every ounce of them here. Look how he's just rotated all his pieces to the back rank. He's just retreated everything. This is backs to the wall chess, park the bus chess, park it in front of your goal and hope your opponent can't score past you. But it needs to be done. And where's Wesley's breakthrough?
Yeah, but Wesley can bring his queen to the first rank as well. All the pieces on the first rank. And there are a lot of pins here. Pieces are hanging. I'm not sure if it amounts to anything. We see the evaluation bar suggesting that it can't be that much better for Black. But look at him take control of all the squares. White has no activity. He does bring his knight forward. But that B6 pawn, I mentioned earlier, watch out because that is the one target that White can go after.
That's correct.
White's knight can also plant itself maybe in the center of the board, kind of mirror the actions of the black knight later on. And wow, the queen's jumped in, dived into White's camp. What? And what is the threat? I didn't see it yet, but Hikaru's found a way to trade knights. Will the knight trade benefit White, ease the defensive task? Feels like this must be good for Black, must be good for Wesley So, but 30 seconds on the clock. Hikaru's so resourceful, such a tenacious defender, and the knights are off. Ooh, this is not good.
This looks like the worst is over for Hikaru. And with just 30 seconds left, this is going to be tough. But what amazing play by Wesley, and he's still pushing. But if the queens are traded, is that essentially a draw offer?
It should be.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Two blocked if the queens come off.
He doesn't do it.
Yeah, nice play by Wesley So. I really like what Hikaru's done just over the last few moves. He's covered everything. Every weak square in his camp has been covered. Now he's simply going to start attacking that black queen with his dark square bishop, kick her out, or maybe offer a queen trade. You need to get those queens off at some point.
Yeah, the big problem for Black, there are no more pieces that can jump into the position. The knight that was in D4 was so strong. Now we're seeing a repetition, and that's a fair time to do so. This position is completely locked up. Any decision to trade pawns, for example, on E4, is probably a bad one for Black. There's just nowhere to go. So I think that this draw is imminent, and it was a hard-fought game. And I think everyone at home should be happy about that. They did not make their quick Berlin draw. They really fought. And Hikaru, he was the one who needed to show sturdy defense. He did demonstrate just that.
Oh, did he just refuse a repetition, though, with Queen E2?
17 seconds.
What's going on? Is he playing on the clock?
Wow, is Hikaru going to switch tack now and just try to flag? Is he going to try and trick Wesley? It feels like he should be the one playing for the draw, but suddenly getting ambitious, Hikaru Nakamura. And he will move his bishop, most likely. The queens will come off, but at least he's trying. At least he's putting that fear into Wesley So.
He gives that head shake. I think he's just going to come back with the bishop.
Yeah, there's nothing. I mean, you have no...
Where do you try in this position?
That's a draw.
Wow, he says, I'm going to try with that e5 pawn.
Well, now the queens have to come off. So there they go, and that means no progress for either side.
Yeah, totally blocked here. White will just, at some point, start centralizing his king. That's the worst piece for White, and this one should be a draw. Wesley's still the only one who can break. He's the only one who can try and play, but it feels like there's no way through. And, yeah, White pretty much has a fortress. Draw incoming. Whoa!
What fella? Oh, my God.
Oh, my God, Wesley just blundered. Did you see him? He just did the head shake.
Whoa.
He just dropped a pawn.
Commentator's curse. I thought we were about to agree a draw, and Wesley blunders a pawn for free.
That was shocking. He just moved his king away from the defense of the pawn for no reason. He was playing too quickly. He's fortunate the eval bar suggests it's still even. It's because he's more activity. But wow, that could have been a huge blunder.
Look how focused Hikaru is right now. He realizes it's a golden opportunity handed to him on a plate. And, okay, the Black King is coming in, attacking some pawns, but Hikaru can't cover everything. And
yeah, that king way too
Bishop
active.
h6 felt like a mate, but there's g5, luckily.
Nearly checkmate.
Oh,
That Black
my
King
God.
living a charmed life, though.
Way too active. Yeah, you might have to just trade. I mean, because if you allow king g3 too, I mean, like, this is a bishop d4 check, king g3. I mean, then, like, who's winning? You know, you be careful here. So there's definitely, he blundered that, but, I mean, that's crazy how active his king. Wait a second.
Playing on Hikaru with under 10 seconds on the clock a moment ago. He's allowing the Black King in. Wow, this is playing for fire for both sides.
For real.
But Hikaru is taking risk. His bishop is trapped. That white dark square bishop. Okay, Wesley's repeating the position.
Yeah.
Will we finally see that draw? I think Wesley's had enough excitement.
And Wesley doesn't go bishop f6. He refuses the repetition. What on earth is going on?
Wow.
Yeah,
Maybe he's just trying to zigzag and give away that tempo. Yeah. And then now he can go king g3 if he wants. I don't think he's crashing through, but maybe he... But look at him. He's trying to win this game.
Is there
He's playing for the win? I don't know.
four?
You can start.
Let's be clear, that pawn drop was a blunder, but now suddenly Wesley has all the initiative in a queenless position.
But this should be the third time the position is repeated. Bishop d4 check is a draw, and well, I can't believe it because this actually feels like history repeating itself. Do you remember in the Everything's Masters they were playing, and Hikaru was like, because he realized he blundered in that queen and pawn endgame, and so gifting your opponent still doesn't lose the game. Apparently, I don't know how these super GMs do it.
Wow, Wesley again rejects the draw. He's a pawn down, doesn't he? Can't he count? He's a pawn down, but he's keeping the game going. He's hoping to trap that white dark square bishop. He's coming the whole way round, but this feels risky. I don't think he should get too greedy. If you're not careful, the white central pawn might step forward and break your coordination. Look at this, the bishop always finding squares. That's a nasty check. And Wesley playing for the win with only 10 seconds left against Hikaru.
Right. Who is this? Was it Wesley?
Yeah, but he has to watch out because that's why he brought his king to this square. White was trying to push that extra pawn forward to distract the dark square bishop. So king has to remain in this kind of territory. And Wesley, he doesn't have a problem yet. But if he keeps this game going too long and he's the one in time trouble, that's when mistakes occur.
Yeah. This is such a cat and mouse game. It's just hard to imagine and hard to think who is playing for a win here. Both players refusing repetition.
Yeah.
Just shuffling around with the bishop, but there's no progress to be made.
They're just playing with each other's nerves right now, just teasing each other, testing each other, and we will see a repetition of moves.
Oh,
surely. Oof, that black bishop coming back around, attacking some pawns.
Bishop e2, yeah.
If that dark square bishop that white has manages to find a way to attack the b6 pawn, it's game over. So black has to make sure that the bishop remains trapped on the king side. An offer of trades by giving back the pawn?
I think it's smart by Wesley. It might have still been a draw, but he says, I know that I have a fortress, so let me just go back to that. And they're just, look at this, they're almost at move 100. In Wesley Hikaru language, that's like 20 games.
At least.
Yeah, right.
And still, this position hasn't changed too much in that last 30, 40 moves. But both sides asking these little questions, setting traps, and neither side has taken the bait so far. Surely we'll see that draw. Surely we'll see that repetition. But yeah, packed full of content this game, that's for sure.
How is this not draw? How is this not a draw by now?
Grind it out. Grind like a grandmaster.
Grind right. That's right. That's to get that course. That's a Chessable course. That is a Chessable course with Magnus and David. In fact, I did get it. I went to sleep a little bit because it is like it's like pin game stuff. But of course, when you wake up, you know you're going to learn how to grind, right?
Yeah.
That's what this is.
It's not to everyone's taste, but that's how the top grandmasters squeeze out their results. They're so well balanced, these two great warriors, and sometimes they just need to rely on testing the opponent like this. And Hikaru reacting.
It's a draw. The game is over. It seems like they've made either a 50-move rule, or I think they repeated the position 3 times from all sorts of directions. But the game has finished. It is a draw. Feels like a fair result.
A fair result, and what a fight that was. So much drama in that endgame. The two really work in extremes. Either the 14-move Berlin draw or a 100-move fight. David, take it away.
Yeah, we saw that endgame that was so blocked even after a pawn blunder. Wesley So was able to hold the draw, but I want to rewind all the way back to the middle game where Wesley, if he was feeling slightly more aggressive, could have struck. And I think Hikaru would have been struggling here. He could have been on the back foot. And it was this move. He moved his pawn, but it was only 1 square forward. He pushed it forward to f6, and the game entered a maneuvering phase, and Hikaru held his own. Instead, if Wesley had been feeling brave, attacking now with f5, I think, was extremely strong. The problem here for Hikaru is you can't really hold your structure together. If you capture this pawn, the black queen jumps out into the position. There will be ideas of throwing this pawn forward next, some attacks against the white king potentially, and it's all about this black knight. The best piece in the game, giving black the advantage. A missed opportunity because Wesley wasn't brave enough.
But he was so brave in the endgame. He kept trying, but when the moment really mattered, not getting that f5 move in. But what a fight. And with that, let's take a look at our results of the winner's bracket. Just down 1 game. Wow, that game felt like we've played through I don't know how many games. It didn't feel like a 1-game match there. And we've got a tie on both these matchups, a draw in the Fabi, Vladislav, as well as the Hikaru Wesley, but such big fights. And with that, right before we move into our second game, we will take a short Twitch break. What amazing action we've had. And one of the players who's been on fire in the Chessable Masters is Fabiano Caruana. He's had such great performances the last few months, including the bronze medal win at the World Rapid Championship. And of course, winning Division 2 of the Athens Masters to punch his ticket into the Chessable Masters. Let's take a closer look at Fabi.
Speaking of that dip after the World Championship match, what happened after that 2018 match?
Well, after the match, I felt very confident. I had a decent 2019, I think. Like I tied for first in the FIDE Grand Swiss with Wang Hao, and that was an event with Magnus and with Hikaru and with basically all the best players in the world, Liem and so on. And so 2019, I wasn't unhappy. 2020 started very, very well. I won Vikings with +7 results. And that was one of my highest ratings that I achieved. 2014, 2018, and 2020 were the highest ratings I achieved. That was like 28, 40 or so. I forget exactly. So I was definitely at like a very good level in 2020. But after things got kind of shaken apart by COVID, my results did have a dip from that point forward.
You improved quite a lot on your rapid and blitz chess for the past couple of years. What did you do differently to get to that point?
There was a period when I had some bad rapid and blitz results. I didn't like put much weight into it. I didn't care so much. Not that I didn't care. Like when I was losing, I was very upset. Somehow I didn't take it seriously before the event and didn't know exactly how to prepare myself. So yeah, now I take it more seriously. But it's already been many, many years since I've had like Okay, I've had some bad results. I had a match against Magnus where everything went wrong and I got completely wiped out. Obviously, I have some bad results in Rapid and Blitz, but for the most part, my results are pretty much on par. Now my Blitz rating is so much higher than my classical rating. I don't. It's like almost 100 points higher. I'm almost like now I want to get my classical rating up more. It matters much more to me. Normal chess work will hopefully get me back there. I think things are a bit more difficult now because everyone got stronger. That's my feeling, at least, that a lot of people, especially the young guys, got very strong. So you don't really have any tournaments where you have some like easier games. You know, I'm playing like 17-year-olds, and they're not only are they very strong and calculate well and they're disciplined, but they also have fully fledged opening repertoires, and things have changed quite a bit, especially opening wise. That people are just like super well prepared, and I very often feel like I'm on the back foot against these guys. Chess-wise, still want to qualify for the candidates now. Qualify for the World Championship would be the ultimate goal, and you know, last time was a strange cycle. Obviously, 5 years ago already it's been since I played the World Championship. So the goal is to try to get back there. It's very difficult. It's always been difficult, but it's, I think, getting even more difficult because now we have the established guys who are very good and the young guys who are also very good. So we have even more competition.
Fabiano Caruana, one of the best players in the world, the 2018 World Championship challenger. Look at that profile. He is the FIDE Candidates winner of the 2018. And what's been amazing about Fabi's progress over the last few years, Robert, just the work that he's put into faster speed formats. And that's what he mentioned in the video there. He's put in some real work to improve his Rapid and Blitz.
He was perhaps the most criticized player in the world when it came to quicker time controls. He lost the Rapid to Magnus Carlsen for the 2018 World Championship title. Everyone said, oh, this guy can't play faster chess. What did he do? Raise his FIDE Blitz rating over 2,800, winning some important Rapid and Blitz events. He's showing that he's up there with the best of them.
I mean, he's working on his game, but not only that, of course, mind and body. I'm a big fan of that, and actually also the chess players are. I mean, if you Google fitness in chess, I recommend you do that at home. Fitness in chess, actually, it's a huge correlation, right? And he's now working out more. I saw him with grabbing a little weight off the thing, trying to get his little squats on. I'm helping him out with that, of course. Help your squat form, Poppy. But at the same time, right, that man's working, and you can see it in his game.
Yeah.
It's so impressive, just the level of professionalism that he has. In his early 20s, he burst onto the scene. I remember in St. Louis winning 7 out of 7 in 2014, the Sinkfield Cup. But he had that youthful energy. Now he's a bit older, as James says. He's working in order to continue maintaining that high level of form, fitness, stamina, everything. And yeah, it's paying off with his results here.
Yeah, 100%. He also had a smooth win against Liem. It went into the Armageddon, but Fabi pretty much dominated on day one in that match. Today is a very tough battle as he does face Artemiev. Artemiev is also on fire. He's a man on a mission in the Chessable Masters.
Yeah, Artemiev is fantastic. People may not be as familiar with him as they are some of the other players, but he beat Magnus Carlsen in the World Rapid Championship. He then beat him yesterday here in the Chessable Masters, and in game one, he didn't really get anything against Fabiano. Stellar preparation from Caruana, but for Artemiev, he's happy to be here, and he's a threat to anybody.
Artemiev is extremely scary. I mean, he took out Magnus, right? And he's also very, very strong. His what is that, 2870? Something like that. He was basically close to Magnus by 30 points or so, right? It's insane how strong Artemiev is, but also Fabi with the preparation and the calculation, of course, calculation over everything. He's a human calculator, right, in a way. Fabiano's very good with that, but he's definitely up for a challenge with Artemiev, especially in this form he's in right now.
Yeah, and that first game, it might have been a draw, but this clash of styles guarantees action. And I think we're going to see it in this next game. We're going to see Fabi with the white pieces. If he can unleash prep like he did in the last game, watch out Artemiev.
Right.
Watch out Artemiev, but Artemiev's been so impressive, especially the way he took down Magnus on day one. We will get to the action in Division 1 very soon, but action is on in Division 3. Wow. Robert, what stands out to you here?
Well, Amin Tabatabai, Shamsidin Vokitov from Uzbekistan, the Olympiad champions. These two are super strong. They may not have the name recognition that some of the others do, but they make their way up to the winner's bracket finals. And down in the loser's bracket, you've got Wei Yi, Mamidjar, Bluebaum, and Wen. These are superstars in their own right, and that's the loser's bracket of the 3rd division.
Unbelievable. What kind of strength is this at the Chessable Masters? It feels like an elite tournament, just this bracket.
Yeah, they don't need to work out. They're already super strong. So, James, you can help a lot of people out. They don't need it right now.
Oh, you're right. They don't need it right now, of course. They are absolutely pushing out of their mind right now. Great chess from them.
Yeah, and the clock is ticking. The players are ready. We will have liftoff for round 2 of the winner's bracket. Fabiano Caruana takes on the white pieces against Vladislav Artemiev. Wesley So versus Hikaru Nakamura after that marathon game 1. How important will stamina be in this?
Well, Fabiano's been working out. We saw it on video, but he doesn't need the stamina right now. It's the others. And I think actually sometimes it's hard to wait before a game. So for Fabiano and Artemiev, they need to stay in game shape. Whereas for Wesley and Hikaru, there was a lot of jockeying back and forth, but I think they're ready for the next game.
So Wesley and Hikaru feeling the flow there, James?
Absolutely. Well, Wesley and Hikaru, I mean, they 46, 48 draws. I mean, 100 draws. Like, that's what it feels like. Of course, so many games, they already know each other. They're going to have to bring something different to make something work here or something shake for somebody to get some type of advantage here. Unless, maybe they take some draws, go to Armageddon, right? And then that's Hikaru's favorite there. So maybe that could be match strategy as well.
Wow, we should be starting any moment. And David, what is the opening that you're expecting from Fabi?
Oh, from Fabi? This one I'm expecting the Berlin. You heard it here first.
Oh my God, that's why I didn't ask you about this one. There's an obvious answer.
From Fabi, I'm expecting him to start with one e4. He can play everything, of course. He's well prepared. Robert knows his repertoire better than me, probably. But I'm expecting him to be very direct because Artemiev does try and duck and dive and dodge and dip and all those things. But yeah, he does tend to have a bit of a soft center if the opponents go very direct against him. That's why Artemiev in classical chess maybe never ascended the heights. But yeah, this one is one we'll watch.
First moves are about to start any moment. Robert.
I love the answer from Patches O'Howelhan over here. That was very good. So I'm waiting for the first move. It seems like the clocks are going, but the board...
The players are not?
Yeah, we'll make sure we're up to date on that. But the players are making moves. We will get the board updated, but it's early stages with these two. They've played so many times before, and we're going to get, I'm sure, a familiar gameplay from these two monsters of the game. They meet at the highest level everywhere.
I have a theory. It's been a Berlin, the clocks are on, but the board is so disgusted it doesn't even want to show it.
And Hikaru doesn't look too amused either. It looked like he was making the pieces levitate. His arms were just kind of at his side, and this is the position we have.
Yes.
So, yeah, this is the position right now, and it came from the Italian, not the Berlin, but very similar type of position. So we'll watch it on this board for now, and we'll get things sorted soon. But yeah, looking very balanced. We've actually seen these two face off in this exact line, this exact variation, plenty of times before, including in the Air Masters a couple of months ago, where things were drawn, the games were drawn, but very strategic style of play.
I'm happy to see a non-Berlin position in Italian by Wesley because it's clear that he knows he needs to make the most of his white pieces when he's playing a beast like Hikaru. You can't just rely on the Armageddon. You can't just go draw, 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 and I'm going to bet all my chances in that Armageddon. It hasn't worked out in the past. So Wesley there trying to maximize with the white pieces, but it's Hikaru who strikes in the center. How dangerous is the d5 break, Robert?
Well, d5 is typical, right? We just saw Wesley try to do something similar when he had the black pieces, and you just need space. And this move d5, it doesn't actually threaten all that much. White's pawns are defended, but it's kind of a tale of two bishops, the dark square bishop for each side. And here we see Fabiano Caruana and Vladislav Artemiev, e4 played by Caruana. Not surprising. He mostly plays e4. He does dabble with other openings. But actually, e5 from Artemiev, that's a bit of a surprise to me.
What does he usually play?
He loves to play Karo Khan. He plays a bit of everything. But I didn't think he would go so mainline against Fabi.
Wow, and the Berlin. Will we see that Berlin draw? I think not. We might see the Berlin endgame from Fabiano. He has been known to crack that one from time to time. What is he feeling like? Wow, it's a pawn sacrifice, a very trendy, topical move. Maybe asking Artemiev whether he studied his theory. We were surprised Artemiev went for the Berlin. He's not a habitual Berlin player. He normally goes for something else. So here, he needs to know his stuff. I've faced this a few times myself recently. It's actually very dangerous. If black isn't familiar with all the ins and outs, all the details, you need to get that black king to safety soon. It's still stuck in the center and is a clear target for white's pieces. So you're a pawn up as black, but you need to be fast. Often you need to give back the pawn in order to complete development.
Well, Fabi's prep is out of this world. Some of the greatest prep you've ever seen. I mean, it took a whole year and with the candidates and beat MVL in that Najdorf line that was crazy with the piece sack. So here, Same with Artemiev. I mean, he was mentioning it's like he needs to know it. He does not know it. He's just sitting here thinking and trying to figure this out. And we already know Artemiev does has a little bit of a problem with the time trouble. He even mentioned that himself in the interview yesterday. So this, I mean, I've never seen this pawn sacrifice either. I'm not even going to lie here. So what is actually Black supposed to do here?
Yeah, as far as I know, Black should actually just bite the bullet and take that white pawn in the center, but
he did not do it.
Doesn't go for it. It does look maybe a bit too brave to actually open lines for that white rook. But now this black pawn that has advanced, it's holding things together, it's blocking lines, but it will fall at some point. And Artemiev, I think he just needs to rush, get that bishop moving, get that black king to safety.
You know who plays this line? Is none other than Daniel Naroditsky. Daniel loves this type of position, and it is a pawn sacrifice. But I think, as we're highlighting, that Black should probably just say, I don't need the extra material. I want my king to be safe. There is a castled king for white, a rook staring down the middle of the board, and that pawn is pinned for the time being. It likely will be won by white. And then maybe Black says, OK, as long as my king gets safe, I will be equal in that position. So I think for Artemiev, he doesn't mind spending time in the early stage of the game. He just does not want to blunder.
Yeah, what's he even thinking about here? It looks almost automatic. Just move your bishop, break the pin. The white knight now is finally attacked. And when it moves, for example, jumps into the center, you are safe to castle. This is maybe the most sensible way to play. Is he really considering maybe...
on the board.
OK, it's on the board. I was going to say, is he going to consider pushing his pawn forward and trying to cling on for dear life to that one? Nope, he plays the most sensible approach. Of course, very solid play. And now, whoops, not that one. I'm expecting him to castle, and the game will go on. Often, white will win this pawn back. White will bring the knight out. This pawn might fall, but that will just lead to a symmetrical position. And this is what I'm expecting. Artemiev tanking, though, in the opening.
I've seen so many Naroditsky games in Blitz in this exact variation. And so for Fabiano, he's doing what we've said. He is playing an offbeat opening, not the main line, maybe not even the second most common line. He's trying to get Artemiev on his own. He wants Artemiev to be working it out with his brain, where Fabi can still rely on some of his pre-game preparation. It's working to perfection right now. Both games, Fabiano has had a sizable lead on the clock. The first game was for equality. Here, he would like to play for more.
Where's Daniel? Bring him in. Bring him in.
He's covering Division 3 right now.
Oh, yeah, he is. Yeah, shout out to Daniel.
Yeah, definitely check out the action in Division 3. Daniel Naroditsky will be covering that on his Twitch channel, but the action is also on in our other game. Let's bring it up with Wesley So. White pieces against Hikaru Nakamura. That D5 move. Wesley still having a think, hasn't really decided what to do in the center, which pawns to trade. This is a critical moment for white.
Yeah, we left this game 4.5 minutes ago, and Wesley's been thinking for 4.5 minutes. He hasn't moved. He hasn't reacted. I think he just needs to maintain the tension, maintain the status quo. I was about to say, move your queen out the way, avoid any potential queen trades on the d-file. And here you're throwing the move back to Nakamura. You're throwing the question back to him, how do you improve your pieces? The central tension, it's not clear how white was going to clarify it. So you ask black the question, you take, but only on my terms. And Hikaru looking up now to the side. That normally means either he's trying to recall what his opening notes say, or he's surprised by his opponent's move and he's thinking, oh, you can't get away with that. I'm going to punish you. And, yeah, I'm not as good as Danny reading Hikaru's faces, but he's surprised by this last move from Wesley.
And there are two main options, right, from Hikaru's point of view. He can lock the position up in the center by pushing his d-pawn forward, or he can capture one of those pawns. I'm not sure what he should do, but you know Hikaru, he just leaned in, he's calculating, and he's trying to figure out not just this one turn, but the direction of the game. Is closing the center good for him? Because oftentimes, if someone's going to attack you, you want to strike in the center. But what attack is there going to be? Both knights. You look at the knights there. They are mirror images of one another, right? For white and for black, same situation. White knight trying to go into f5. The black knight might go into f4. But what's the difference? The f5 square is light. The f4 square is dark. White has a dark square bishop that can kick a knight that jumps into f4. So white has the ability to boot that knight out of there. Of course, the e5 pawn would be hanging immediately in some of these positions as well. But just knowing that for the long term.
It's a big moment here as the players decide what pawn structures to take. Often in chess, we speak of critical moments, which is why Hikaru is taking his time here. Critical moments are not just about calculation and tactics, but also decisive moments that do define the nature of the middle game. And Hikaru takes a very committal decision. He fixes the pawn structure. He moves that pawn forward. The bishop on a7, that kind of kills his own bishop. David, do you approve?
In one word, no, Tanya. I'm going to trust Hikaru. He understands these positions much better than me, but it's not what I would have done. I'll just say that. The Black Bishop, as you mentioned, very, very unhappy by that decision. And also, as Robert alluded to, the Black Knights, if they ever jump into the white half of the board, will be kicked away, will be traded off by White's Bishop, White's Knights. But the same can't be said if White's Knight jumps into f5. A knight on f5 will thrive, that's the rhyme, and I wouldn't be surprised to see that one land at some point soon. Still balanced. I don't think it changes the evaluation objectively, but in terms of the nature of the position, maybe Hikaru's playing against Wesley because he noticed that Wesley did spend a lot of time in the last game because it was so blocked. He's hoping maybe the clock factor might be an issue later. Wesley already down 4 minutes, and in these slow maneuvering phases, maybe he'll burn even more of that remaining time. Yet to be seen.
Yeah, definitely, because you have to figure out how you're going to get the bishop active. Where are you going to put? You want to ideally think about, okay, where are these pieces going to go? Bishop a3, I liked. I was also a fan of bishop c1 too as well, and then knight f5 and almost. I mean, just setting up, just hinting that I may sack on h6. But bishop a3 is totally fine too as well. But the bishop is very bad on a7.
Look at Hikaru. He looks a little surprised by that move. Wesley taking on c6, liquidating the queen side. But what's so surprising about that? Why does he have that expression?
I think he just didn't think it was coming, but it makes a lot of sense. If Black takes with the rook, then that b7 pawn becomes a target. If Black takes with the pawn, well, then the b file is open. So he decides to keep the b file closed for the time being. I like the look of rook to b1. I don't look at this position and think that Black has any sort of advantage, but the engine obviously stronger than I am, saying Black is better.
Wow. I'm surprised too, I've got to say, Robert.
Right.
It does look familiar, this pawn structure. It looks very similar to a Benko gambit, where White actually accepts the gambit and gives the pawn back, and it might be because in this position, Black's next move is going to be to try and trade off these bishops. For example, if White takes a timeout, maybe a silly move. Actually, I'll give White a useful move, just for argument's sake. But the bishop is going to come to c5. If we ever see a trade, this knight might be the best piece on the board. It is attacking this backward pawn. It's keeping White's pieces honest, tied down to this a pawn as well. Watch out for this Black Knight to remaneuver itself as well into a nice outpost later. So I think he's playing by analogy, Nakamura. This pawn structure actually happens with reverse colours in the Benko, in the Benoni, in those types of openings. And he knows that if he gets a knight to this beautiful c5 square, he will have the advantage, and actually this position's on the board. I don't know if Wesley should actually trade off these pieces. Maybe he needs to step back and keep these pieces on the board, just because a Black Knight on this square would be too scary to deal with. And yeah, it's very strategic here. These players, they're both so good. They never go for each other, I notice, though. It's always kind of playing for inches here and there, playing for these tiny little incremental gains. But they do lead to these fascinating kind of maneuvering battles.
Yeah. These positional fights between Wesley and Hikaru, that's exactly what we saw in game one also. Just a little bit here, a little move there, and then we saw a 100-move marathon. But they're definitely in the mood for a big fight. Bishop trades have been offered. That f5 square for the knight still up for grabs. What are we expecting in this one? The one thing that Wesley needs to watch out for, though, is that clock. James, 7.5 minutes. He's burning too much time.
It's almost double the time. I mean, of course, we talked about this before. And in these fast time controls, I mean, Hikaru is always a favorite, second to literally no one. In fact, I mean, Magnus can obviously keep up there, you know, and even he beat him in the Speed Chess Championship. Hikaru did, right? So it's very important to understand when you get low on time, you have to use your time or your clock as a piece here. And if you're not able to do that or you mismanage it, you're going to get in time trouble. And actually, Hikaru will just blitz you. You're going to make a mistake. For instance, last game, he dropped a pawn, got low on time. It was still good. His king was active, but he did drop a pawn due to time trouble. So he needs to watch that time and manage the time a little bit better. And a head shake from Wesley there. What's that about, David?
Yeah, he's just not enjoying life, not enjoying his position.
Not enjoying life.
It's hard when you're facing Hikaru every time, the beast himself. And look at that white rook. That white rook on b5, it looks like it's entrenched in the black half on a nice outpost, but it's stuck. It's completely trapped. And you could imagine some fine day, one of the Black Knights coming around to attack and win that white rook. That Black Knight I mentioned on c5, maybe the most important piece as well. And white is just a bit stuck. The best you can hope for is to trade off maybe black start square bishop for your own bishop. But as we mentioned earlier in that earlier variation, that actually suits Hikaru. And I will as well just recall the American Cup where these two faced off recently. Hikaru took the win because Wesley was the slower player and he decided to lash out in the final game of that one, blundering his queen in one move just because he thought, OK, I might as well go down fighting rather than lose on time, lose in Armageddon. Right. And that was the decider. It's small margins, but feels like Hikaru's nerves are slightly stronger and he's slightly quicker.
And I think Wesley has to lash out here because his rook is trapped on b5, his rook on b1 not really doing anything. I think he should start pushing his pawns on the king side. He needs to break free from the position because right now everything is locked up. I don't see a plan for him except for pushing those pawns forward. But we know that if you push pawns, they don't move backwards and you may regret it in the future. So I just don't love the look of this for Wesley all of a sudden. At first, I was surprised that the eval bar gave black a nod, but now I'm looking, I think Hikaru does have a slight edge.
That knight on c5 is such a monstrous piece, just tying down white's queen to defend the d3 pawn. You're talking about lashing out here, but where is the big break for Wesley? How does he really build the counterplay on the king side?
Good question.
Right, yeah.
Robert, James? Maybe it's the idea to push this pawn forward, move this knight out the way. For example, if the black knight moves, actually, bad square, sorry, let's move to this one. The white knight could move out the way, and at some point later on, you could hope to push this pawn forward. Again, play by analogy with the king's Indian, but it does feel very, very loose. This white king will also have something to say about that. It will have questions to answer in the future if you do open it up. So you go for the black king, but at the cost of weakening your own king. Very difficult. I've got to say, maybe you just kind of, in the game position, start stepping forward with this pawn, put a clamp on, and hope that long-term you might have some activity over there. Just kind of consolidate your knight on this beautiful square. But this knight alone won't do the work. It won't do enough. And it's just very difficult, this position, very mysterious. Look at Wesley's clock time as well.
Oh, man.
Under 6 minutes. Yeah, not looking good there.
The clock time is serious here. And I mean, I even like... it's just hard to find a plan for white here. I mean, you want to play something, maybe even like, if the rook wasn't on c6, you have things like king h1, or even tucking going king f1, king e2, rook g1, g4, g5. Of course, this is a nice plan. The reason why we go to e2 is because it's actually really safe there because the center is really locked down. You also, the queen is a very, you don't want that defending the pawn on d3 for forever. You want to actually use the queen, and if you can, but the queen is just stuck here on c2. You have to defend d3. So maybe moving the king over to e2, playing rook g1 and g4, and going for something. But the rook is doing a great job on a 6th rank of any type of sacrifices or allowing anything to happen. Even if we get g5 in, I could even go rook g6 myself and kind of just neutralize your attack. So it is quite difficult to find anything for white.
Yeah. I'm loving that black rook on c6 for everything that you're saying, and I'm staring at that white rook on b5 and I'm just wondering, how did it land up there? That is going to be trapped for a long time, and one can actually imagine Wesley getting into big trouble just losing that rook, David.
Yeah. Stuck behind enemy lines, and he's trying to get it out now by trading off those bishops. And Hikaru, he's asking himself, look how interested he is in this one moment. He's asking himself, can I leave my bishop on this square? Can I leave that white rook trapped on b5? Can the black knight start coming in, for example, at some point towards it? But okay, what is he calculating? That's his calculation face. James, you're the expert on calculation.
Yeah, I do it too. You know what's funny? Actually, believe it or not, there's actually a study. I read this. You can read this. Actually, looking away actually improves. You actually can calculate a little bit better from doing it. So actually in tournaments, I do this. I actually do this. You might look at me strange, but at least I'm going to beat you on the board because I calculated, right? So of course, it actually, when he does this, I graduated from the school of Hikaru. I draw the arrows. I even look up when I'm eating food, calculate what I'm going to eat today. Yep, absolutely. It works every time. Works every time.
I do it when I usually just blunder a piece where I'm like, oh God, please save me right now. Doesn't work. Okay, at least the bishops have been traded off and another trade has been offered. The rook is coming back.
Yeah, no, it looks like Wesley's trying to trade everything off, and this is good game management. He was worse if he didn't start trading pieces. Now they're coming off, and for Hikaru, a draw with the black pieces, that's a pretty decent result. But for Wesley, given the position he was in, this is good decision-making. I think that he understood how much risk there was for him. His position was that awful. So he's just saying, give me some space, let's trade, and now it should be a neutral one.
Trade everything off, Robert? Don't you mean hoover everything off? Yeah, you're right. I think it's just simply a necessary decision here. You need to get at least one set of knights off the board. You're cramped. If you look at the central structure, black's actually got the furthest advanced pawn, hence more space. And when you're struggling, when you're cramped, take those pieces off the board, hoover them off, and
hoover them off.
vacuum them off if you have to. And yeah, this one should be safe enough. I still slightly prefer black's pieces, black's position, I've got to say. But Wesley doing what he needs to do. A small trick as well we should mention in the current position. Nakamura here is calculating whether he can take this pawn. Okay, he hasn't gone for this, but if he had captured this pawn, the white knight would have jumped out the way, capturing a pawn itself, and after it's taken, this knight would have fallen. And actually, this change in structure would have helped white. So Nakamura here instead just pushes his pawn. The reason he did this was to push this pawn next. Gary, the g-pawn, will follow Harry, and it will kick out, whoops, sorry, my arrows. It will kick out this knight from f5. So g6 coming next to evict the white knight.
Yeah. And look at Hikaru on the camera. It just looks like it would be such a nightmare to play against him OTB because he's so intimidating with his expressions and body language. You just don't know what to expect from him. He's always such a tricky player on the board, off the board. We see this move h5, just threatening, building an attack on the king's side. The g-pawn might march forward. The knight will come to f4. We will check in with this in just a short bit, but let's rush over to the other game. Fabiano Caruana takes on Vladislav Artemiev. Their first game has ended in a draw. An uneventful result, but it was quite a fight. Fabi is up against Vladislav. And while we bring that up, a decision has been made by Wesley to retreat with the knight. And Robert, I see that expression. You are surprised.
The eval went really far down there. So maybe the fact that we're still in this game is a good thing because it is sinking. And I wonder why, because I look at this position, knight g3, you're attacking a pawn. But can black suddenly maybe take the a pawn over there? Is that the point? You take one rook pawn, I take the other, but that trade should help black. There is a passed pawn in the making. The rook on a8 is behind that passed pawn, so when the knight jumps forward into c3, that's an issue. And I see tactically why this is a problem for white. In the previous position, white could play knight takes d4. This knight gets out the way of the queen, and then after the knight takes back on d4, you keep trading everything, and the queen finally takes on a4 at long last. But because white retreated that knight from f5, it gives black a tactical shot, and now Hikaru can take advantage.
Wow, is that just another blunder in one by Wesley dropping a pawn? David?
Yes. Simply, he's forgotten that knight takes d4 is not available now because after the knight recaptures, you don't have your knight able to cover the d4 square, as Robert mentions. And yes, you can take this knight, but your rook falls at the very end of this variation. No compensation here for white, and game over. And Hikaru has definitely noticed this. Look at his facial expressions over the last couple of minutes. He's calculating this. He's just thinking, Wesley, you must have a trick up your sleeve. Otherwise, I'm just winning. You can't take this pawn. What is your idea? If you move your rook across, maybe this is what Wesley's got up his sleeve. Trying to attack the knight, attack the pawn behind it. But again, the black knight just jumps in. And even if there's a rook exchange, yes, you're happy to go for this. And after the move, rook a6, this rook is trapped. You have to agree to this exchange. And Robert's point again comes into focus. This passed pawn is going to win the game. Long term, knights are super bad at stopping these corner pawns, these rook's pawns. And this pawn is going to decide things. So Hikaru, by pure calculation, by brute force here, can work it out. Every move is forced, and it is winning for black. You just ignore this pawn on the edge of the board, ignore that threat, just capture. That's the more important pawn. Hikaru should be winning.
Yeah, no, he's going to go for it. He doesn't miss these opportunities. He has the unique ability to just have such precise calculation in a short amount of time and not shy away from tactics, resourcefulness. I'm expecting knight a4 any moment. And with Wesley down to 4 minutes, how difficult, James, will it be for him to find counterplay in that?
This is why he blundered in the first place. It's because of the time trouble, right? As soon as that time gets low, it's just, I mean, anyone can be susceptible to this. It even happened to Magnus when he lost and played that rook b6 Artemiev move. Game was over. He was in time trouble, in fact. I mean, actually, Artemiev had 4 seconds, too, but also he was getting low on times, too. So it's important to understand when that time gets low, like, you just start moving fast. I don't want to get lower on time. Let me move real quick. Knight g3, oh, blunder, right? Immediate move here. And of course, knight a4 is definitely on tap here, but I wonder what else he's thinking about here, because he hasn't played it yet.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to weigh up that variation that we saw with all of the rooks coming off the board. And we should also mention, at the bottom of your screen, you can see the computer top suggestions. Everything else would miss the opportunity, lose the advantage, and it would go back to being a level game. So he needs to capitalize now. This is the moment of this game. He needs to take that pawn.
And he does it. He does it. Doesn't miss this stuff. Knight a4, he's calculated it all. And we will be coming to the variation that David showed us. Wesley immediately goes for the a5 pawn. But after all that skirmish, it looks like Hikaru will be the one on top.
Yep, he will be. And what could be more natural? Just jump in with the Black Knight to a beautiful outpost on the c3 square, the line we showed, and that should lead to an advantage. Hikaru, meanwhile, he's got that evil genius look, just wondering, how should I play with my food here? How should I progress? But it's winning for him.
We see the Jedi here with James, but I actually, you pointing out his look made me think of something. He could, of course, jump in with that a4 knight to c3, but he might bring the other knight to c5 to defend his knights. That way he's removing one of the attackers on his passed pawn. So I really thought that knight c3, that was a foregone conclusion. He would jump forward, but he can bring his other knight into c5, defending one knight with the other. And yeah, the eval bar says, Robert, you're a fool. But I actually think if you trade knights there, then Black does have this outside passed pawn. So it's something that he has to consider here. White will take the h5 pawn, but that rook pawn is way less important than the queenside one.
Yeah, I agree. From a human point of view, this still looks like a fantastic advantage. Yes, you can take this pawn, but the black rook is always going to guard across. I don't think there'll ever be threats against the black king, and it will all be about this passer. So I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for this, but nope, he goes for the other one instead. Just as strong, if not more so. And there we go. All the rooks are coming off the board, and this is the key moment. He needs to bring his rook across, and he has done. Eliminate the remaining rooks. Trade on your terms, and this pawn is surely going to decide this game. Yeah, Wesley, maybe he missed the sting in the tail. This final move of the variation, he'd calculated all of this, but underestimated this rook slide from Hikaru. And here we go, temporarily this, well, I was going to say a pawn up. Is it level material now? But that black A pawn's so dangerous. Wesley stepping back to try and trade off knights. Do we agree? Take that knight, or do we keep them on the board?
I mean, I have to move it somewhere strange, which is like, I don't really want to go knight a4. I feel like I'm giving him something, especially maybe after queen a2. Like tempo, I'm a big fan of the tempo. I worked with coaches before about that was like, I love the tempo. And I'm like, oh, cool. Well, then I love it too, right? So I mean, a strong player tell you something, you're going to listen. So, all right, cool, perfect. You love the tempo? Well, I'm going to fall in love with it too. Knight e2 is tempo. So knight e2 is a move. We played a5, just gave it back. Wow, Ibar didn't like it either.
I'm bobbing his head.
He loved it, though.
He's loving it.
Yep.
Well, he's going with pawn quality is more important than pawn quantity. So he's actually giving Wesley a pawn in an unexpected way. Wesley could have taken that rook pawn. That clearly wasn't valuable. But this pawn does feel a little bit more important in the position. So if white takes on c3, black has to take back. The queen can step up and capture. The black a pawn goes up one square, hits the knight, and we are seeing this variation. But when the knight moves away, black has carved at the d4 square for his own knight. That a pawn is a force. But white has a pass pawn of his own, and that's why you see the eval react to knight d4. White can start pushing that pawn, distract black's pieces, and then white is going to take that passer that black has established.
That's deep.
That's a very brave decision by Hikaru to just sacrifice a pawn. Went very well. He could have kept a material balance, traded the knights, and then looked for a way to advance the a pawn. He's going for blood in this one.
Yeah, he really is. And this whole variation has played out on the board. If the queens come off, white has an extra pawn, but I have a feeling that black pawn will win the day. That black a pawn will tie down white's knight completely, and it should be decisive. But meanwhile, Hikaru activates the black queen. He's actually giving up another pawn. That other black pawn in the center. He's not materialistic at all, Hikaru Nakamura. He's saying, please go take my pawn. He's saying, please go take my pawn. If the white queen now gets greedy and takes that black central pawn, wow, I think we're going to see a pin. That black queen is going to jump down to the first rank. That white knight might be gone in the near future.
He loves the initiative. He's happy to sacrifice that pawn. It's all about the a pawn. 3 squares away from queening, combined with the queen on b1, the knight jumping to d4. That will be a tough one to save. And we see the eval bar. Despite Wesley being up on material, it loves Hikaru's position. This is dangerous.
In practical terms as well, 2 minutes down on the clock. White is on the back foot. Yes, you're a pawn up, but you're defending. I don't like Wesley's chances, I've got to say.
You can't take that second pawn either. Taking the pawn on e5 is losing, I think, by force, because black's pawn is way, way, way too fast. I keep saying it's about the quality. Oh, he took it!
Oh, my God!
But here, even the move a3 for black, and the point is if you try to bring your queen back to c3, the black queen goes to b2. Typically, when you're down material, you don't trade, but here trading wins for black because you cannot stop the passed pawn, and your knight's under attack, so you kind of have to do something about everything, and I just don't think Wesley can get it done.
Wow.
Yeah. It's just a new queen appearing on the board and simply no way to stop it. So Hikaru right now, maybe there are multiple strong moves. This is one of the most natural. Maybe you can bring your queen down the whole way. I think this is just a beautiful position for Hikaru. He's looking for other options, clearly. But as Robert points out, this is the most natural. Push a past pawn, follow the rules, and you're going to make a new queen. Yeah. I don't think Wesley's going to be able to stop it. Hikaru spending his remaining time trying to figure out the most accurate path to victory now. He knows he's winning. He must do.
Push him, baby.
Push him.
On the board. A3 played. And is this just completely busted? He goes queen b5. So Wesley did think of how to continue after a3. And Hikaru says, I'm not trading. Queen d4. And he says, wait, what kind of a move was that? Was that the reaction that we just saw?
He said, what?
What just happened?
Yeah, he's just like criticizing Wesley's play. He's doing analysis while he's playing. And he's doing it for the fans. You know how Hikaru does. He's the big chess streamer. But right now, I mean, is there a way out for Wesley? It doesn't look like it. That pass pawn is too dangerous. The knight on c1 is a flimsy defender here. So I do think that Wesley is going to go down.
Yeah. Wow, big moment here, but we will come back because Artemiev is playing on seconds. Can Fabiano Caruana win and take the lead in his game? Let's jump straight into Fabiano versus Vladislav Artemiev. Huge time advantage to Fabi here.
Wow, huge time advantage, something we're used to saying at this point. Artemiev just too slow. His position is almost fine. It looks rock solid. He does have the bishop pair. I slightly prefer white here just because you have more space in the center. White's pieces are more centralized than their counterparts. But yeah, the clock factor is the biggest difference right now. Can Fabi turn that into victory, though? That's another question. Who would you pick here, James?
I'm definitely picking Fabi, especially with the, I mean, when you get Artemiev to make, I mean, he usually sits very calm like he is right now, but I feel if, you know, if we roll the tape back, he was looking, he actually did a little head shake in a way, a little head bob. Like you see that when you can get that reaction out of somebody to just be Magnus with a straight face, right? Here, it's already a win here. The prep is working and he's up so much time. Now, of course, Artemiev already has time trouble anyway here, but I mean, White has the better pieces right now. Yeah, we have the bishop pair, but better pieces, more time. This is looking bad for Artemiev right now.
Well, Fabi will try to grind out the clock on this one, but Hikaru is grinding down the position against Wesley. So we're going to jump straight back into that game because that is heating up. And that pawn on a3. Oh, my God. But is there a way to just finish this off immediately?
He might resign, Wesley, in the next couple of moves. OK, he brings his queen back. He needed to do this. There was a huge threat of Black's queen actually coming all the way into the corner to a1 and pin that white knight. Now the white queen is back, able to defend just about. But I think Robert's idea from earlier, bring the black queen to b2. That's a beautiful square. It will completely paralyze White's pieces. And then the black knight will be able to rejoin the action. White's dream here is to give up his knight for that black pawn, but I don't think Hikaru is going to cash in anytime soon. He can wait. That black pawn is way more valuable than the poor white knight here.
And if White gets that, if White is able to give the knight for a pawn, White will have 3 pawns for a knight. That's actually even material. And whoa, the eval bar is going back and forth a little bit. Queen c2, the most natural move. Wesley in time trouble, he has to play quickly. And if the move a2 is played, then the white queen can take it. Black will take the knight, so we get that trade. So just what David has been highlighting, that it's likely in some positions that White will be able to sacrifice the knight for the pawn and to give him some chances.
Yeah, but is that the best option, or does he get his knight into the game, jumping back to e6 and d4 and asking more questions to Wesley when he's down to just 50 seconds on the clock?
Looks good to me, Tanya. What could be more natural? Just to put the other one on the board, if the pawn does step forward, as Robert mentions, White would love to eliminate it. You can maybe wait one more move, but this position, maybe the 3 pawns can at least hold for a while. Instead, here, Nakamura, he didn't get his knight into the game yet. He offered a queen trade. White had to avoid that, as we showed earlier, and now this black knight is coming into the center. It's going to sit pretty nice and pretty on d4 and totally dominate the White army. White is paralyzed, could barely move. Look at this poor white knight. It's stuck defending the a2 square. The white queen is stuck defending that knight. And I think it's good knight here for Wesley So.
It's actually a nasty threat. Knight d4 for black, and then knight e2. Like, even if there's no forks or anything like that, like, you can put your king somewhere else, so I'm not giving you a fork. Knight e2, I think, still works. You take my knight, I push my pawn, I get a new queen.
Well, deflection at its best. Wow. This is how strong corner pawns are against knights. Simply nothing to do, and that knight is coming in. And Wesley holding off, just delaying the inevitable here. The knight's coming, and as Robert also alluded to, if, for example, the knight jumps in, if you're not careful, if you move your queen, there's also queen takes knight as a tactic and a nasty fork to win the day. Yeah. This one's over.
The knight is coming in to get the win, as they say. James, you've been saying Hikaru is your boy? Half man, half beast, half everything else? What is that everything else, and how is he this strong?
Okay, well, I mean, he's half man, and the other half, we just don't know what it is yet. But at the same time, I mean, he's very strong, especially when you get low on time. It's a wrap. Like, a lot of times, I mean, you could just count it. I mean, unless you're, like, winning you up some material, you got the clear plan, there's very few people on the planet, Magnus even included, that when you get low on time against Hikaru, I mean, it's really bad. It's really hard. He's very accurate. He creates problems for you. I mean, even in the game with Fedoseev, like, I had 3 pawns. How did I make it through, right? It's insane. Almost a magician-like, of course.
Oh, boom. Robert,
you called it.
Robert with the tactinos.
Hikaru says, yeah, Robert, I hear you. I hear you.
He better not be hearing me. That would be a big problem. But no, I mean, 92, it was a long way coming. The knight jumped from f8, e6, d4, e2, and that white knight is distraction, and now the black pawn will promote. And Wesley does have a knight and will be 3 pawns for a queen. Now, that should be completely losing, but stranger things have happened, especially if you can win a 4th pawn. Maybe there's some outside chances to survive. Super unlikely. But I'm just saying, Wesley,
crazy,
he's not being too crazy to play on.
What a poker face from Wesley. I mean, I would be crying my eyes out here, but he looks stoic.
Oh, that's mean.
Sadistic.
Yeah. That's mean. And finally, promotes are expecting Wesley to resign or get flagged, but Wesley, wow, knight h5. The game continues. 3 queens on the board, but the queen can always fall back. No perpetual there. And with that, we see Hikaru. He knows he's done it. What a big win by him. And honestly, a fantastic game there.
Yeah, you want to hear something else that we didn't make mention of? Wesley actually offered Hikaru a draw at some point in the game, and Hikaru declined it. So he was playing for a win. He understood he had the better chances. He maximized them. Now he's a 1-game lead.
And that too with the black pieces. He starts the next game with the white pieces. Wesley has to win to level the match. There is action still on in Fabi versus Artemiev. James, he's down to 10 seconds.
Oh, yeah. You know what's funny? I mean, he gets in time trouble. It's almost like Grishik in a way. Like, he gets stronger as the time gets lower. Because, I mean, he beat Magnus with 4 seconds on the clock. I mean, that was like, oh, he's going to flag. And he was like, you thought so, right? Then he actually did the same thing in that other game to eliminate Magnus when he had, like, he was about to flag. Oh, he's flagging. And then he made it him. So when he gets, you got to be careful here. And now Fabi is the one actually getting in time trouble. He had a 5-minute lead, right? Now, of course, he is doing well here, but Fabi actually is the one that usually kind of like has the less experience in the lower time controls here, like this low. You see as the eval bar is going down here, more mistakes usually you'll see from Fabi than Artemiev in this time, like the time that we're set right now, the lower the time gets.
That's actually a great point, that against a player like Artemiev, you can't start playing on the clock. He's just so strong, even when he plays on the second. But the position's getting crazier, David. Black's king, is it in any danger? I see that knight on 8-6. I'd be scared.
Yeah, I'd be scared for the black king, first of all, but I'd also be slightly scared if I were Fabi. That white knight entrenched on h6 could actually be trapped long term. So you've got to be careful. Yes, you're attacking, but if the attack fizzles out, then you might be in trouble. And it definitely feels like Fabi had more control a few moves ago. He's lost some of that control now, but he's going all out for that black king, threatening some nasty stuff. We see a pawn trade here. Black has the bishop pair as well. If the queens disappear...
15 seconds for Fabi.
Whoa, okay, both sides moving very, very quickly here. We're looking for tactics, we're looking for checks, captures and threats, James.
Knight f5? Does it work or no? Knight f5 takes queen h6, he goes
king g8, no checks, unfortunately.
King g8.
I feel like in this position, yeah, he's going to trade, but you really want to keep more pieces on the board if you're Fabiano, but he just brings his knight back to safety. David, he's taking your advice, and, well, what attack does white have anymore? In fact, black might have the upper hand. White's pawns might be in some trouble.
Yeah, if that black knight wasn't so stupid over there on b7, then black would definitely have the advantage. But here, Fabi, he does have coordination between his pieces, the queen and knights. Oh, okay, dropping back here.
Hey, what a move. Just hanging d6, but you could take on g4. I'm telling you, it's scary when he's in time trouble like this. He just gets stronger when the time gets lower.
Yeah, you're completely right, James. And now, Fabi, how is he going to go for it? I was going to say, how do you go for the attack? You're retreating. This is the wrong direction for Fabiano Caruana. Black's pieces are coming forward. It looks like a great winning chances now for Vladislav Artemiev. Nice, classy move. The black king, super safe. The white king is the one that needs to watch out.
Trading queens, as you mentioned. If the queens are off the board, white's the one who's going to be super happy. But does he allow the h-pawn? He says, yes, my knights in the center are going to be really strong. Does this endgame favor white?
No, it favors black, because look at white's queenside pawns, all on light squares, sitting ducks in many variations when the black bishop gets involved. So look at this knight f5 check. Now the knight is going to d4 check, picking off some of those pawns.
Yeah, you can even keep the black a-pawn if you want. You can push that black a-pawn even further down the board. He gives a check first.
Crazy.
Just looks beautiful for black, I've got to say. He starts munching on those pawns. Maybe a small slip, but he's going after that white central pawn. And everything's falling apart for Fabiano.
Wow.
He's actually low on the clock right now.
Wow.
Everything's dropping. The pawns are falling.
I'm telling you, when the time gets slower, Artemiev gets. They need to start him at a minute. Start him at a minute, okay? That's how Artemiev gets his chances. I mean, the time gets low and he just turns up. Everything goes crazy. He plays better, just like Grishik does. It's very strange. Very strong players here that can play on this time control and this time pressure like this. No time on the clock, and was able. I mean, it feels like he's about to take down Fabiano.
Oof, and now the central pawns are moving. Opposite trade has to be captured, but I see the Valbar says that the worst is over now for Fabian. That's a big blunder.
He allowed this H-pawn to stay alive. That black corner pawn, watch out. They're so strong against these knights, and wow, he's coming in for those pawns.
That's tough.
Those two white pawns are doomed on the queen side.
Stuck, cemented on light squares. That's a light square bishop. Happy to see it. It doesn't matter what he moves because those pawns are falling. And unfortunately for Fabiano, it looks like Artemiev. I mean, the guy is just ice cold when he has no time on the clock. James, you've been calling from the beginning, and he's going to score a dub.
I mean, it's crazy. It's literally like he gets lower and he gets stronger. Like the power level gets over 9,000 as soon as he starts getting low on time. Somehow, some way. He just becomes another player. It's really, he's done it to Magnus twice, right? And now he's doing it to Fabiano here. He had no time. It was 5 minutes. Fabi had a 5-minute time edge, right? To tell you how big of an edge this was. Completely winning 5 minutes and wasn't able to convert.
Yeah, and now it's simply hopeless for white. That knight is going to struggle to contain those two black pawns. A bit of a trick here. That knight is poisoned.
Okay,
don't take that knight. The white pawn would run through.
He's fighting.
Yeah, he's fighting Fabi. Maybe some small chances the white king coming back now. But
3 seconds, 2 seconds.
Oh, time. He got a move.
He made a move. Don't worry, the moves are coming in. Yeah, I know that's going to happen when the moves come with the increments. So chill, guys. It's okay. You can trust Artemiev. He does not lose on time.
Doesn't get flagged.
You're right.
Wow. But he's played the last 15 moves on seconds. And it looks like that was an inaccuracy. Fabi's back.
Because the bishop couldn't go forward, there would have been a fork, and now he gets the pawns. He takes both of them.
Wow.
And Fabi, he's celebrating. He can't believe it. He cannot believe his luck that he survived this.
Wow.
Don't write off these top players ever. I think that's the lesson from this game. Fabi saves a draw. King versus king. It's a miracle. Vladislav Artemiev let it slip, though. 1 move or 2 moves away from winning. Oh, what a turnaround.
It's a role reversal from yesterday. Fabiano Caruana was winning against Liem, and just like what we just saw here, that's what happened. Liem was able to survive. So the players, they're going to make their mistakes in time trouble, but Fabiano, he should count his lucky stars.
Wow. That was an absolutely crazy game there. We saw Fabi with a smile. He knows that he survived a scare. It was completely busted at some point. But Fabi survives to level the score and go into Game 3. What a round we've had, full of action. David, so many critical moments.
So many critical moments, both in the game between Wesley and Hikaru, and also this one. I just want to show where Vladislav could have actually finished it off. Just a few moves before the end, he was still winning. Bishops are better than knights in these types of positions with pawns on both flanks, and he could have showed this by simply pushing his pawns. This white knight is so far away. There's no way to come back and stop. There's only actually one route. You have to come into the center, but black simply continues pushing. You park the bishop on this square. The white king can come across, but now you defend everything, and black's king can take this pawn at will. If the white king ever strays too far away, you'll make a new queen. White is stuck, and it's a matter of time before black wins. Instead, he moved his bishop to a poor square, allowing the white knight back, and the white king was just in time to come back and take these pawns. Missed opportunity for Artemiev. Fabiano breathing a sigh of relief.
Yeah, saw that on the camera in the end. Fabi smiling after picking up those queenside pawns. What action we've had. And this is where we stand. Hikaru Nakamura with a fantastic win over Wesley So, playing on the clock, playing on the position. Now he takes the lead. Wesley So trails by a point. Fabiano Caruana, Vladislav Artemiev. That match is tied. There is a big Game 3 coming up. But before that, we're going to take a short Twitch break.
Welcome, everybody.
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Bolger.
You know what? I learned a lot.
I don't even know if Hikaru knows this story. So at some point, we were running what was called the Chess.com Ambassador Program. I was convincing to give this little chess website that could a chance, because I know ICC is better to play, but give us a chance. When we thought about trying to get someone to play on our site who could motivate other title players to come, we were having a lot of internal debates about all the top players at the time. I mean, I've known Hikaru since I was 11 and he was 9, right? Everyone was good. There was no pros. I'm not gonna list any of the cons, but Eric was the one who was like, hey, like, if we're gonna do this, why not just go right to the top? Like, Hikaru's the best online chess player in the world. We had all the other grandmasters, but they're like, hey, if we really care about this, why are we spending our time trying to do this in 5 years? Let's just go get Hikaru to play on our site. And Eric reached out to Hikaru and had a great call. And I'd known Hikaru for years, so it wasn't hard for me to connect with him. And the moment we got Hikaru playing on our site, it was like every top chess player in the world followed.
And today, Hikaru Nakamura is one of the biggest streamers in the world. But not just that. I mean, over the last year, what performance he's had. Winning the American Cup, re-entering the world top 5, even in 2022, in his Grand Prix performance, qualifying for the candidates, and a fantastic candidates. Is Hikaru Robert in the best shape of his life?
You know, he was number 2 in the world in classical chess at some point, but right now I think he is just on fire. Every tournament he plays in, he doesn't just have a chance. He's right up there, if not winning the event. So Hikaru Nakamura seems unstoppable most events he plays in.
Yeah, and he is leading his match against Wesley. James, what does Flexley need to do to come back into this one?
Flexley So needs to flex, right? He needs to flex. He also needs to play his game, maybe play more solid a little bit here. Don't take less rate, but also he needs to get his time right? If you get the time right, he's blundered both times in time pressure. So if I can get my time right, just play maybe a little bit more instinct here, play a little bit more solid, but you also have to get over the fact that I just lost this game, right? And I'm losing on time. He said this yesterday too about his time management wasn't the greatest, so he needs to fix that today and then right now. In fact, because he got 2 matches left, so 2 games, so he needs to fix that right now before it gets out of hand.
Yeah. Wesley So has been struggling on the clock and on the board and takes a big decision to go for the Sicilian.
Wow. I said less risk. Psych.
Yeah, James, you jinxed it there with the opening. I was actually going to make a bold prediction that it would be a quick Berlin draw. Hikaru would be happy to get one game closer to that finishing line. Wesley, meanwhile, throw away that black game, focus on a white win in the next one. But no, Wesley wants to risk now, here and now. It's a bishop b5 check Sicilian. This is a more solid option for white. No open Sicilians where it's kind of throwing pieces towards each other's king. This one is more strategic, kind of in line with Nakamura's strategy for this match, seemingly. But yeah, what do we think of this opening choice?
To be honest, the bishop b5 check for any Sicilian player, like me being included as well. I've ventured off into e5 and Carol Khan too as well. But being a long-time Sicilian player, the one that you hate the most is when they go bishop b5 check. Believe it or not, you can see the face that Wesley's making right now. He actually made that face. As soon as bishop b5 check landed on the board, his face, he was just mad. The little smirk of like, bro, come on, man. Like, that's exactly what happened here. And I understand, because it's annoying. Nobody likes to face the bishop b5 check Sicilian.
Yeah, you play the Sicilian, have an open position, attacking chances. And here you're like, everything's closed. Not a single piece has been traded. And when Magnus was playing against Hikaru, we saw some close Sicilians as well, just trying to keep the action closed until black has to force it open. And look at Wesley's last move, c4, maybe opening the c5 square for his knight, trying to get some forward squares. But white can always strike at that pawn, b3 or d3, just try to trade some pieces. And we do see a quick en passant.
Yeah, a quick en passant, and this will be recaptured, at least now for Wesley. If he wants to win this game, there is a small imbalance in the pawn structure. Black has a rock-solid structure. Black, once he gets castled, will be very happy. I think Hikaru, meanwhile, will want to strike on that queen side. So still early days in that game as these two start their battle.
And a big game coming up where Vladislav Artemiev was so close to winning round 2 against Fabiano Caruana, but a miraculous save there. And now Vlad starts with the King's Pawn opening. Robert, you are surprised.
Yeah, I mean, Vladislav's been playing a lot of knight f3 systems, but he's challenging Fabiano head-on in the Best Buy test 1e4 lines. And then he's thinking. So I'm just not sure what Artemiev is aiming for. It seems like it's part of his game plan to spend a ton of time in the opening and then speed up later. But he chose this first move. He could have expected Fabiano to play this. He was renowned as a Petrov player, but he also, of course, plays the Spanish. And now he's playing the 4 knights, which is not the most testing variation. I'm a little bit surprised at what's going on.
Yeah, really surprising stuff. It feels like the mind games, maybe he's on tilt. Maybe he's been affected by failing to convert that advantage in the last game. And, OK, he's actually using the Spanish 4 knights just like Fedoseev did earlier in the day. Maybe this is something the two Russians have been working on there. OK, bringing his bishop out for Black now, Fabiano, and this is still mirroring that game earlier in the day, Fedoseev against Levon Aronian. And in that game, I believe there was just a pawn push here in the centre, and that game was very balanced for a while. But can Fabiano spice things up at all? Early days here, but very symmetrical, solid start for both.
Yeah, David, I have to ask you, this pawn push with the d pawn defending e4, why could white not just pick up the e5 pawn? It looked like it was hanging. Center pawn, I'm attacking f7.
Yeah, Tanya, this would have led into a maze of complications. Let's just jump in. If white had taken this pawn, I've taken it myself in this exact position. Black, for example, can bring his queen out. And here things do get spicy. White, for example, can cash in on this square. But watch out for the white king as well, a bit of a target. So this leads to just reams of opening theory that I don't want to get bogged down in here. But it would have got very complicated. And clearly, Artemiev just in the mood for a more solid position. This is the current position on the board. And you do have to watch out slightly for this type of move. You don't want to get your queen trapped, but of course there is still one escape square. Maybe the white queen will slide across to attack this black king.
And you said opening theory, and we have Fabiano Caruana on screen. When you think opening theory, he's one of the first names that comes to mind, along with the likes of Anish Giri. So Artemiev wants no part of those crazy positions. He likely hasn't looked at it much himself. He's not really an e4 player. He does not play the king's pawn often, so he's trying to play something solid. He wants a slight edge that he can try to press, because as David, you said yesterday before he faced off against Magnus, he loves himself a good endgame. And Magnus Carlsen, I mean, he is the highest standard of endgame player, and Artemiev is right up there with him.
Yeah, for sure. So if the queens do come off, then watch out for Artemiev trying to work his magic there against Fabiano. But Fabiano, as he's shown in the first game especially, if he's direct, he can catch Artemiev off guard in the opening. And I think that just that experience of game 1 today has scared Artemiev away from his usual openings. That's why we see this position in front of us.
I think that's a win for Fabi, in fact. I mean, he scared you away from your regular knight f3. I mean, he played it every game against Magnus, the world champ. But Fabiano here, he's like, let's mix it up. Wow, that says a lot, about Fabiano's prep, and also maybe the psych part there, psychology part on Artemiev there of like, oh man, let's play something different. But then, I'm not familiar with these positions, and if he gets low on time, I mean, this could be bad. Let's see how much prep Fabi has here too as well. He feels like he's good right now, only 30 seconds off the clock here, uptime already. Still at the beginning of the game here, so pretty good for Fabi here, but very level position and nothing that both players cannot play well.
Yeah, it's only moved 8 or 9, but it's clear that Artemiev is freestyling completely. And again, another long think. What could be more natural? Just castle the white king? But maybe he wants to attack. Maybe he wants to throw some pawns towards the black king. Maybe he's going to bring white's dark squared bishop out, just pin that black knight. Lots of choices, but I'm worried if he keeps this pattern of dropping low on the clock, that at some point in the day it will come back to bite him.
Yeah, and we've often seen that to come back when there are those critical moments where there's that difference of half a point and converting it into a win after playing a great game and then not having enough time to do that. So Artemiev needs to take care of the clock. He's down by 2 minutes. Also, I just noticed it's the same Is that the same T-shirt that he wore yesterday when he beat Magnus?
See, I was trying not to call him out on that. But, chess players are often very superstitious, right? We've seen Daniil Dubov wear that Balenciaga sweater many days in a row when he's having a good event. Jana Palm, she's done the same. So some people are very superstitious. In fact, they use the same pen every single time. As soon as they lose a game, that pen is thrown off, off the balcony. What?
Sam jersey.
Sam Savian with the jersey, right? So, but at least that's next week. So I hope there was some laundry being done. I don't want to call it out on this, but yeah, I think the stinging like the bumblebee, that's still part of our tennis game plan.
Well, we will see if it works or not today. It worked to perfection against Magnus, but right now it looks like Fabiano Caruana has everything under control in this position out of the opening. Let's head back to the other matchup. Hikaru Nakamura taking on Wesley So. Hikaru leads with his win in round 2. Does he have everything under control in this one?
It looks very balanced to me on the face of things, but I do slightly prefer Black's position, just the flexibility of having 2 central pawns. If you look on the 2 central files, the E and D file, Black has 2, White has 1. So Black is the one who can push pawns forward at the right moment. I'm not sure whether now or later will be the right moment, but you're the one who can make that decision. It definitely feels like Hikaru is playing safety first chess, just maneuvering, keeping everything on solid squares. And he's saying to Wesley, you start the action and I will react. But that's a risky strategy in a situation like this. If you're too passive, if you're too negative with your maneuvers, your decisions, then it could haunt you for sure. Wesley, meanwhile, just setting up. He's going to bring all of his pieces into the game, maybe centralize his rook next to his king, maybe step the Black king up 1 square, cover some holes over there, and only then decide what to do in the center.
There's something ironic about it, though. Sometimes when players, they have a lead, that's when they get the most nervous. And Hikaru has been ahead on the clock throughout most of the competition. Right now, we see him spending time on this move. He's playing kind of timidly in un-Hikaru-like fashion, especially in a Sicilian. It was his opening choice. He wanted a solid game, but he's not getting that. So this is a credit to Wesley So, playing a strong Sicilian, getting the type of position he needs to fight for a win. And Hikaru now is looking at the center, as David was pointing out. Will Black strike with that extra pawn there? Is there a problem down the C file? What is White going to attack? It doesn't seem like there's a target in Black's position. I like the look of this for Wesley So.
Well, there are 2 potential breaks in these positions for Black, right? You can either go D5, strike in the center, or B4, strike on the queen side. James, which one do you think will appear in this game?
Yeah, D5 is the one I'm a big fan of. And now, of course, B4, yeah, you have to be careful of the C file. It's not actually, we don't have that much pressure down it. We do, but the knight's defending it. We also could play rook C1 at any time. So D5 is definitely the more thematic break. You also want to get the knight, maybe knight takes D5, and the knight can even swing into F4, and you want to open up that light square bishop as much as humanly possible because, of course, I mean, even get the bishop to D6. I mean, everything is going to be aiming at this white king over here, and you can get in a lot of trouble, especially if you don't get the pieces out the back rank. I mean, the queen's still not, this queen's on D1. The rooks are not connected. Black's are. Like, Black has all the pieces developed. This is what you want, especially in any opening, but definitely in a Sicilian like this. Bishop B5 check Sicilians can be very annoying, but it looks like, I mean, the worst may be over for Wesley. I think he played it very well.
Yeah, but Black's got to time this break really well because you also can't allow White to push that E-pawn forward after D5, just blocking your own bishop. But, James, I love the ideas, and I think D5 is what will be the aim. Robert, do you agree?
Yeah, but I like David's arrows here because I was just thinking Black played G6 a moment ago. And what was the point of putting the pawn to take away the F5 square so the White knight cannot jump forward? So you play E5 to stop White from doing that. And then you play D5 and you really blast the center of the board open. Advantageous for Black if that were to occur.
Yep, looks beautiful for Black. Everything in Black's favor here. I was just going to point out this move as well. If the White knight retreats here, maybe the Black knight's actually going to come to this square, really tie down these pawns. This is kind of thematic an idea here, especially when you've got pressure down the C-file. If the White knight goes the other way, however, look how blocked in this queen is. This queen is smothered. This queen is suffocated. And now you break open the center, boom, and everything is in Black's favor. I really actually fear for Hikaru in this position. If he simply moves his rook across, I think he's going to be struggling. He needs something more active. But where is that move? What can he try here? Already shaking his head. Sorry.
Notice this, David. Actually, like, you know, it's Hikaru's down time.
Yeah.
When is Hikaru ever down time?
Never.
Against anybody on the planet, right? Okay, he's down 3 minutes and counting. That's a lot, Wesley. This is a win for Wesley right now. In an opening battle right now, Wesley won the opening battle, and Hikaru's going to have to figure this out as he's trying to right now. Right now the timer says 3 minutes and counting. He's thinking and using his time trying to figure this out. Wesley's up time. That's huge for Wesley right now.
Yeah. It is really about getting these small wins so that you can get the big win in the end. Getting that little time advantage, putting a little bit more pressure on the opponent, having ideas like e5, d5 in the air. Hikaru Nakamura in a bit of trouble. And you can tell he's just not shaking and bobbing as much as he usually does when he's better.
He's no longer acting. Right? That grimace that you just saw on his face, that was real. That's a chess position grimace. Like, this is not going the way I want. And it really is that straightforward for Black. You have a clear plan, and White doesn't. So Black has the pawn breaks. I say this so often. I've said it so many times in the show. The side that controls the pawn breaks is usually the side with the advantage. And he brought his knight back to the first rank, which opens up ideas on the queen side flank or still in the center. I love the way this looks for Wesley. And I think we've all been asking for this. We love Wesley So when he's playing ambitious chess. He's super dangerous, but he often sticks towards more solid openings and decisions when he's playing the top. He has to. His back is against the wall, and he's doing just that. So props to Wesley right now.
Yeah, I first met Wesley So at the 2007 World Junior Championship, and he was a really attacking, aggressive player. He crushed me straight out the opening once. A few years later, he crushed me again by playing attacking chess, and I just couldn't handle him. And nowadays, he tends to prefer that more solid approach, and it serves him well, of course. He's got that level of consistency that's kind of kept him in the elite of world chess for so long. But to beat the likes of Hikaru, to beat the likes of Magnus, you need a bit extra. So it's nice to see him in this game, embracing his roots, embracing his natural instincts when he was a bit younger. And I feel like, just like the first game, now is the moment. Strike in the center before Hikaru gets organized.
David, I was thinking about that. You know, that F5 break that he had in the earlier game, he missed that opportunity. Is this the moment for him to strike in the center, push that e-pawn, drive the knight away, and then move ahead with the d-pawn, opening up the bishop, all the ideas that James mentioned, and we've got e5 on the board. We might be seeing d5 next.
Yep. It's on the board.
It's on the board. And does he want to move this knight? That's the question first. Maybe he brings it to the side of the board. Maybe he brings it back. But as you say, Tanya, this is the move next. d5, break it open, and Black has the advantage. It's unstoppable almost, this pawn break.
Your idea is still there. Knight a4 first. Let's keep the piece on the board. When a side is cramped, they want to trade pieces. The only side that doesn't have space is White. So let's keep the knights on the board, then play d5, open up the center. Black has an extra pawn in the middle of the board. This looks so promising for Black, and Hikaru recognized that. It's not that he thinks he's lost, and Wesley did, by the way, hop the knight to the a4 square, but Hikaru's just uncomfortable, and Wesley's in the driver's seat.
Yeah, just to fast forward a couple of moves in this variation to show how strong this is for Black. For example, what do you do in this position? If you move your queen, then at some point you will get hit by a knight f4 jump. I don't see what else. The Black rook is going to come, start creating some monster threats. Also, watch out for sacrifices on this square. It just looks fantastic for Black right now.
This position is gross. That is just so bad. After he takes knight takes d5, it's really bad. d5 here. I mean, do you have a choice? Do you have to take this?
You've got to be careful if you make a random move. Maybe we'll even see the Black pawn step forward. There's a pin on this file as well, and that could nab Black a pawn. At the very least, you just bring your rook into the center. Nice position. So if you do have to open things up, that will suit Black. And Wesley done everything right in this game. Hikaru rotates his knight, retreats that knight backwards. And, OK, he's still solid-ish, but look at the white pieces. They're all camped on their first two ranks. Blacks are pouring forward with all the momentum.
Yeah, it almost feels like the mat situation has forced Wesley to take drastic, ambitious decisions, and good for him. Because now after d5, he does control the board. White moving back, Hikaru moving back with his knights, but there is a threat on the board. He is threatening to pick up that Black knight and win a pawn. How does Black counter it?
That's a pawn I'd be willing to give up. If I'm Wesley, I get the bishop pair. The board will open up. That's good for bishop. So I would even think about sliding the rook that's next to the king into the center in line with the queen. Rooks usually win those showdowns on an open file, and that file is going to open up. Wesley, knight c5, that is not a timid move. He just brings his knight back towards the center. I think it makes sense. He knows he has the advantage. Why give Hikaru even the slightest bit of hope with material? So knight c5 is good. Rook d8 is next. Still Wesley. And look at the lead on the clock as well. I mean, it's not just the board, it's the clock, it's everything, and you could see it on Hikaru's face.
Yeah, he's worried. He's one uncomfortable man right now, Hikaru Nakamura, and it's like you said earlier, Robert, just when you're in the lead, somehow people freeze. I've been there so many times myself. Suddenly, getting a draw feels like Mount Everest, climbing that Mount Everest, and it's the hardest thing in the world just to stay solid against these top players. OK, Hikaru brings his queen out, but that queen is not going to feel too safe anytime soon. James, do you spot any tempting moves for black, tempting ideas here?
Yeah, I'm actually looking at, I was just going to say captures. Okay, captures. I also looked at d4 too, but then it just locks down everything, and I have to like move the knight and then play f5. It's too much. So taking at least keeps the bishop open. It's a very strong bishop I have there. But after takes, I mean, I'm not sure what to do yet. Okay, he took with the knight, so now we have to calculate a little bit.
Takes,
and then grab the juicer.
Exactly. I'm not sure which way you capture with the knights. Let's say this way, for example. And I'm really worried for Hikaru after a move such as b4. Look at this. Look at the pressure on the c-file. It's as if you're getting hit from all angles. This pawn in the center is isolated, eternal weakness. Now you're getting hit from this flank. Also, black is the one actually with the advantage on the other side.
It's actually on the board right now.
James.
Wow, it's on the board, b4.
We were talking about, should black go for the d5 break or b4? Wesley says, I'm going to get both of them in. And he does it in the strongest way possible. With that pin on c2, Hikaru Nakamura in big trouble. Low on the clock as well. Knight d2, does that just... Well, the good news is that the b7 bishop is attacked, David. So you perhaps can't really pick up the c3 pawn immediately.
Yeah, I'm not going to be greedy, though. I'm not keen to rush things here if I'm Wesley. So he's got the long-term advantage. So he's actually done the hard work. Long-term white central pawn is isolated. After a trade of pawns on the c3 square that we pointed out, he'll have a bunch more isolated pawns, Hikaru Nakamura. So Wesley can actually make sure everything's defended, everything's ready first. There we go. Bring the rook into the action. Only later cash in on that advantage. It's all about transforming advantages in chess. You have the strategic advantage, transform it into a material advantage later, but only when you're ready, only on your own terms. And I like this move.
And the one piece for black that really isn't optimized, that knight on f6. It is staring at white center, but at some point it may hop around the board to find greener pasture. So if that knight hops to the rim, we typically criticize those decisions, call it dim. But here the knight may venture into f4. That's a great square to work with. White would like to use the dark square bishop to cover, but then black will try to trade off the dark square bishops. If you use your pawn to cover by pushing to g3, you open up even more squares around your king. That does not look like a good way to stop it. You see the evaluation go higher and higher for black in such a position. I think that Wesley, his play is so easy here. He has a lead on the clock. Hikaru is not feeling the game right now, and I think Wesley has to punish him.
Yeah, he has to punish him. At some point, you will take on this square. You don't need to rush this because of the pin against the c2 bishop. Maybe a move such as bring the bishop to c5. I'm also looking at ideas like knight g4, trying to go for this white king, trying to cash in on those dark squares. And it just looks beautiful for Wesley, but he's spoiled for choice. Will he be able to find the knockout blow? It feels like this is the game. He needs to strike here. If he doesn't win this one, Wesley, he's not going to recover from this disappointment.
He's up time too as well. He's just trying to bishop c5. Wait, we have a move here. Okay, bishop
logical.
c5. Yep, very logical. He's trying to trade off and take on. No, you still can't take on. Well, you can now. The problem was b7 and e7 was hanging. Now there's only one piece hanging. And then you can actually win the pawn there, but you allow the rook on the 7th with some counterplay. It is interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting. I just don't see a move here, Hikaru. Maybe you have to push the white king into the corner and just cross your fingers and hope, pray for the best. Yeah. But yeah, black is breaking through on the dark squares. That might be the bigger worry right now for Hikaru.
Yeah, Hikaru leading the match took this decision to play a more positional, strategic opening with the Rosalimo, not playing the open Sicilian, which is more his style. Do you think that is where it went wrong for him, that he didn't believe in his own position, but instead wanted to play the match situation?
Yeah, you've got to play the board in front of you. And if Wesley doesn't play the Sicilian on a regular basis, it's because of the open Sicilian. It's because he doesn't want to be attacked. And here, Hikaru hasn't tried to attack him, hasn't given him any difficult questions, hasn't tried to make Wesley uncomfortable. He's just playing for a draw. Yes, you've got white. You haven't done that much wrong, but it's these small kind of signals that would have given Wesley confidence in the match. Wow. And h3 stopping the black knight from jumping forward, but a bit of a sad move to play for Hikaru.
Yeah, very sad.
Wow. Hikaru Nakamura currently struggling in this game on the clock and on the board. We will come back to this. Let's get an update. Wow, lots has happened here. Queens have been traded off. What is going on? How are we evaluating this endgame?
Well, when you said struggling on the clock and on the board, that describes Vladislav Artemyev's position. He is down 7 minutes and change. He's also a worse position because his pawn structure is worse. And Fabiano Caruana has full control of this open e-file. The knight is better than the bishop. We like a bishop pair, but when it's a lone bishop, the knight can hop from color complex to color complex. The bishop is inherently limited to its own color, the dark squares. And look at this. Black controls the e-file. Black has a rook on the f-file. That knight on d7 can jump into the position via b6 and go forward from there. This looks really, really nice for Fabiano. And did we mention that he's up 7 minutes?
That's a lot of time.
What does he even hope for here, Artemiev? If all the rooks come off, you're probably losing. It's good knight versus bad bishop. If the rooks stay on the board, the black rooks are likely to come into the position. Which pieces do you want to trade? There's no chance you'll ever get black's knight off the board for your bishop. I don't see it. What are your hopes long term? Maybe you just have to survive move by move, but with 3 minutes, it's not an easy task.
It's always hard when you have to play moves and suffer from a worse position. Like, that's just the worst. Like, you know you're worse, but you're just trying to hold or create some type of chances here. It is bishop versus knight, but I mean, like, the knight's fine. You have double pawns here. I can always defend the b file with b6 if you go rook b1. I'm about to double and then trade, and definitely an endgame would be nice. For black here, we have the maneuvers. We can even put the knight to e4. When we get a knight to e4, it's going to be extremely annoying, right? So black has all the play here and the time to do it. Now, Fabiano needs to be better with his time management, I think, here, too, because he got in time trouble and almost lost that game, you know? So he needs to be careful, too, not to get too low on time here and use the time edge wisely.
Yeah, he's got a 6-minute lead, so it's kind of hard to imagine him being in time trouble. But you're right, James, we saw that happen. And a lot of misses happen when you're low on the clock. Is it a good idea for Fabi to keep the rooks on the board, or should he try to get rid of them?
I would love to make them all disappear, wave that magic wand and hoover them off the board. Hoover them. I think the black knight is just going to be a beast if it lands, like James says, on e4 or c4, the route that Fabi's going right now. Beautiful outpost. And when you have squares that can't be challenged for that knight, the white bishop simply can't compete.
And black can trade a pair of rooks at any moment, right? You can push your g-pawn, force the bishop out of the way, then trade rooks. So I really like the dynamic here for Fabiano. It seems like he has a pretty easy gameplay. And for Artemiev, who doesn't have much time, he's looking, am I going to lose a pawn in the next few moves? And if he loses one pawn, is that too much to deal with? Unlike game one, where Fabiano got in time trouble and almost lost, there is zero losing chance there. He would have to blunder a full piece or misclick and give his opponent a pass pawn. I don't even know how you lose this position. Fabiano has a dream situation right now.
Dream situation, just keep things solid. Just defend some pawns, get those rooks off the board at the right moments. Yeah, looks perfect. Just a great strategy. And Artemiev, he's an endgame expert, but not when he's suffering like this. I don't think anyone could be an expert in this position for white. It's just...
This is a nightmare. We're just 2.5 minutes on the clock, playing with the white pieces. It's just not a scenario you want to be in. Fabiano Caruana dominating this endgame. Let's head back to our other match. Hikaru versus Wesley. Hikaru with the white pieces has landed up in big trouble straight from the opening. Also, for the first time in this match, it's Wesley who is ahead on the clock. We see that the bishops, there's still tension there. Trades haven't happened on the queen side. King h1. How does black continue now?
Oof, spoiled for choice. You could trade a set of pawns on the queen side, but again, do you rush it? I don't think so. Well, commentator's curse. I was going to say Robert's idea from a few moves back, bring that black knight into the game. That's maybe the piece that can be improved right now. I would love to take a timeout as well to just kind of shuffle the black king forward one square just to protect some pawns. But you've kind of got this luxury of time of all these different moves. How do you choose? And actually, the more I look at it, the more I don't like Wesley's decision to open up the white rook on the b file. Some trick suddenly in the air.
Bishop c5 is a threat. You're actually threatening to just win a piece.
Oh, big fella swinging. I was just going to go knight h5, but he hit him with a tactino.
David said improve the knight. Says, give me that pawn in the center, and this works tactically. What a shot from Wesley. So he grabs a pawn, and it may look like white is about to win a piece because that knight on e4 is under attack multiple times. But the issue is that queen on e2 is needed to guard the dark square bishop, so the forcing lines actually play out in black's favor.
Yeah, just as an example of the forcing lines. Firstly, you can't take this bishop. If you take this bishop, there's a nasty knight fork, a nasty check, winning the white queen. Wow. So the only other forcing move is to take this one, take the knight. But suddenly, after bishop takes bishop, the white queen is overloaded, as Robert mentions. Queen takes bishop, you drop this piece. The white bishop here is lost, and black will emerge a clear pawn up. If you take the other bishop, then black is actually spoiled for choice. You can take this knight if you want, or you can be even more ambitious, even more greedy, and take this rook. At the very end, after the dust clears, black has won the exchange and a pawn. Game over. So Hikaru now, he needs to be resourceful to even stay alive in this game.
Yeah.
Head shake from Hikaru there. Head shake, classic head shake saying, oh, this is terrible. You know, what did I do, chat? Oh, I'm a moron. Oh, am I dumb or am I a moron?
Is that the title for the YouTube video coming out?
I'm a moron. That's what he says on stream all the time, right? So he definitely just missed this shot here. He's definitely very angry at himself, very emotional player, as you can tell, right, guys? You know, he does this all the time on stream, as he's probably streaming right now, in fact. But it is, it's annoying. That's a nice shot from Wesley there.
Very nice
missed that. Knight h5 I thought he was going for, but knight e4 is even better.
I'm just thinking, Yesterday, everyone was winning with black. I don't think we had a single win with the white pieces. Hikaru just beat Wesley with black. Wesley gets... Is this going to be like 10-0 to decisive games with the players of the black pieces?
If we rule out the Armageddon?
Yeah, I'm ruling out the Armageddons. That's different format.
Wow.
Yeah, 9 wins with the black pieces, 0 to white in the rapid portion on day 1. And as you're pointing out, it was Hikaru taking the 10th black win, and it looks like Wesley has the upper hand with the black pieces. You could be right. I don't think we've ever seen those stats before. Black scoring so heavy.
Yeah, it just shows how well prepared everyone is these days. If you can't make a dent on your opponent with white, then actually things do turn around. And look at Hikaru down to 1 minute. How often do we see this? Down on time so significantly and totally lost position. Great play by Wesley. Yeah, I don't think this would have been on my radar either, but he spotted it, and he deserves to win this game so far.
Pawn grabbed right in the center, and I just do want to point out that I just thought about it. And Levon Aronian won with the white pieces against Fedoseev earlier, so Levon, I apologize. You know, please forgive me. You did win with white. And look at Hikaru. He puts his bishop there. What is going on?
Hold on, man.
Whoa.
What the?
Tactics everywhere. Everything's hanging.
Relax.
Yeah, you just pick it up. You can't pick up the rook because the queen was hanging.
Yeah, let's do a count. So white has sacrificed the exchange, a rook for bishop, but in return has got the white queen active. It shouldn't be enough, but there's an attack against the black knight from the white queen. There's an attack against the black rook from white's dark squared bishop. So a couple of tricks in the air. He's just gambling at this point, Hikaru. He knew he was losing anyway, so he's going to go down in flames. He's going to hope that Wesley gets nervous and slips up. But 4 minutes for Wesley, he should be able to find a solution. What is it, though? That's the big question. How do you defend your rook? How do you defend your knight from these threats?
It's critical that Wesley has so much time, because with an open king, the dark squares are vulnerable around the black king. If the bishop and queen could line up, there could be even a checkmate against it. So Wesley, he has plenty of time. He's up a rook and 1 pawn for just the bishop. That is more than enough. So I think he just needs to figure out how to save his rook, save his knight. I think maybe moving his dark sword bishop back to attack the queen, that might be the way to do so. But I see chances for Hikaru. He is the king of making things complicated when it looks like he has no shot.
Yeah, really nice move there. Really nice suggestion, Robert. I'm not sure if it's the only way, but it's a very sensible way. You defend your knight with tempo. James mentioned earlier, everything has to come with tempo. Everything has to have a purpose.
Tempo.
And here we go. Attacking the white queen. Now the pawn is taken, but the black rook has time to move. I'm not sure which square you use. You can move it up. You can move it across. As long as the bishop can't take you, you will have a decisive material advantage. And Wesley converting it really nicely so far. He hasn't slipped up, but will there be twists ahead?
Yeah.
Hikaru doesn't look too unhappy. Looked a bit, well, at least a bit positive there with his life decisions.
Yeah, he understands it's practical, right? You got 2 bishops, a weak king over here. You know, if the bishop's on G7, dark square bishop, there could be some things there. Like, black would be way better, I think. You'll be fine. You're covering the weaknesses around the king, but white definitely has some practical chances of like a bishop B3, and if you can reroute this bishop and then get the queen on the diagonal, there's some problems in there, right? There it is, bishop to B3, where like maybe you can even play queen G4, queen G6 is there, right? Bishop F6, queen H6. I mean, bishop F6 might be next, queen H6, and you have a mating net. This is disgusting, right? So it's crazy that you can create chances out of this, but Wesley definitely has to be accurate here. Bishop F6 is a really strong move, and then queen H6, and you might be getting mated.
Yeah.
Hikaru is very resourceful. Very difficult to beat him, even when you have a good position. And what might have looked like a blunder to many of us, giving up that exchange, is just him posing very important, strong, practical problems for Wesley currently. And we do see, as the clocks get more and more level, right now, Wesley has an extra minute on the clock. He does attack the white queen. And wow, that is a dangerous square, placing it on the diagonal of the bishop.
Dangerous square, but the only square. That queen was borderline trapped. Right. And look at this knight E4, retreating the knight, but defending everything. The bishop is covered, the rook is covered. So Hikaru once again moves his queen, attacking the knight in the center. And for Wesley, I mean, if he gets in time trouble, this is when mistakes happen. He still has over a minute advantage on the clock.
Got to be really careful. Suddenly, James, your ideas of the white queen swinging across towards the black king.
I'm telling you, there's tricks here. I mean, even like knight C3, queen E8, my guy, and then rook takes, bishop F6. But of course, obviously, you can play, I think, G5 there. Is there bishop C2?
Ooh, exciting stuff. You're thinking about some queen sacrifices, bringing the queen to the top of the board.
F6,
I'm not sure they work, but for example, you could just swing your queen across, and just to point out a huge threat, boom, queen takes pawn, boom, as you say. Due to this pin, the black king is in actually huge trouble here. So you've got to be really wary, really careful for Wesley. How does he maintain this knight in the center of the board? Maybe he can't. If he can't, then at least it's not one-way traffic. Maybe dropping back, trading off pieces is a good idea, but not an easy move to make. Wesley, big decisions ahead.
Practical. This is practical decisions here. I mean, these bishops are sharp, and again, the dark square weaknesses are evident around the king there. You have to move the knight, and queen g4 is a very strong move. Maybe he just moves the king up to g7 or something.
Oof, yeah, it feels scary, though,
Definitely.
suddenly for Wesley. And down to 1 minute, the clocks are basically level. Anything could happen in this position. Wesley needs to move. He needs to get pieces off the board. The dream, the ultimate goal, is to get the queens off. But Hikaru is going to say no to that one. He's going to keep the queens on and go for the attack. Black's king lacking defenders. OK, Wesley's down on the clock for the first time in the game, really. Could we see a turnaround? What do we think now?
Yeah, that's a problem. You know, you cannot be giving all this time. Bishop g3 and speaking of turnaround, is that knight on e4 just hanging?
It is.
Just take it.
What the heck was that?
Oh my gosh.
He lost his mind.
He thought there was a back rank checkmate, but there is not one there for Black. That was a huge blunder. And I'm looking at Wesley. This might just lose him the match.
He lost his absolute on national television.
This is the move he missed. He missed the knight retreat, then the most difficult type of move to see in chess, backward knight moves. But wow, suddenly he's just lost a piece for free. Wesley So blundered, and look at Hikaru. The bob was going there, the head bob.
High. Practical chances. Practical, right? Engine says, oh, I'm winning. And we all see it at home in the eval bar or the evil bar, right? We see it, and but the practical chances, figuring it out yourself on the board, playing somebody as strong as this is, and the time trouble. Again, that time issue for Wesley. When you get low on time, you make mistakes, and he blundered a piece.
Can't express how important this is, because now Hikaru, I mean, he's winning. He's up a full 2 minor pieces for a rook. That's too much to deal with for Wesley So. But when I think about the overall tournament, now Wesley will drop to the losers bracket where he faces Magnus Carlsen. So Magnus or Wesley will do no better than 5th place, which means we'll see them in the play-in for the next time. And if Hikaru can get this victory, this looks for him quite easy at this point. If he wins this, he makes sure he makes it to the 3rd event, Division 1.
Yeah, I mean, not just was it a blunder that blew the advantage, it's literally 360. He was totally winning, up material. Now he's just, as Robert says, lost in practical terms. And you don't want to be facing Hikaru in this type of endgame where he's going to grind forever. 10 seconds as well for Wesley. At some point, very, very shortly, the white knight, white bishop, and white rook are going to gang up against Black's f7 pawn, the pawn next to Black's king, on a light square, easy target, and that one will fall. Watch out for that white A-pawn deciding the game later on. Any endgame, any transitions, transformations, exchanges will favour white because of that passed pawn on the A-file. Hikaru taking his time. He's going to win, and so resourceful. Hats off to him. But Wesley, just something was up today. A few blunders.
We'll see if Wesley can be resourceful, though, because right now Hikaru, he's trying to make progress. But if a rook sacrifices itself for one of the minor pieces and gets a pawn in the process, perhaps white will not have enough material remaining to win the game. And that's what Wesley is relying on. And Hikaru is avoiding that at all costs. He's keeping this game going. He centralizes his knight, makes sure that no trades are about to happen. And for Wesley, I mean, it's back against the wall time.
What about a rook trade? Will a rook trade help Wesley here? He can force some of the rooks off the board. There we go. He goes for it now. He is removing one of white's potential attackers, but still, he has fewer defenders now against the white A-pawn. Ooh, fruity stuff. Going for white's pawns.
And if you start taking all these pawns, at some point you may not have enough remaining.
Yeah. Missed by Hikaru. Maybe he went to the wrong square with his king. He should have stepped back. He went forward, and now his pawns will fall. Wow, I wrote him off too soon. I wrote off Hikaru first, then I wrote off Wesley. And these two fighters just throwing everything at each other. Maybe he was going to hold this one now.
Yeah, not that many pawns remaining, and that's all Black needs to do is you're going to trade off the king side pawns and then bring your king on over to the queen side and then try to give up your rook for bishop and pawn or knight and pawn. As long as white has no pawns remaining and one of the minor pieces off the board, it's immediately a draw.
Yeah, that trade of rooks, I don't think Hikaru should have allowed it. Now his bishop and knight don't combine as well without the protection, without the help of their rook. And Black's rook is causing all sorts of nuisance here. There's a nasty threat of pushing that black pawn forward with a check, and then the black rook's going to go for that lone white pawn on the king side. And Hikaru trading everything off. This should not be winning anymore.
No.
Definitely not. You can't even take the pawn now.
Oh, my goodness. So Wesley So, I mean, we were talking about him being knocked down to the elimination bracket. No, he is still right in this match. If he can take this draw, he gets the white pieces in game 4. He could force Armageddon with the win there. This is shocking.
I thought Hikaru was home and dry. He probably thought he was home and dry. Yeah. But look at his face now. He's devastated. Just missing the opportunity to cash in on Wesley's blunder earlier. Well, this one should be a draw, simply not enough material. Yeah. The best you can hope for here is to give up one of your pieces for those black pawns and the black rook, but just no material. It's going to be a draw. 10 seconds shouldn't be a decisive factor here.
Yeah, Hikaru had the head bob too. He was feeling it. He was like, "Yep, let's go. I got you. I got it." And then, I mean, at least he didn't lose the game though.
Yeah.
No, that was definitely should have been Wesley's game for sure, of course. But practical chances, both being in time trouble. I mean, there's still play left. He's going to try. I mean, anything can happen, especially after that Artemiev Magnus game where there was just that crazy game where it should have been a draw, but he did not.
Yeah, and with seconds on the clock, anything can happen. The A-pawn's advancing. Black king comes forward. The G6 pawn is now hanging. Is it time for Wesley to pick up that A5 pawn?
Go for it now. There he goes. And I think Hikaru forgot about the clock for a second. He nearly made a move with about 1 second left.
That was a sneaky trick, yeah.
A little sneaky last-ditch effort trick.
He's ready to get out of here. Hikaru, you can see on his body language, the pawns disappear, and this
and rook f5. This one ends in a draw. But if anyone's pleased with that, it's got to be Hikaru. He was completely busted. Wesley had such a big chance, but Hikaru did Hikaru things and tricked him.
Yeah, that being said, chess players, they only remember the last blunder, and Hikaru was the one who let the win slip at the end there. Meanwhile, this game has turned. What's happened? Black has lost control.
And G5? Oh my gosh, you could spring free this pass pawn immediately. I think Fabiano's just lost at the moment. He was much better all game. Time trouble, James, you called it once again. It is his biggest Achilles heel.
Absolutely. And of course, what's funny is he gets stronger as Artemiev is a beast when he gets low time. When he is low, when he gets lower on time, Artemiev becomes another person. It's just insane how he can do this to the greatest players in the world with no time on his clock. But during the game, when they have time, he's like losing. He's down, better position, better this, better that. And now he's about to go down. Look at that. Yeah, that's a sign of game over there.
Yeah, sign of desperation. He had to give up his rook. That pawn was about to become a new queen, and now it's only 2 pawns for the rook. White's pieces are going to coordinate, though, and pick off those 2 black pawns. The black pawns simply aren't advanced enough, and Fabi just went for it at the wrong moment, allowed counterplay, and things have turned. Artemiev, nerves of steel, you've got to say. As long as he avoids a knight fork, he will win this game.
Yeah, the knight will try to help protect the pawns, but then the white king will join the party. And that's the thing about the endgame. The white king can be used as a weapon. But look at this. This is like a pretty good setup for Fabiano. It's not easy to crack this.
Yeah, not easy. You need patience.
And as our chat is saying, it is the shirt. It is working for him. Just unbelievable stuff there. Playing on seconds. How does he beat the very best players in the world? And we see Fabiano Caruana bringing his king in, but that is a hold rook.
That was strong.
It's a good move. Just stop d4. Everything under control. There. Yeah.
Yep, important move. And now the white king can step into the center at will, and those black pawns will eventually fall. Black lacking the coordination now, lacking the centralization. You can see from Fabi, he's just devastated. He's thrown this game. Missed opportunities left, right, and centre for both players. But here we go, last few moves, and this will be over. Just don't take the knight. Well, you can, but if you do, don't grab the pawn afterwards. Got to be slightly careful. Oof, both sides dropping down to 1-2 seconds on each move. This one is a matter of time now. The pawn's not advanced enough. White will be able to corral it. And the one thing you need to watch out for is the black king slides over and the pawn pushes forward. Then you have to sacrifice your bishop to stop it. Rook against knight. That would be a theoretical draw. So Fabi clinging on to his last bit of hope here. Artemiev bringing his king back.
Gives a check. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, the pawn's too slow.
Oh, yikes. That's it.
Wins the knight and will bring the bishop to stop that c-pawn. It's going nowhere. And with that, Fabi shakes his head. Vladislav Artemiev takes the win, takes the lead, which means going into round 4, Fabiano Caruana has to win on demand to force a playoff. Wow, what a comeback that was by Fabi. Big moments in both these games. Amazing turnarounds, Hikaru fighting it back to stay alive, and Fabi taking the lead. David, what was the standout point for you?
There were multiple standout points. Of course, that dramatic game between Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura, essential for the whole tournament. But Fabiano Caruana, where he let it slip, was here. Black is actually a pawn up. He had the winning chances. He was better earlier in the game as well. But rather than allow a draw, rather than agree to a repetition, for example, stepping his king back and allowing a perpetual check, he played for the win. He dropped his knight back, but suddenly White was better. This walked into a pin, of course, and suddenly it was the black pawns that started started falling. Bishops are better than knights in these open positions, pawns on both flanks, and as we saw, Artemiev went on to guide this to victory.
Yeah. And with that win, let's take a look at our scoreline going into the final rapid game in these two matches. Vladislav Artemiev leads his match against Fabiano Caruana after that great idea that David just showed. What a big miss by Fabi. Everything was over, and Hikaru Nakamura still leads the match against Wesley So, surviving a very difficult game where Wesley could have leveled the score. Wow, Wesley and Fabi need to win on demand to take it to playoffs, to take it to the Armageddon. We are hoping we at least get one of the Armageddons, but for now, for our non-subscribers, we are going to take a Twitch break. But for those of you who have subscribed, here's a video, here's a sneak peek into what makes Hikaru Nakamura such a beast.
Hikaru Nakamura starts the Chessable Masters as one of the favorites. When he was young, Nakamura had a really aggressive style, a really direct style. He wanted to win every game by checkmate, and many people feared him for that. However, as he's got a bit older, Hikaru has slowed things down. He plays a very solid brand of chess nowadays, preferring to take things to a more strategic level and to grind down his opponents in long games. As an example of Hikaru's attacking instincts, this is perhaps his most famous move of all time. As black here, against Boris Gelfand, he played a queen sacrifice. This game stemmed from his favorite, King's Indian defense, something he's also published a course about on Chessable. Queen to d3, what a move, trying to deflect away this white bishop. There are multiple threats, including queen takes pawn, leading to checkmate, and of course, if the queen is captured, this would end in an immediate checkmate. This is how Hikaru played as a young player. However, as a streamer these days, he has an utterly different repertoire. In recent times, Hikaru has shown his natural talent for the game by winning the Fischer Random World Championship. That shows his flexibility, of course, and this is reflected in his streaming career. On chess.com, his most successful opening is 1b3. However, he's also very well known for inventing the bomb cloud. And bringing the king out, not to be advised, but Hikaru makes it work.
Wow, Hikaru Nakamura makes everything work, but we are going to reveal the most played openings on day one of the Chessable Masters. And it's no Bomb Cloud, Robert. It's no 1b3. It is a very classic Queen's Gambit declined.
Queen's Gambit declined, ultra solid opening. You know the top players love it. Levon Aronian plays it. All of these top guys do, but it's super solid for them.
Yeah. Are you surprised to see any of the openings on this list?
Sicilian only at 1. It used to be such a popular fighting choice, especially in quicker time controls. But these days, it can be a bit of too aggressive chess. They prefer their solidity at the top.
Yeah. It's such a solid opening. It is the opening of choice of the top players. The Queen's Gambit declined. Robert, you've got to show it to us.
Okay, let's go with it. The Queen's Gambit declined. It is extra solid, and it starts like this. White plays d4, black plays d5. You're countering in the center. White plays the Queen's Gambit. You do not accept, but decline. No thank you for the offer. I'm going to play e6. And here, after the move knight c3 by white, the most popular continuation, black has a vast array of choices. And I want to take us back in time to the like of Pillsbury. He played the Queen's Gambit declined. Of course, we had the 1927 World Chess Championship match between Alexander Alekhine and Jose Raul Capablanca. All but a couple games featured the Queen's Gambit declined. So if you're a QGD fan, go back a century and go look at those games. But Magnus Carlsen, in this day and age, he chooses a variety of openings, of variations against the QGD. He plays a6. You can look at Niels Grandilis' course on Chessable, where he, a former second of world champion Magnus Carlsen, goes through the ins and outs of these offbeat variations where you say, I'm not going to give you the typical plans. You have to figure out, am I going to take on c4? Am I going to continue naturally with knight to f6? And we often see a Carlsbad structure if white does take on d5 here and black takes back with pawn. Eventually the move c6 is possible, or in the spirit of Tarrasch, you could play even for c5.
Wow. The Queen's Gambit decline has stood the test of time, Robert. You mentioned some really big names there, and we see this opening, even in modern times, being played at all levels. What makes it so popular?
I think part of it is schooling. Mikhail Botvinnik, the former world champion, he had a big chess school in the Soviet Union, and he played against the Queen's Gambit declined a lot. So when you're taught that when you're younger, it's a very solid opening for black. So trying to break through it is very difficult. And when you're the top of chess, it's not just about tactics anymore. You have to work those small advantages. So it's been taught throughout the generations.
Yeah, wow. So if you want to check out the Queen's Gambit decline and want to learn the ins and outs of the opening, check out Chessable.
Hello, this is Christoph Zilecki, and welcome to my Keep It Simple 1d4 course.
Wow, action is still on. A big Game 4 coming up in Division 1. But the action has ended for the day in Division 3. Let's get updated from Division 3. Wow, big games there. And we see some surprising results, Robert.
Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, one of the world's elite, a mainstay of Champions Chess Tour's past. He is out in Division 3. Wei Yi, the super grandmaster from China, he says, "You're not going to get by me," and he moves on. So did Matthias Bluebaum, who was in the Fischer Random World Championship. He takes down Nguyen from Vietnam.
Action is on everywhere, but of course we will be focusing on the final round of Division 1. It is now Wesley So needs to strike. What is it that he's going to do in this one?
Wesley, he gets the white pieces. That's the good news, but he can't keep playing the solid stuff. He needs to take risks. The time is now. He did it with black a game ago. It almost worked out for him. Now he has to play something in a similar fashion.
And James, Fabi needs to do the same. He is trailing Vladislav Artemiev. How is it possible that Artemiev comes down to seconds and yet he's the one who wins?
I mean, really, in fact, in both matches, it's the time. You have to stop getting low on time, right? It's easier said than done, obviously, but of course, Fabi got low on time in both games, right? That he was up time, then he got low on time, and then lost, right? And in that one game, he actually drew, but he should have lost that one too as well. Same story with Wesley. These guys got to get better, a little bit better in that time management.
Yeah. Hey, what is going on with Fabi right now? With Vladislav dropping low on time, but still winning the game.
Yeah, it's hard to pinpoint exactly what's going wrong. Fabi's playing well in general. His openings have been great, of course, as usual. But as James mentions, it is the time. I mean, I'm hypocritical if I'm going to criticize anyone's time management. But for Fabi, that has been the decisive factor. Endgames, not quite matching Artemiev, especially in the last one, and the clock.
Big round 4 coming up. Will we have Armageddons? It is time for our panel vote. In chat, tell us, what do you think? Which one of these two will go into an Armageddon? Guys, James, I'm going to start with you on this one.
There's no Armageddons right now. I feel like these are all decisive matches right now. I mean, it's either draw or win, right? That's it. I mean, of course, it depends on who has white, obviously, in these situations here. I mean, maybe you can push, maybe you can not, but there's a lot of pressure on you. You know, you're facing elimination here. I mean, half a point away, and that's game over.
Yeah. David, are we going to see an Armageddon?
I'll say Fabi's going to strike back.
Ooh.
I don't see Wesley, though. Hikaru just too strong at the moment, too resourceful.
Yeah. Is Hikaru one of the toughest players to beat in the world in this situation?
If he didn't lose the third game, it's hard for me to see him losing the fourth, especially because Wesley's confidence might be a little bit rocked. But I agree with David about Fabiano. His preparation has been great. His lead in the clock has been huge. He just needs to put Artemiev away.
The clock is ticking. Wesley So does start with the white pieces, but what a win he missed in the previous round. But Hikaru Nakamura, known for his resourcefulness, he did not make it possible. And there he is. Wow, Hikaru looked a little surprised with Wesley's choice of opening. David?
Yes, because Wesley nearly always goes 1e4 against him, but he switched it up. Wesley So here, he's going for the English. Shout out to the English opening. And yeah, I like it. He's keeping pieces on the board, keeping tension, and he's asking Naka new questions. Not something that they play time and time again against each other, which is a good sign for Wesley So. And Nakamura reacting with c6, getting ready to build a pawn center. What do we think of this?
This is sort of a reverse dragon in a way, reverse Sicilian. That is usually a lot of times I like. Yeah, this is actually a line from Chessable, of course, obviously. Simon Williams actually has this where he covers a lot of this. You actually go knight b3 and you do a pawn sack line. Knight b3, you actually play d3, and then after e takes d3, you go bishop g2. You don't even care about the pawn. You actually end up casting. So he went e3 though. Knight b3 is usually the more sharper stuff, but he went with a more solid line.
Yeah, and Hikaru, when he looks up like that, he's normally trying to recall that opening theory. Of course, playing very quick, very confidently early in this game. He's almost at 15 minutes still. And even if he was surprised in the opening, he's not showing it. Wesley, the first to think.
And that's the good thing about Hikaru, I would say, right? Is that even when he's caught off guard, he still plays quickly and he still has confident play. Levon Aronian actually plays in a similar style. The top players, sometimes they just go in a deep think. You know they're really thinking. Levon, when he plays quickly, he's not always necessarily in his preparation. He is just showing his might over the board. Hikaru, he knows this opening, but I think he does that as well.
Yep, interesting. It's basically a c3 Sicilian, one of your favorite openings, James, with colours reversed.
That's right.
Just White's extra move of playing pawn to g3. Maybe he wants to take it back. There's some really weak light squares in White's camp.
Yeah, that's going to count, right? These weaknesses that you're pointing out in a White's camp and Hikaru playing aggressively in the center. I'm always worried when a player starts thinking out of the opening. James, is Wesley feeling a little uncomfortable?
Yeah, it's something he doesn't play a lot, of course, here. I mean, e3 is already something, it's just a different line. Knight b3 is usually more of the main line ways of playing, or the more modern way of playing is with the knight b3 line. e3 is just solid, very cool, but I think the problem here is choosing the diagonal. In fact, in the reverse here, actually, Roman DZ slapped the keyboard, right, with him. In fact, with colors reverse, when you're playing accelerated dragon here, the problem is, like, you can't have the diagonal. You got to choose where's the bishop going to go, g2 or on f5.
Where's Artemiev playing from?
Oh!
The invisible man, Vladislav Artemiev.
Yeah.
I love it.
He on the toilet with the phone. We got the phone right now on the toilet.
Wireless mouse. You know, this day and age, it's really helpful. Where is he?
That is
weird
crazy,
stuff
though.
going on right
He really might be on the toilet. Right, actually playing from there. In fact, I think Magnus said he was doing something like that before. But that's insane here.
The moves are happening. He's still nowhere on the screen. What is happening there? Bishop e7 from where?
Telepathically.
Chat, we need your help. Where is Vladislav Artemiev? Where in the world is he? How is he making the moves happen? Who knows? It's the...
Oh, there he is.
What just happened? He's a magician, really.
He just popped up like that. You see that? I'm here. I appeared.
It's not just when he's got 1 minute on the clock that he's full of tricks. He's full of magic tricks even now. And that must be scary for Fabiano if he's got the camera up on the Zoom call.
That was crazy.
Whoa.
All right, but not such a crazy opening. This looks pretty familiar, David.
Yep, it is a branch of the anti-Berlin, White not allowing the Berlin endgame with all of its drawish tendencies. So Fabiano keeping all the pieces on the board. The game will take a slower pace, but that's what Fabiano needs, at least for now. He needs to keep the tension and hope that Vladislav Artemiev cracks a bit later on. If Fabi can keep the pace that he's shown in the first 3 games for the first kind of 90%, then he's got a good chance. But it's that last 10% where his play has been lacking, as Robert mentioned. Lack of killer instinct for Fabi and that time trouble panic. But early days, it's looking promising for a full-blooded fight.
Is that a strategy, Robert? Just get Vlad low on the clock and then find the chances?
I think Vlad just gets himself low on the clock. Right? There's nothing you can do about it. You can't be like, hey, play faster, play faster. He's like, no, 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 time trouble's my friend. But I think for Fabiano, he has great wealth of experience and knowledge in these Spanish structures. So he is where he wants to be. Artemiev, he dabbles with a variety of openings. He plays the Sicilian every now and then. He plays the Caro-Kann. Today, he's been playing E5. But I think Fabi, he's not unhappy with the opening, but I think he was quite dejected when he threw away that endgame. He could have made a draw. I actually looked through it. He had a repetition. He chose not to do it. He ended up losing the game. So it was kind of his fault, and I'm sure he's kicking himself for it.
Yeah, that's always the most heartbreaking defeat, right? When it's self-inflicted. When you had a winning position, you threw it away. You were too stubborn to go for the draw, and suddenly things fall apart. And Fabi needs to pick himself up. It does help, kind of resetting when your opponent is tanking early in the opening like this. Vladislav Artemiev, what's he thinking about? This is a very standard type of position. Surely he's analysed something similar to this before. You've got to play by instinct. But yeah, Fabi will be gaining in confidence every moment that Artemiev hesitates and waits.
I've never seen Artemiev grab his head like that, James.
I know, right? It's just that Fabiano actually is making him emotional. He's giving him some emotions but I mean, it's not working. Like, nothing's working against Artemiev. Like, what is this? He gets low on time, he gets himself low on time, and then he becomes some just super engine-like play. It's insane. Precise and everything, and with no time on the clock. It's a very, very strange force to be reckoned with.
Maybe Fabi's his fafavorite player, so he feels bad. That's why he's getting emotional.
Sorry,
He's like, I don't want to do this to you, buddy.
bad,
I really like your play.
I'm sorry, bro.
That's the reason why Vladislav Artemiev is the only player who beat Magnus Carlsen in the World Rapid Championship. The one game that Magnus lost. He did go on to win the World Rapid Championship, but he lost to Vladislav Artemiev. And here, Vlad is on fire, but he's taking his time again. Big questions, one more time. Why is he thinking right out of the opening?
He's still recovering from that magic trick earlier. He's just catching his breath there. But, OK, he finally does move. He kicks back that white bishop, which retreats the whole way, and which setup is Artemiev going to go for? Here, there's a bunch of ways Black can arrange his pieces. White will step forward in the center over the next couple of turns, and you've got to be ready for that. But it's still very standard. If you study the Spanish opening, pretty much you will have had a position similar to this on your board. So to spend this much time this early, it's the type of thing I do and regret immediately. But it's not the type of thing we should expect from the world's top players. Strange, hard to explain.
Yeah, not at all. I do the same thing. So I'm also, like David, guilty of this. I spend way too much time in a position I played dozens and dozens of times. So for Artemiev, he's really just trying to figure out where to take this game. And he's playing this very solidly. He goes rook e8. Oftentimes, Black could have decided to strike in the center with pawn to d5. He may still do that, but that loosens his guard of the e5 pawn. So any pawn push you make, there are weak squares left behind. You could create some targets in your own camp. And Artemiev, he's just trying to be as solid as possible right now.
Yeah, and I like Fabi's approach. Just easy plans for white. This white knight is going to relocate. It's going to rotate over towards the g3 square in front of the white king. It's going to park itself on that square. Actually, the maneuvers are very simple, very straightforward, very thematic for white. You will have seen them all before. But he's asking Artemiev, how are you going to move? Where are you going to put your pawns? It's going to be a question every turn for Artemiev. Artemiev will have 4 or 5 logical moves on every turn. That means clock will be burned. And here we go again. He's just playing a quiet move there, Fabi, not threatening anything, and Artemiev does spend quite a bit of time.
He doesn't care about burning the clock. Once he's got no time, he burns the position. And Artemiev, after taking a bit of a think, falls back with the knight. Now, David, you were talking about plans for Black. Often in these positions, we see Black advance those central pawns. Is that what we're expecting next from Artemiev?
I think it's quite likely. Artemiev's last move might look mysterious to those uninitiated in this type of opening, but the idea is to simply park this black knight on the g6 square in front of the black king, nice and safe. White is likely to do the same. For example, we could see a maneuver such as this, and actually something similar happened in a game between Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura earlier in the day. These knights kind of mirror each other, protect their kings, threaten to maybe jump forward later. It's all about who can strike in the center first, and quite likely white will be the one occupying the center. Black will be reacting, and actually this has happened in the game. Different move order, but same ideas, and at the right time, Artemiev might try to release the tension, either by pushing his pawn in the center, maybe he'll park his bishop on this square and put pressure on the central pawns from afar. Either way, still very typical stuff. Artemiev, though, needs to speed up.
Absolutely. Yeah, the Roy Lopez is actually called also the Spanish torture. In fact, they call it that because of just how long and maneuvering and like so just boring, right? But of course, I mean, it's such a rich opening. There's so many ways and strategies, and and plans that you can do. I mean, you have obviously knight g3. I've even seen g4, knight g3. I've seen a4. I've seen bishop g5, bishop e3. I mean, it depends on how you want to go here based off of what Black's setup is here. Black is flexible too. I actually like this knight e7, knight g6 line. It's very rare, I would say. I'm used to seeing knight b8, Breyer style, or knight a5 with Shigorin c5, going back with knight c6 and Roy Lopez. So this is definitely different. I like how he moved his knight around to g6. Looks more of like a Italian game, but the bishop on f8 is very bad. Usually you'll see, in fact, Magnus from the black side likes to play g6, bishop g7 there. And it's just a common idea to reroute the bishop to a better square because it's gross on f8 right now.
Yeah, that could be the problem piece eventually long-term for Vladislav Artemiev again in the tank. It's very surprising, but I think rich is the right word there, James. You mentioned it. Rich because it's got so many ideas for both sides, so many different move orders. Nobody can memorize an exact antidote against the Spanish because your opponent will play a move in a slightly different order and it changes everything. And of course, Fabiano Caruana, Magnus Carlsen, these kind of specialists in the Spanish Opening, they use it when they're trying to grind down their opponents. So I like it from a must-win perspective by Fabi.
And Fabi's kind of a perfectionist. We know that he is a calculator. He wants to play objective, best moves every single time. But here he needs to be pragmatic. He needs to punish Vladislav Artemiev on the clock. Vladislav's going to think no matter what he does. That's clear at this point. Like, we are in standard opening fair. Artemiev has played like this before. So if you're Fabi, just keep playing those quick moves. That is what Hikaru Nakamura does so well. He says this time and time again. You play good moves quickly rather than the perfect move slowly when you're in this kind of time control. And Artemiev, he lashed out with c5. Fabi closes the center with d5. And this is classical stuff at this point.
Yeah, classical stuff. And I love that approach because if you've got to play on the clock, you want all your pieces on the board. It's not just all your pieces, it's all the pawns on the board as well. No trades happen. It is about playing on Artemiev's clock. That is Fabi's strategy. Well, it's clear. He needs to find a way to win this one to force an Armageddon. Otherwise, he does go down to the elimination bracket. On the other hand, Wesley So also needs to win his game against Hikaru Nakamura. And the queens have been traded, but there is a lot of tension in the center.
Look at that evaluation bar.
Right?
Whoa, massive on White's side. Wow. White has the bishop pair, better long-term chances, but Black has some threats. Black's knight is attacking White's d4 pawn, that pawn in the center. What is happening here? It must be something immediate, something in this position, because if Black gets one or two moves, you could imagine everything disappearing from the center and the play being level. Maybe Hikaru doesn't realize how bad it is. I'm trying to figure out as well myself. Is there a strong move here?
I'm going to take a lesson from James. And I was about to say this. This is wonderful because it gives up a central pawn. But James said earlier, sometimes White gives up a central pawn and ignores it, just develops castles. So he's giving up a pawn. That knight can capture that pawn in the center. But once that happens, I think the White king can castle queenside. And Black's king's in the center. Bishop takes f6 is happening in the near future. I'm shattering your pawn structure and winning that pawn back on d5 or e4. So, wow. James, I mean, you called this out earlier. It's the same exact theme, and Hikaru could be in big trouble here.
Wow, again, getting those queens off early, maybe playing too much for the draw, and he's in trouble, Hikaru Nakamura. What a move this is. Just great vision as well to see that after knight takes pawn, you can castle queenside. It wouldn't be on the radar of most players, including myself here, I've got to admit. But once you see it, you see how strong it is. You not only get your king to safety, but you bring your rook into the action with tempo. Tempo is so important in the opening. You're kind of indirectly hitting this knight, as Robert says, indirectly as well, attacking pawns after capturing this one. Massive trouble for Black, and maybe it's too late. You've kind of burned your bridges. You've traded off the queens. This pawn is weak no matter what. This pawn is weak no matter what. Everything is falling. Imagine a structure like this. I've got to put it on the board. Pawn takes pawn, bishop takes knight. Ugh. Here, look at this structure. Double pawns.
Like what is that? What is that shade? Like a deer head or something? What the heck is that? Wow.
Yeah, all of them weak and all of them probably going to fall. So this could be the wreckage of Nakamura's structure if he captures the pawn in the center. Big trouble for him.
And suddenly Hikaru goes into a think. It looks like he realized after bishop g5 that it's not as easy as it might have seemed to him, this position with Black. The fact that Wesley's just sacrificing two pawns in the center, it's an angry Wesley. He is looking for that win. He came so close to it in round 3 as well.
That was a moment where on Hikaru's face, it registered an oh bleep. He's like, oh, I thought I was just developing, I'm attacking the center, and now with one simple bishop move, his position is about to completely collapse. The pawns in the center are all hanging. This bishop is threatening to ruin the pawn structure on the king side as well. And I feel like for Hikaru Nakamura, for a second game in a row, he's feeling the full force of Wesley So's might.
I love it. This is the Wesley we love to see. We need to see this more often. This ambitious play by him, James.
Absolutely, of course. I mean, in fact, I was reading up just on like the history of Wesley, and I remember just reading. But like, as David mentioned before, he was very aggressive growing up. He was just a very aggressive player. I mean, I guess you see this a lot from very strong players now that were younger. When they were younger, they were very aggressive. Hikaru the same way. And as he got better and stronger, they played a little bit more solid, because I always thought Wesley was just solid like this and just like boring because he likes queen. He was like, oh, my favorite opening is Queen's Gambit Decline. I'm like, bro, you were ridiculous, right? But at the same time, you know, he was very aggressive, and he still has that. Went back to his roots, as David said, going back to the roots, playing some aggressive chess here, right? And it looks like it's working.
Yeah, when he turns off his brain, when he turns off those emotions, that fear factor disappears, and when he doesn't care, he's a dangerous opponent. And yeah, he's shown it. The last game, almost getting there. Now this one, big favourite. But castling queenside, Robert, it's got to be the way to go.
I think he's just considering, do I first capture the knight with the bishop and then castle queenside? I'm feeling very positive that he will castle queenside, but move order is very important in chess. Maybe there's some other move that Hikaru can consider if white initially castles queenside that may help him over there on the king side. So I think that Wesley, he's doing the right thing and calculating right now, because he knows he will have the upper hand, whatever the move order is.
Yeah, it's always the question, how much time is too much time? When you're playing against Hikaru, you know he is going to be asking you the questions on every single move. So you have to not burn the clock as much. And he finally takes the decision. This is what you were talking about. Long castle. He is looking for the win in this one. How much trouble is Hikaru in with that king in the center?
I would say a lot. I would be panicking here. I would be sweating. It just looks like there are too many threats. Bishop takes knight, pawn takes pawn, everything opening up on the central lines that we highlighted a minute ago. James, do you see any way for Hikaru to even survive the next few moves?
Shoot, I don't see anything. This is a very scary position. I mean, and then looking at casting again, and then bishop takes f6, and then you literally have like, it looks like almost the Bucks logo, you know, with the with the pawn structure looking like some type of mystical animal. It's very crazy. Look at this pawn structure. Like, it looks like a composed puzzle or something that you may like find a maiden 11, like whatever this is, because this never happens, right? This is a terrible structure, and this is really bad. I definitely don't find a move here. Maybe you have to just castle, like, because you have to get the king out the center. I mean, that's for sure.
If you castle, however, then I'm not sure whether you take the knight, but pawn takes pawn. Look how many targets there are on this d-file.
I'm glad I don't have to play this position. That's all I'm saying. Okay. Wow.
Oh, bad times for Hikaru Nakamura.
Rook's not connected. I mean, this is terrible.
Yeah, and Hikaru has an extra pawn, but it counts for nothing in this position. His king is weak, the pawn structure, as you're pointing out, everything in the center hanging, and he is getting down on the clock. Hikaru not liking his position, shaking his head, and I don't think this time he is being deceitful about his expressions.
Not even a Hoover could clean up this mess. This position is bad. Like, his pawn structure is ruined. His king is in the center. His pieces are all in line with an enemy rook. He has very few options here, but we know Hikaru Nakamura can survive positions that look like he is just about to resign. So Hikaru, he needs to find a couple moves here, but I feel like for Wesley, he should be confident. He was outplaying Hikaru for the majority of the first game. He blundered a piece in one move, very uncharacteristic of Wesley So. So 2 games in a row, he has just gone the brute force method, and he's taking it to Nakamura, and Hikaru has looked like the slightly worse player in the 2 games.
Wow, yeah, I completely agree. And especially in this opening phase, okay, he brings his rook across. I'm surprised by that one. Maybe lining up a nasty, sneaky knight check. But can Wesley just shuffle his king out the corner? That would be my first instinct before I even start calculating. I'm sure Wesley will calculate. Maybe he'll find something even stronger. But when in doubt, play safe. And that white king, super safe.
And Hikaru blitzes out a capture on d3. He doesn't care about opening up the e file and the pawn structure that you're talking about. Is this brave or desperation?
He set up a trap, at least, if this pawn is captured.
Exactly. He set up some traps. He set up some good stuff. He got that extra pawn, so he was like, all right, I grabbed another pawn from you. And Also, I mean, bishop f5 is an annoying move. Bishop f5, d2 check, and like knight c2, and geez, or even almost knight b3, rook a8. It almost is there. It's not there yet, but it's almost there. Like, I mean, there's some threats here. There's some tricks, and if anyone can do tricks, I mean, we've seen it in the last game with Wesley. It's going to be Hikaru.
Yeah, and he looks optimistic, actually, on his camera, Hikaru Nakamura. First, I would wreck the black pawn structure. Just aesthetically, it's too tempting, giving black that pawn structure that we mentioned. Of course, you can't take this pawn because you do walk into the pin along this diagonal. Or maybe you can, I'm not sure. But evaluation bar not too fussed by this,
That's crazy.
which is incredible.
That is incredible. Oh, it's bishop e4 there.
Whoa, James,
Wow.
what a shout. What a call.
Gross.
Bishop e4, and or knight e4 maybe even.
Yeah.
The idea is to give up a piece just to block the diagonal, and you can actually snack on that black knight, and the game goes on.
That's crazy.
Never going to happen, though, surely. It's too crazy.
Yeah.
But I was going to say, maybe you flick in this one and you take this pawn. At least that would be my first instinct. You take this pawn next, or this pawn with check. But the question is whether black can flick in this bishop move and create some counterplay. You mentioned this checkmate. I want to show it on the board, James. Talk us through this one. For example, if I... Let's
Knight
say
b6.
Knight b6. Oh, I'll go back this way just to let you show it.
You're right. And then a d2 check, and then king a1. And then hopefully you're doing your puzzle rush tactics here. A lot of people will love knight c2, but it doesn't work. You go knight b3.
Boom.
In fact, boom. Knight b3, pawn takes, and rook a8 mate, and get him off the board. Wow. Get him off the board. This is a family channel. Let's get this off the screen.
Let's get that off the screen. But actually, we could be heading in this direction if Hikaru puts his bishop on this square. I'm not sure he's going to, but it looks very tempting to me.
Yeah, white has a great response to bishop f5. There are all sorts of tactics in the position. You can interpose with your own bishop. Bishop e4, it looks like you're just throwing away a piece. But if the bishop is captured, knight takes pawn, that is check to the king and back to the bishop. You take the bishop, the d3 pawn will fall next. White will be up at least one pawn, maybe more, because black's king is still in the center and a rook is sliding in for white as well. This looks terrible.
Robert be doing puzzle rush, chat. Make sure you're doing your puzzle rush at home, okay? Puzzle rush. We want to see it in the chat. What's your puzzle rush score? Wow.
That's a nice trick, Robert. Bishop e4, just challenging that bishop on f5, which is why Hikaru isn't rushing in with this idea. He spotted that the mate threat doesn't work. Robert finding that repetition. But if not bishop f5, look at that pawn structure. It's just collapsing for black.
Yeah, it's the most flimsy edifice I've ever seen, those pawns. And aesthetically, of course, ugly for black. He's trying to keep it together here with tactics, with tricks. And that's why we're talking about puzzle rush, because if the tricks don't work in black's favor, game over. And yeah, I love that geometry of the white bishop interposing. He's got his king out of the way, so now some of those tricks won't work. Things won't come with check. Again, ugly move, especially that black rook in the corner on h8. Not a happy piece right now, but at least the tactics might work for Hikaru if his king won't get checked.
What's really annoying is how resourceful he is, because king f8 is a very strong move. Now you actually are looking at bishop f5, and that's a very annoying move. You still can't take the pawn. I thought knight b6 was probably best here. Like, just get this stuff. And he's done it anyway, you big fella. Oh, my goodness. And then d2, knight c2 check. But then where do we go after that? Let's put that on the board. Oh,
that would just be a repetition then.
Yeah, if you get greedy.
Setting this up.
Yeah, if you take this rook, suddenly a discovered check, and Hikaru will progress to the next round because the king has to move. You throw in a knight check, the king has to move, and double check this time, hitting the king with the knight and the bishop, and there's nowhere to go. You simply have to repeat the position with a draw. Instead, the bishop was kicked back, but still the same tactic on tap here along this diagonal. How do we evade this? How do we get out the way?
Yeah, just go rook.
Whoa, he's getting ready to block.
Yeah. Nice move.
Heat.
That's a big move. F5, kill the bishop.
Whoa, and the black rook has dived in, jumped in. Both sides creating threats here on every turn.
Crazy.
But you just sidestep with the bishop, just get it to safety on d5, and then start threatening f5?
Or take that pawn on b7. Get the bishop safe. That is paramount here. Right. And then you're throwing pawn f4 to f5, trapping the bishop on g6, and then white goes into mop-up duty. So this looks really promising for Wesley. Hikaru, though, doing a good job. He's trying to will himself back into this. The head bob here is not because he loves his position, but he's like, I do actually have chances at the moment.
Yeah, he's still alive, at least for another few more moves. And Wesley down to 3 minutes. We've talked so much about the clock today. It was always come back to haunt the side that drops down and kind of struggles to navigate those complications when they come. Against Hikaru, you need a few minutes in the bank, in your back pocket for later. I do fear for Wesley. Could he blow it again due to the clock? just get your bishop out of the way. I think that's the first instinct. Robert's right. Why not take a pawn if you can?
You know, if he takes a pawn, I think I was looking like king g7, and then f5, rook b8 takes, and then rook takes b7, hitting b6 and hitting b2.
We might find out, James.
We're about to see right now. Because you can't, I mean, you have to do something about this. He's going to move. He's going to take this pawn on d3 after f5. So king g7 does make sense. You activate the rook b8's coming in, and I'm going to hit the bishop, connected to the knight, and you can hit b2 as well. But maybe he can go back to a4.
Let's just show this on the board. King g7 looks like the most natural. Totally agree. Wow. The pawn move stepping forward. The black rook shifting across this is a skewer. The two minor pieces attacked, but the engine is not impressed.
Oh, of course.
Maybe you just leave this bishop. You leave it on g6. It's trapped anyway. You start mopping up on the other side of the board. Rook takes pawn, rook takes bishop, and now rook takes knight. Takes. And at the end, this rook is attacked.
Takes everything.
Just in time to win.
My goodness, there's so many captures there. There's so many tactics here. So what is he going to come up with, chat? Magician here.
He needs some magic indeed.
You look at Hikaru, it looks like he does realize that he is in big trouble. Still thinking he's up 2 minutes on the clock, but not an easy position to navigate. Wesley So could make a comeback in this one. Wow, he stops it with his own f5, but this just means that bishop on g6, at least for now.
You said bishop?
Great question. Great question. A big pawn.
Same thing as a pawn.
Yeah, that black bishop is the most sad, unhappy, depressed piece I've seen in a long time. But Hikaru, he's keeping his hopes alive by going for some of the white pawns. If those white pawns on the kingside disappear, the black bishop might breathe life again in future. So he's kind of abandoned everything on one flank, Hikaru, but he's going for the other side of the board. He kind of looked over at the camera like a bit guiltily there. He was like, yep, I'm still fighting. Forgive me, please. But yeah.
How critical is it for Wesley to defend that f4 pawn? He says, I don't care, I'm coming for that big pawn on g6, h4, h5 is a threat on the board.
Wow, that's a great move. Because, I mean, everyone would just take this pawn on d3, it's a free pawn, but what Hikaru was trying to do is take on f4, and that bishop that's been trapped by its own pawn, see, which moved, he was trying to spring it free, and wow, Hikaru just going left
Man, that's
and right.
ridiculous.
Every move is tricky.
It's so tricky. He is just such a difficult player to face. He just sets up these traps, and he's so fast at it, and he's so precise with it. It's scary to play against Hikaru.
Nobody want to play him. Nobody ever wants to play. Hey, man, give me my ball. I'm going home. You know what I mean? Like that kind of thing. Like nobody wants to play Hikaru. That's just kind of annoying. Like when you're winning, you're not winning yet. You know what I mean? You have to beat him. In fact, they say you have to beat him once in the right opening, middle, and the end game, like, and in tactics, and on clock, and you know the air they breathe in. Like what the heck is this, man? This is crazy. He's making practical problems like he did in the last game.
Yeah, Wesley's played, I don't know how many genius moves in a row, like 10 fantastic, excellent moves, double exclamation mark moves in a row, but he's still not won the game. Hikaru's still fighting, still ducking, still punching, and will there be some tricks, some traps ahead? Okay, the black king moving. The evaluation bar says white should be doing well, but look at it, it's dropping every move, because from a human point of view, it's difficult. It's not easy. Maybe that black bishop moves, jumps in to e2 to attack the white rook. What has Hikaru got up his sleeve now? For sure, there's going to be some type of trick, some type of tactic. It's not easy anymore. Maybe the black rook at some point is going to come over to b8 as well, some pins over there. First, you have to defend this black bishop. Whoa, what type of move is that?
The best move, probably, because you saw the eval bar. It approves. It says that Hikaru's still in the game. I don't know how he does it, but bishop g4 on the board.
Look at the clock for Wesley. Once again, he's getting low on time. He's getting low on time. Every time this happens, what happens? It's not good. Every time he's been low on time, the history repeats itself.
And that's because Hikaru is so tricky. He is going to set a trap on every move. You need those seconds to navigate through the complications. Getting a winning position against this guy is just not enough. Wesley with a big advantage. Robert, will he be able to convert this one?
But now it's anything but clear because the f4 pawn, black has multiple pieces attacking. The rook on f2 for black is attacking not just that pawn, but also the b2 square in front of the white king. And the black rook that has been sitting on h8 this entire game, it's ready to jump on over to b8 and start threatening not just the bishop, but the pawn behind it. So all of a sudden, black has a legitimate attack, and white's a pawn is one move too slow. If you could go a5 in one turn, if you just put it there, you're winning the game on the spot. It's going forward to a6, a7, and a8, but it's a little bit too slow. He puts his bishop on a6, but the eval bar goes back to level.
What is that? I mean, he's walking into some knight forks, some knight jumps. Secondly, how are you actually going to answer this threat against your pawn? It looks like you're stepping forward, but now
the rook on the jump. Oh man, you're right. Knight f4 first.
Everything's hanging.
Okay. He has to go rook a3 or d6.
Yeah, this is really scary suddenly, right?
He has no time.
Oh, he's 20 seconds. Yeah, that's it. This is it. Yeah, Hikaru was going to the ship, right?
Double attack.
That's it.
And let's go back to the players.
At least the draw.
Oh,
yeah,
he's done it again.
Yeah, there's no time.
He's done it again.
Just 12
down
seconds.
Down two pawns, almost getting mated with his own king on g7, and then finds this amazing way to create tactics. And now is Wesley the one who's in trouble? You can jump in with a check, capture that b2 pawn.
You know what? I actually thought it was White's move because I couldn't believe the fact that he played bishop c4. I was like, no, he can't. I mean, you can't allow me to take on b2, can you? Rook b2. I guess he's saying a2 defended.
Yeah, a2 is defended. There could be some tricks that Wesley has up his sleeve because the pawn f7, the bishop is in line with it. There could be threats towards the black king. So I'd be very, very nervous here for both players because that bishop on c4, it defends the white king and also attacks the black king.
Like your point, I think the point that you're trying to make, Robert, just to finish that off, that if that 8th rank rook moves anywhere, then White's the one who steps up with his own rook. And don't forget that g8 square, it could be a checkmate on that. That would be big trouble for Black's king.
Just to show, actually taking this is a huge blunder. What could be more natural? If you move your rook, for example, you get mated. Simple as that. It's the black king, not the white king, that gets trapped.
Crazy.
13 seconds. 13 seconds for Wesley now to fight against this.
What a genius move, though. Bishop c4, dropping it back, saying, please take this pawn. It's poisoned. Yeah, if you take this pawn, Hikaru, you will lose this game. What else could it be?
Maybe it's the other rook.
Maybe it's the other rook. What's the evaluation bar going to say?
Okay.
It says yes. And the king moves. But now, what do you play? Maybe the idea is to get rid of this thorn in the side by dropping your knight into the center. But this is not easy. You eliminate the piece that might trap the black king. Who's checkmating who? That's the question.
And
who's
White's
better?
up a pawn there. And so it's not clear who has the edge. We have the evaluation bar saying, yeah, it's dynamic equality. It's clearly an equal position. No, of course not, right? They're looking at this like, this is crazy. It's mayhem. And you see Hikaru, he's down to 2 minutes. He's been spending nearly 2 minutes on this turn. He knows it's a critical moment, and he's not sure what to do. By the way, Fabiano Caruana, it looks like, has a massive advantage against Artemiev.
Whoa. That's Armageddon. Wait,
everywhere.
I mean, we don't know, actually. We got to be, never know.
But the eval bar going up in this game, too. So both players with the white pieces, Caruana and here Wesley So, they're doing well. And h5 going for the king.
Wow, that black king is in big, big trouble. And 6 seconds on the clock. Wesley, if he can land checkmate with 2 seconds left, he's going to be happy. But it's going to be so hard to navigate this one.
And while Wesley has 6 seconds left, Artemiev is down to 5 seconds, and it looks like Fabiano Caruana will be making a comeback in his game. If we can just quickly get an update on that one, as this is heating up as well. What is happening? Rook f7 is a maiden one. Let's stay right here.
I think you can just take the bishop.
I was thinking the same thing, and then you repeat. You have to go king e7, rook d7. Wait, but I have king e6. I'm running away. How am I not winning?
Yeah, black is running away. There's no checkmate. If there's no checkmate, it's a free piece, and Hikaru might be closer to that draw. You have to worry about a few captures here and there. White's h6 pawn might become a new queen in some lines. Everything's happening. It's so complicated. I think we need Stockfish, the computer, to suggest moves.
Oh, knight h7, I think, is a draw. I think that's probably the right.
That's not enough.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Draw's not enough. I was just trying to figure out why is it draw. Yeah, it's just a draw.
And that is it. Look at Hikaru. He knows it. He's calculating, but he knows he's done it.
Yeah, that's it.
Just go towards the knight. What's wrong with that one?
And then check. And you can't go to the corner, I think, because rook.
Whoa.
He needs to win.
Desperation.
So, yeah, it's desperation. Trading pieces was not going to get it done. He wants to bring the knight back, but where does it go? It's trapped, exactly. This is going to be a win for Hikaru.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, that's tricky. Don't take that knight h7, and you're not going to be able to save that pawn from promoting. You're not going to stop that pawn.
King f8 is such a sweet move, knight f8.
Wow, if you had to take pieces in chess, this would be a winning move, but black can reject the offer. Just defend the pawn that the white knight wants to come back and take, and I think you should be fine. Drop back the black bishop, for example. Drop back the black rook. I'm not sure which one, but it should be fine. Hikaru's got less than a minute. He's a piece up.
What?
What
does he see that we don't?
Because the black rook can drop down with a check and go behind. Save the day.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Whoa, these players are so good. I've got to say, drop that rook down, Hikaru, and you will not lose this game.
He does it. How does he find this? Just amazing stuff by Hikaru. And rook h1, he's going to take the queen. And this endgame, only black can try?
Yeah, and he doesn't need to win the game. So a draw sends him through to the winner's final. He is trying to make a draw right now. He does not want to win. He just wants to go through.
Yeah, you have to be slightly careful where you put your pieces, but now he's bringing the black king across. The black bishop is able to guard the promotion square of the white pawn. The white pawn promotes on light squares. Black's bishop will guard that, will even give itself up if it has to, and this should just be a draw. If anyone's better, it's got to be black.
Especially with this extra pawn we have here, too, as well. We can sack, and we'll have an extra piece and the pawn, making you have to maybe even sacrifice your rook for the pawn, and we end up having a draw here.
Wow, this looks like Hikaru will be advancing to the winners bracket final. Let's go back to the other game because Fabiano Caruana is making a comeback on the board and on the clock. Ooh. Look at that black king. It is under fire. And how many pawns is that? 3 extra pawns for Fabi. He's not going to mess this one up.
Surely not.
Made it though. He ain't made it yet. It's not made yet. Yeah.
James is always like that. Artemiev's down under 5 seconds. No, Artemiev's doing well.
He's fine. He's okay. He's okay, guys. He's fine.
I like what Fabi's done. He's just protected everything. Look at those knights. They're each other's best friend here, defending, protecting, and the white queen will eventually break through. You can throw a central pawn forward here. If the white rook gets into the attack, that black king is on an open line. But first, he's protecting everything. 3 pawns up. You don't need to checkmate when you've got the 3 extra pawns.
And it is official. Hikaru Nakamura has drawn his game against Wesley, which means Wesley moves on to the losers bracket while Hikaru continues in the winners bracket. Wow, action still on here. David, you called it, that Fabi will level this one and we will get an Armageddon.
It looks likely, but I'm not going to write him off just yet. Vladislav Artemiev, he's so resourceful. Remember, he beat Magnus in an Armageddon as well. So even if it does get there, then Fabi will have his work cut out. But meanwhile, the attack's gone. White's king super safe, 3 extra pawns. What more can you say?
I think I could bring one more piece into the attack. The knight on e1. Maybe it's time to hop that one forward. We just got out of a pin. Let's bring the knight to deliver the checkmate. It looks like the last piece you would think to help out, but the knight can jump forward to d3, hitting the rook back there. Then continue. There it goes. The knight's coming into f4 and over to g6.
Yep.
Oh, nice.
Do it now. Bring that knight in, and that will be the hammer blow, the final touch to this game. Really nice game from Fabi, you've got to say.
Yeah. And he's got a minute and a half on the clock. And as you pointed out, Robert, you called it check. Pick up the bishop with a check. And now pick up the rook. You don't even need to look for a mate. It probably does exist. A move like queen f5, threaten a mate on g6. But he does it. Wow, what a guy. What a guy. He says, I don't want your rook. I want... And look at Fabi. He knows he's done what needed to be done to get that win. And Vladislav Artemiev resigns. What a nice comeback. What a brilliant finish there by Fabi.
Yeah, because he finished what he started. Every single game that we saw, Fabiano was well ahead on the clock. He just couldn't put Artemiev away in Artemiev's time trouble. Yeah. But this time, he had a huge... I was keeping track. He was up 6 minutes on the clock, and he made Artemiev pay.
Wow, he finally got it done, of course. Yeah, he had that lead every time, right? And he was doing good. And then we like, oh, yeah. And then he gets low on time, Artemiev. And he does some spectacular things in time trouble, even putting away Magnus twice with the same amount of time, right? So, but not this time. Fabi was like, not this time. I'm tired of this. And he finally was able to clinch that. We go on to Armageddon, boys.
Yeah. Fabi strikes back. We will go into an Armageddon while Hikaru does advance further. Let's do a deep dive of this dramatic round with David.
Yeah, so much drama. It's hard to even pick a highlight. Fabiano, well played for him. He takes it to Armageddon, but I want to highlight the game between Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura. Wesley so close again to taking that win, but not close enough. In this position, he played a very natural move. He brought his rook forward, but after rook takes bishop, there was no checkmate. Hikaru had grabbed a piece and was safe. If, however, Wesley had found the genius move, g6, we would have been heading to Armageddon. This is so difficult for a human, James, right? But it's the clock. If Wesley had 5 minutes, maybe. The whole idea here is that, for example, if pawn takes, now you capture this pawn. The king moves, a check, the king moves again, and there's this beautiful killer blow at the very end. It's so difficult to see. Bishop b5 check.
Goodness. What
the whole point is you eliminate all the pieces, and at the very end, White's knight simply moves. You make a new queen. What a variation is this? Never going to be found by a human, but Wesley, this was his chance.
Chess is a beautiful game, and with that, let's take a look at our scoreline of the winners bracket semifinals. We do have action left as Fabiano Caruana managed to level the score and take it to the Armageddons. We will have the bids of the players very soon. Exciting Armageddon coming up. in the other one, Hikaru Nakamura. What a match that was. He won in game 2, kept it solid throughout, managed to save some very difficult moments, and with that, won his match against Wesley So. Let's bring on the winner of that match, Hikaru. He's joining us. Congratulations, Hikaru.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. It worked out.
It did work out, although even after winning that second game, you were in trouble in game 3 and 4.
Yeah, well, I mean, in game 3, I mean, I simply confused my lines early on. And then I was just too passive. And probably at some point I was lost, but Wesley then made a huge blunder. And I should have won the game as well. So, I mean, the third game could have gone either way. This fourth game, probably I was in trouble for most of it, but Wesley was kind of getting low on time, and the position was just very chaotic. I mean, I think I played really, really well to survive to the point when I got this rook b8, rook b2, but I think I made a couple of bad moves there. I haven't looked yet, obviously, but it felt like I had something, and then apparently there's a win with this g6 move. But you know, it is what it is. It was pretty much a bullet game at the end.
Yeah, Hikaru, you played really fantastic, resourceful defense. But I actually want to ask you about the opening choices, because you played Wesley so many times now, so many Berlins. How did you choose what openings to play today?
I mean, you just pick an opening and you play chess. That's all I did. I mean, it's not like my first game was very inspiring. You know, the second game, I think I've played this line before in this Italian with this whole d5, d4, something very similar to it. I mean, I just think the second game was the only game which was smooth. Everything else was choppy. But you just pick openings, you play chess. I mean, we've played each other probably hundreds of times now, if you include Rapid and Blitz. And yeah, I just pick something and roll the dice.
Hikaru, great play as usual, bro. What we want to know is, how are you so resourceful? What can we do to get a little bit of fraction of resourcefulness like that?
I don't know. I mean, I don't think there's any secret in terms of how to do it. I think at the end of the day, it's in the mind, though. If you believe in yourself, if it's in your mind that you can do certain things, good things happen.
There you go.
And Hikaru, congratulations. It must be a relief to see the back of Wesley. But tomorrow you face Vladislav Artemiev or Fabiano Caruana. Who would you rather play?
I mean, it doesn't matter at all, because I think by winning this match, I'm guaranteed to be in the top 3 if my math works out. So I think top 3 guarantees a spot in the next event, and that's really the only thing that matters. I mean, as long as you finish in the top 3, I don't care. I could finish 3rd, 2nd, 1st. It's all pretty irrelevant. It's just the fact that I'm guaranteed to play the next event. I don't have to go through the whole slog of playing the qualifiers. So that's what I'm happiest about. It doesn't matter who I play. Just finishing top 3 is the only thing that matters.
And Hikaru, the action and the drama in the Chessable Masters feels like a lot more than we had in the first event. Are you feeling this momentum as well with this exciting mix of players that we have?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely a little bit different. I guess what I would say is I didn't have a chance to look at all the games today, but I think yesterday there's a simple reason it was exciting, which is everyone was playing like they were completely drunk. So there were so many blunders in every single match that I saw. Today, I don't know as much about. But I think certainly when you don't have the same set of top players in every single event, there are going to be wild things happening. And yeah, it's just it's great to be on the winning end. But I think at the end of the day, it's just trying to keep finding resources, trying to keep the game going, get your opponents low on time. And I seem to be doing a pretty good job of that for someone who doesn't play chess professionally.
Wow. Hikaru, you keep saying that, and then you keep coming up with these big results. We stop believing you now with the whole not taking chess professionally.
I mean, I am not playing over the board chess other than a handful of terms a year. So I don't know what you want me to say. It's like you're trying to get me to say something that gets clipped where I'm going to sound like really arrogant or something. But I mean, the simple fact is, like, I'm just doing what I'm doing. And I mean, I'm not studying as much chess now as I was 4 years ago. Let's just be clear on that. Nowhere near as much. So, I mean, it's what it is.
And yet here you are, re-entering the World Top 5. Hikaru, we love it. And fantastic performance today. All the best for tomorrow.
Thank you so much, you guys. Appreciate it.
Hikaru Nakamura insisting that he is not a professional chess player anymore. I am not buying that. What a fantastic play and performance there by him. We've got big action coming up with the Armageddon. But before that, we are going to go into a Twitch break and a very special look at Artemiev coming up. He has been on fire in this tournament.
I was born in Omsk, it's Siberia. so it not a center of Russia, not a chess center. And in this city, I make my first steps on a chess board. And I also would like to say that my father was chess amateur, and he to support me when I only to start chess, learning chess. I would like to say many thanks to my father for this great way. I start learning chess probably between 6 and 7 years. I think that immediately I have positive emotions, and my first good results was quickly.
Vladislav Artemiev became a great chess player at an early age. He also became a father when he was quite young. His daughter Anna was born 2 years ago.
We have a little child, and it's a very big day for me because many people have dreams to be parents, and not every can to have it finally. So I very love my daughter, and I hope that our waiting many happiest days. I will to show chess pieces, bishops, rooks, and I hope that it will be interesting for her.
Vladislav has dreams for his daughter, but he also has big dreams for himself.
Maybe in future I would like to be a candidate on a world title. Maybe it's not easy, but I will try to improve my chess and training, and maybe I will have some chances. I like sport atmosphere, and it's my life, and I'm happy. Yeah.
Artemiev is just such a nice guy, but it is time to go into an Armageddon, which just means that you've got to put that being nice guy behind you, because that's the only way to win the Armageddon. Of course, we're waiting for the players' bids, and these are the regulations for the Armageddon. The player who bids the lower time wins, decides the color. Usually it's black, because black gets result odds, which means if it's a draw, black wins the match. Whoever gets white has to win on demand. But that means that white would start with 15 minutes. That is the base time. Robert, how important is it for the players to get the black pieces?
You know, this is an interesting match for me because Artemiev, he had white against Magnus. Magnus actually had a good position and caught up on the clock, but then blundered his queen at some point. And for Fabiano, he's had a huge lead on the clock every single game, and against Liem yesterday, he won with the white pieces, so I don't know what to choose.
Yeah. And it is mind games going on right now as we are waiting for the bids to come in to reveal the bids. It is about how low can you go with your bid to get those black pieces. It's going to be critical. Black gets result odds while white has to win on demand, but white gets those extra minutes on the clock. David, what are you expecting here?
Well, normally, with most players, I think they want black. Here, I think both players actually are very happy with the white pieces. Fabiano just won with white, with 15 minutes, a clock advantage against the slightly slower Artemiev. Why not? Artemiev needs the time. He took down Magnus with white with 15 minutes, but it was close. But yeah, I can't see him catching him up on the clock if he starts with black.
James, do you think then we're going to have very close bids and perhaps not compromising on the clock too much?
I think they're going to be a little bit close, but I actually think I'm going to take a curveball here and say I think Artemiev is going to bid low, or he's cared. He thinks a lot, but it's going to be like, you know, I'll take black and I'll take the less time, but I'm going to move fast because he's actually really fast, and when he has low time, he plays better. Yeah. As strange as that is, so I think that's my pick there.
We saw the players there making their bids. Wow, Artemiev, expressionless. How does he stay so in control?
Crazy. Calm. Very calm.
We're going to have bids really soon.
Yeah, the players talking to the staff behind the scenes. And I mean, I think for Artemiev, right, he won with the white pieces against Fabi, but Fabi was better with black, so I just don't know what he's going to do.
Right.
What his bid will be is super unclear to me.
Yeah, I'm trying to recall what they bid yesterday. Vladislav, I think, was over 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And Fabi was against Liem.
Also over 10 minutes.
Over 10 minutes as well, so it might be very, very close. If I were Vlad, I would just bid 14.59. Just secure it, bank it, get those white pieces.
Yeah, it almost feels like it doesn't matter what he bids. 20 moves into the game, he's going to be playing with a minute on the clock and playing god-level chess.
Might as well take the black pieces, right? Just take the black pieces. I got 2 options, draw or win, right? And I got low time, and I play better when I have low time. That's just our thing,
Yeah, sounds logical when you put it like that, James. But these players, yeah, the emotions are going to be racing, of course.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Robert, complete your thought.
No, I was saying it's just so difficult, right? Because Artemiev, he is faster in time scrambles, but he's slower out of the gate. So I just don't know who prefers what.
Yeah, wow, I can't wait to see those bids. I think it's going to be dramatic either way, and I think we're going to see a decisive result on the board. I can't see either side playing solid. They just don't know how to play for draws, these two.
Even though we did have 2 draws between Fabi and Artemiev, but both games, they were fire on the board. Artemiev was winning. He managed to survive, and it is time to reveal the player bids. Wow, Artemiev made a 12.5-minute bid. That makes a lot of sense, not losing too much time on the clock, but Fabiano Caruana wins the bidding war. He starts with 9 minutes and 59 seconds, but gets the black pieces.
Yeah, that's what he wanted, and as David was saying yesterday, they both bid above 10 minutes, so Fabi thought maybe 10 minutes was the minimum that Artemiev would go, and his limbo was just a little bit more nimble for Fabiano. He gets the black pieces. I think he's very happy about this.
Yeah. So Artemiev starts with 15 minutes on the clock. That's a 5-minute and a 1-second advantage. But we've seen Artemiev go down on the clock. That's going to go level. So, James, basically, Fabi gets result odds. Artemiev has to go for blood.
He has to go for blood. He can't try his regular knight f3 stuff. I mean, let's try to go to an endgame and try to endgame him, because he even endgamed Carlsen, right? So it's actually very important to get something going here. Maybe play something sharp. We'll see.
Robert, David, what are you expecting in the opening?
Well, from Fabi, it's just his best repertoire, his most solid repertoire. He shut down Artemiev in the first game of the day very impressively with black. In the third game, also very, very impressive, getting an opening advantage. So it's about, as James says, the opening for Artemiev. From Fabi, it's clear his strategy, the draw, but Artemiev needs to handle those extra 5 minutes really well. He can't tank, he can't think early doors.
Yeah, if he does that, Fabi's just going to flag him.
Yeah, Fabi's actually played the better chess between the two today. Fabi's had the advantage for a larger majority of their games. Fabiano blundered in time trouble and lost that one, but he was better throughout. And then in game 4, he came back and smashed through. So I feel like Fabi should be confident about his chess.
Yeah, in just a few moments, we will have the Armageddon. The players are getting ready to go. David, Fabi did make a comeback, winning that game 4. Do you think momentum is on his side?
Yes, that's why I predicted he would choose the white pieces. I thought he'd go for a win again. He's just won with white. Why not try again? But he needs to switch things up, and momentum might be on Fabi's side, but momentum is out the window. Armageddon is a lottery. It's just about who is more focused at the time, and we see the floating chair. Will we see the moves start coming out while Artemiev, the magician that he is away from the board?
He's just waiting for his opponent to return to play the first moves. Action is about to kick off.
Did you see that as well? Fabi was literally stretching his wrist. He was literally getting ready, getting limber.
I'm about to get work, about to get this work. Let me flex real quick, pop the back. All right, let's get it. Right, Fabi ready. Fabi's ready, right?
Is that the warm-up to flag your opponent by making really fast moves?
Yeah, you got to have that mouse speed. So he's loosening up the wrist. He's making sure that he's going to be set. And for Artemiev, he's just getting back. Maybe he was giving his daughter a goodnight kiss. You know, he was that video. He just said how important his daughter is to him. We see the cats in the back. So, you know, for Artemiev, I think he needs to put all that aside. No more Mr. Nice Guy. He's got to go for the kill.
Yeah, dressed to impress Vladislav Artemiev. Can he match that on the board? His lucky outfit, bringing him luck yesterday against Magnus in the Armageddon. If he can take down Magnus, he's got to believe he can take down Fabi too. But yep, it will be a race. I'm expecting knight f3, something solid. And like you said, James, it didn't work out earlier, but he needs to find a way somehow past Fabi's defenses.
He loves the ready, knight f3, c4. So let's see if we get a ready. Are we ready?
D4 on the board. Armageddon is on.
And okay. Could it be? I was going to say, could it be the Queen's Gambit declined? No, no theory in this one.
London? Will he go bishop f4?
Yes.
Oh,
London.
Wow.
Wow, and Fabi forced to think early in this game. Okay, he brings his knight to the edge. This is not the typical London. Both sides have flicked in this little pawn move on the c-file, which maybe isn't great news for Fabi. Normally, you want to break early in the center with black against the London system, but he's forced this bishop to retreat. You don't want to allow a trade knight for bishop early in the game. Bishops are prized very highly by these top players.
And Artemiev's choice to play c3 that early, that's not typical either. The problem with playing Fabiano, he studies all the lines. So you may think, oh, I'm going to catch him here. He quickly brought his knight to the rim to attack that bishop. So he is unafraid of this unorthodox London. And for Artemiev, he had a big time advantage to start. That time advantage might lessen if he keeps spending so many minutes in the early stages.
Yeah, I'm really surprised what he's doing with his bishop, because the white bishop is just going to get caught on the edge of the board. He's going to get attacked, and later on, black will be able to nab the bishop pair. First, Fabi brings this own bishop out. Very logical stuff, and like you say, Robert, he's just so well prepared. How do you catch Fabi in the opening? I want to know. It's difficult, and yeah, so far looking good for black.
And is that the reason that he's chosen this slightly offbeat opening that he doesn't usually play Artemiev, just to avoid any theoretical battles against Fabi?
That is the logic, but unfortunately, if you don't play theoretical lines, you're unlikely to get an advantage with white, and you need to win. That's the problem.
I'm just wondering here, and I think, James, I'm curious what your thoughts are, because I feel like for Artemiev, we know how good he is at bullet, over 3,100.
Right.
But do you think he can get into that mental gear where he's like, I'm ready to take it down and just flag you?
Right. You know what? Absolutely. In fact, especially as strong as he is in the bullet, if I need to flag you, I'm just going to do that, right? Especially it's a gear that you just go into that gear. When you're playing bullet chess, you just, you have that intuition. That's that mouse speed, you know, and that experience from playing so much online chess here. So when he needs to, he'll kick it in the next gear here. Especially, I mean, this time edge he has right now is starting to diminish a little bit.
Is he considering a potential knight jump on the center of the board? Because let's not forget, black's knight at the edge of the board. Is that something that Artemiev can start considering already?
It's certainly something he was considering, that he should consider, but okay, the black knight has retreated anyway, and it cost him around a minute. That is too much in Armageddon chess with no increment. The 5-minute advantage he started with is around 3 minutes now, so he's lost 2 of his extra minutes. That's a bad sign. It's so early in the game. The game will not be decided now. It'll be decided far, far in the future. You need those minutes in the bank in Armageddon, especially. He's definitely not switched out of that increment mode that we saw from him earlier. And c4, he's lost a move. That pawn's moved twice. It's a very standard position now.
This is what you call off-the-head chess. He just like moving pieces around. Like, let's play a London. Well, no, let's play like an accelerated London now. And then let's put the bishop on e2 and just, he plays off the head and unorthodox in a way, which can definitely help, especially if you can get Fabi thinking here. But, I mean, Fabi has no problems. He got almost all the pieces developed here. I'm going to castle, get the queen maybe to c7 or e7. I'm fine, says Fabi.
He's probably also confident. He hasn't even spent a minute thus far, and Artemiev once again spending early minutes in the game. And I feel like for Fabi, he must be confident. He won game 4. He only lost game 3 due to a blunder and a time scramble. So I think that he should be happy with his chess. I'm just worried about his mouse speed. I know he was flexing that wrist, stretching out, but when it comes down to those final seconds, he isn't the fastest player amongst the elite.
Yeah, I'm worried about Artemiev's clock. You're worried about Fabi's wrist. I mean, Artemiev, throughout the rapid portion, has been playing on minutes and seconds with no increment on the clock. If he lets that happen, it is match over. He cannot afford to go down on the clock in this one. He's got to keep the pressure up.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at the piece formations. White started with the London system, but black pretty much has a London system here himself, with his nice bishops out, nice central control, that triangle of pawns in the center for black. Wow, I'm really surprised he went back in this direction. I thought he was going to go the other way with the black bishop. And now I'm expecting Vlad to throw pawns forward on the queen side as fast as possible. White has committed. He's locked, close the center. And normally you want to play in the direction that your pawns are facing. White's pawns are facing towards the left in that direction. So you play on the queen side. And likewise, on the flip side, black tries to play in the center on the other side of the board. Still early days, but at least now it will be a long battle, and that tends to favor the side with more time if Vlad can maintain that time advantage.
It's a big if, though. Yeah. If he can maintain that time advantage, because Fabiano has spent only a minute and change thus far. So I feel like Artemiev has a nice-looking position, and he can keep it closed for a while, but he needs to speed up. I just feel like it's not really in his nature to just blitz out the opening, but he needs to actually switch that mentality.
Yeah, he's too nice to flag people. That is part of the game in Armageddon chess. No more Mr. Nice Guy. He needs to move. 2-minute advantage incoming. He's lost 3 of those extra minutes. What's he doing? What's he thinking about? Throw pawns forward, castle the white king, do something.
Yeah. James.
Oh, no, I had nothing. I was just saying, right. Like, yeah, you're correct. I completely agree with David here.
Yeah. It just looks like that's the obvious plan, right? You start advancing on the side where you've got your space advantage. The queen side pawns can start rolling up the board, get your king to safety. It's really fascinating how Artemiev chooses these moments which look like so obvious, and then he makes the move. Knight to d2, retreats with the knight. I wasn't expecting that.
I wasn't either. I think he's expecting some piece exchanges just to jump in and explain this really mysterious move. If he played maybe the most natural move, I was assuming this pawn would jump forward. You want to create what we call a pawn storm here. Throw pawns forward, open up lines on the side you're stronger. Then maybe Black would have jumped in with his own knight. These bishops might disappear along this diagonal. Maybe the knights would disappear too. Things would start to get traded, heading towards a draw. He needs to win, so he can't allow this. Instead, he drops back his knight. We see Black castle, and could he be considering playing on the opposite flank? What do we think?
Yeah, absolutely. That's the first move I was going to say. I was going to say G4, absolutely. But, of course, it looks like he moved the bishop back to G3. But G4 is definitely there. He castled. G4, G5. I got to play for a win. But, okay, bishop G3 is possible. Yeah, then I could go bishop G3. Now I'm fine with bishop G3. And maybe rook G1 now. I mean, it feels good. But bishop G3 was played. He doesn't take these risks. He doesn't play aggressive like that.
No, he's just playing the long game. And next we'll see him push these pawns forward. But how does Fabi strike out? Normally Black wants to play for this break in the center. But how do you arrange it at this precise moment? That square is sufficiently covered. So not easy, actually, to create counterplay as Fabi. And for the first time in the game, he's really having a long think.
And now we better understand Artemiev's previous move. He brought his knight that was developed in F3 and brought back to D2. That bishop and queen, they're lined up across the diagonal there. They're covering the key squares. So I feel like he has decided to strike forward with B4 to protect that pawn C5. And Black can continue trying to create pawn tension, but the pawn tension will remain. White has a little bit more space. And I just feel like Black needs to strike in the center at some point.
Yep, he needs to strike in the center. First, he strikes on the queen side, playing on the side where he's a bit weaker, but maybe just trying to trade things off. And Artemiev now, will he just push his own A-pawn forward just to keep the structure intact? There we go. Normally, you don't want to break your pawn structure unless you're completely ready. I do worry that the white king's in the center still, meaning there might be some tricks that Fabi can utilize. Will we see the rooks leave the board as well? The Hoover's out. The vacuum's out.
Yeah, it depends on where they obviously keep the tension here. So if rook takes, queen takes, but I guess you have queen A8, but then I castle. So you have to be careful to not allow something like queen A6 to happen, or even queen A7. It's just kind of annoying, right? The pieces get over there. You can even have a knight B3 to A5 in some cases if you allow the white to get very active there. Whoa, did he just play E5?
Whoa.
Yeah, he did.
Breaking in the center, why not? And if pawn takes pawn, the black knight will happily move. I'm not sure where, but it could use this square. It might even retreat the whole way. And actually, this pawn is indefensible now. This pawn will fall. Black's knight or bishop will snack on it next move. And change of structure, who's it favor? I'm not sure, but at least Fabi is getting active.
But at least not balanced, right? We don't have a symmetrical pawn structure anymore. For Artemiev, you need winning chances. If you lose, it's the same as a draw. You need something to happen. But look at Fabi. We often hear the best way to play for a draw is to play for a win. He's not just sitting, relaxing, trading pieces, because he would be worse in almost every single endgame, because he has the weakest pawn in the position. That pawn on c6 would be a target, as James was indicating before. So I do like this move, e5. He lashes out. He is playing aggressive, standard, thematic chess, and not just sitting and saying, let's just make a draw. He's like, no, this is the best way. Let's be concrete.
Yeah, nice move there. And if he opens things up, then maybe the black pieces will start to enjoy life a bit more. And also the time advantage is being eaten up. 1.5 minutes in it now. Vladislav needs to move. Just get that white king castled. Or take the pawn. You need to decide. Either you go for chaos, take that pawn, it gets really imbalanced, maybe good for a must-win situation, or you castle the king to safety. It's a stylistic decision here. He can't look too far into the future. He's trying to calculate a bit too much, it feels like.
Yeah, if I'm Artemiev here, I'm really trying to play aggressive, honestly, with my pawns, but also with the pieces here. I mean, I have to not allow black to get so much counterplay, right? This is my goal here. I mean, I have to do something now because he will take and isolate my pawn on d4. In fact, he can take on d4, then I get an isolated pawn. Now, who has a weakness? We both do, right? And those can be, very dynamic. Both sides have things to do. I got a d4 pawn. Yeah, of course, knight f3 makes sense. I could take back maybe. But, I mean, I now have an isolated pawn on d4 if he takes. So we both have ISO pawns. c6 is weak, but d4 is weak. But I do like it. He just has to play, for piece activity, I see.
Yeah, decent move, trying to play provocative chess. He's asking black to actually step forward and block it up in the center again. I think the white knight will happily retreat back where it came from, losing 2 whole moves for white, but at least clarifying the central tension. And I'm not sure whether that was worth the time. I would have just castled the white king away, but at least he's paused Fabiano Caruana here. Fabi, difficult decision stylistically, what to go for. Block it or capture in the
He answered it.
He goes e4. The knight does fall back. And I think for many of us to understand is very important that if all the major pieces do get traded, actually it does favor white in these positions simply because of the queenside pawn structure.
Yeah, and the dark square bishop for white is way better than its counterpart. The bishop on g3 stares through the line all the way to the enemy territory. The bishop on e7, it's blockaded. It's blunted by that pawn on c5. So that decision to play e4, that was a game-changing decision. Not that the evaluation bar is completely out of hand, but he could have taken on d4, but he was worried about tactics. So that was a big moment. It's worth analysis. But right now, I think the current state of affairs definitely favors Artemiev.
And just to follow up on what Robert said, he is taking advantage of the open B file because black doesn't have the option to bring the rook, slide it down to that B8 square because of that bishop on G3. That is the key piece in white's position.
It's like a sniper. It's like an archer from afar, just peering all over this diagonal, cutting the board in half, and white has the advantage. Look at that evaluation bar. It's all about Artemiev right now. Still with 1 extra minute on the clock. He's brought his knight forward as well.
I was just thinking of this knight a4, knight b6 idea and literally just killing the queen side. Every piece I own is going to go to the queen side over here. Fabi definitely needs to do something fast with this dark square bishop. I mean, that bishop is menacing. I mean, even rook a7's coming, rook over to c7, queen a4, knight b3, knight a5, the pawn's mine, right? It's very, very difficult. Now, of course, if you get the rook to c7, there may be a bishop d8. So you have to be careful, but the c6 is very weak. White has a very clear plan.
Yeah, meanwhile, Fabi needs to checkmate. While the white pieces are distracted over there on the queen side, he's got to go for the white king. Hence his last move, pushing that black h-pawn forward. Harry making an appearance again.
Harry.
But he's doing what he needs to do. He needs to checkmate white. I think that's the only way.
It could seem desperate. You could read that as, oh, he's getting in trouble on the queen side, so he's just throwing his pawns forward. It actually is thematic, right? You attack in the direction of your pawn chain. White's pawn chain all the way towards the queen side. Black's pawn chain from c6, d5, e4 into the center, over towards the king side. So Fabi's throwing his pieces forward, and he's creating some chaos. And if you look at the clock, it's about even. So white has an advantage according to the evaluation bar. But when you sit and play at this high level, you're not thinking, oh, I'm 1.2 better. You're looking at this and you're saying, oh, this looks complicated. I may crash through on the queen side over here, or I may get checkmate on the king side.
Yeah, and in those terms, Robert, the stakes are higher for white. White's king is much more valuable than those black pawns on the queen side. So white's play is designed in a materialistic fashion. You want to pick off pawns, you want to slowly advance, you want to trade off pieces. But for black, it's one-way traffic. You just checkmate. There's one goal, and that's actually easier to play when you're short of time like this. In blitz chess, it's easier to attack than defend, right? And that's why Artemiev is tanking.
100%, because I mean, after h3, I mean, I don't know if I'm gonna sack that or not, but I definitely, so he played h4 because he was like, I mean, he might sack it, so it is possible, but he played h4 here. I'm also looking at, believe it or not, white playing knight a8. It's such a stupid move, but it's so funny. I mean, I actually played a game, OCB, where I put a knight on h1, and when I put it, I twisted it. I hit the clock, because you never make a move like that, right? So knight a8, just going back for knight to c7 looks pretty fun. It's a fun move. Now, knight g4 blocks everything. I don't know what we got. Oh, he's hitting h4. That's what he wants. Yeah, so maybe knight a8 now. But I mean, the idea here is I want to clear the way of the knight to get the queen involved. Queen b7 and also rook a. Rook takes c6.
Whoa!
You want to move this in?
Sacrifice on d5.
Okay, same idea, James, but maybe an even better route into that square.
Big fella, what are you doing?
Taking this pawn. Suddenly there's a
Bishop
pin.
c4?
Yeah, there's a pin, and if you take it, bishop c4, it's a skewer.
It's on the board.
Dang.
And picks up f7 as well.
Wow, look at this double attack. Who's up on material here? It doesn't even matter. It's just pure chaos on the board. And pieces everywhere. White has a rook and 2 pawns. Black has 2 minor pieces. White's 1 point ahead, but anything can happen here.
And I like the minor pieces because, as you were saying, checkmate ends the game. White's king, not the safest, but black's king also is in a bit iffy territory. There are not many pawns shielding it, but h4 is loose. The bishop, the dark square bishop, and the knight for black team up on that pawn. I think that this is a crazy position, and I'm looking at the clock. Artemiev is the one down on time, and there is no increment in this game. He's lived on the increment. He can't live on increment because it doesn't exist.
That's a race to the finishing line now. And, okay, Fabi has snatched a pawn. White's lone defender of his king is that bishop. White's bishop, if it's traded off, suddenly you start to be worried there for Artemiev. Yeah, as I saw in the chat there, Fabi about to enter God mode. He's at least trying to. Big attack incoming. Can Artemiev stem the flow? Can he maybe launch an attack of his own, bring the white rook up to the 7th rank, threaten a checkmate of his own against the black king?
That's nice. That's nice. I think you have to take it first. You just to have your the knight. You have to make a few moves before you actually are mating me. You do have to get on this dark square diagonal and get queen h2. That's going to be difficult. It's not actually that easy yet. And I do have threats of my own. In fact, your queen is a little short on spaces there. But if I let you have to do something because bishop takes g3 is it's ugly. I mean, your structure is ugly. e3 is going to fall at some point, right? So it's very annoying. So you may have to take and then maybe queen c6 or rook a7.
Yeah, you may have to take, but you definitely have to move. Look at this. 1.5 minutes down now, Artemiev. He's frozen.
It's too much in an Armageddon. You can't burn the clock so much. Make a move. What's going on there, Robert?
And let's not forget that Fabiano Caruana is the only player who has not lost a match either in the Air Things Masters or the Chessable Masters. Wow. He came through Division 2, but he won every single match he played. He won yesterday. Right now he's in Armageddon, so he has not lost. And we see a trade of bishops and g3. What a calm move from Artemiev, kicking the knight out of there, but he didn't take the pawn on c6 just yet. And I guess the big question is that knight actually under attack? Sometimes you can't take a piece if it opens up your king.
With the g-file opening up, but 3.5 minutes for Artemiev. This is a panic time. He needs to start building an attack against the black king. Should he be looking at ideas of capturing the c6 pawn or doubling up on the 7th rank?
Yeah, he's definitely angling towards that. If the black knight retreats, if black steps back, white will happily have the time to start grabbing pawns. But I think the question is, as you're both alluding to that, do you have to move that black knight? Can you somehow bring that black queen into the game? If you could pick her up, just drop her anywhere near the white king, it's checkmate. But how do you get there? What's the route into white's position? That's what Fabiano is trying to work out right now.
Is he thinking about queen g6 and just sacrificing the knight, just pinning that king on g1? But then you probably pick up the c6 pawn, Robert.
But I see what you're saying. You're looking for a draw because black wins with the draw. Result odds. He does sacrifice
bishop c8.
Oh my gosh, that bishop c8 hits the queen and the rook in a row, but also it goes for the f2 pawn, so it's kind of a double threat. What a move from Fabiano.
Woo! Fabi with them calculations over everything. Look at him. That's a big boy move from a big fella. No matter what you do, in fact, rook a8, bishop c8. Any move you make, bishop c8, right? So you have to be very careful. That is a sick move from Fabi, queen f8.
World-class move from Fabiano. That would not be on most players' radar. Just X-ray vision through the bishop, through its own piece. And Vladislav Artemiev brings his queen to the side. He's ready to drop back.
But bishop c8.
Anyway. You hit the rook, you hit the pawn on f2. This is just over.
Yeah, but retreating moves are the easiest to miss. But this is a game-ending move.
Double attack. If he finds it, he wins on the spot. Look at that. The engine says +7 for black.
He does it. He finds it and leans back. He knows this is a big moment. Artemiev has missed it. And Artemiev realizes this is busted for white.
Yeah. Shakes his head. It's over. Fabi!
Oh my.
Fabulous Fabi!
Clutch move. Queen f8. That is genius. Just that double attack was too sneaky. Vladislav didn't have enough time to deal with it. Just the shock of that move. Queen takes pawn now would end in checkmate. Or the white rook will drop, one or the other.
No exaggeration, but with the speed, with how little time he has, with the tension of the moment, that's early candidate for move of the year. That was a nasty move.
Yeah.
I think queen f8 more than the bishop retreat. Just setting this up, insane stuff, right?
Oh my gosh. He has up a piece.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's going to win.
And he needs just a draw. This is just over. f5, white has got no compensation. The f5 pawn falls as well. The only hope that Artemiev has got is to pick up the c-pawn and start marching down with the central pawns. How dangerous is that?
Well, it's not dangerous when those pawns are protected. And, clear piece up.
Wow.
You don't even have one pawn to compensate for that extra bishop now. And look at that black knight. Beautiful blockader in the center of the board, this one. As long as Fabi doesn't mouse slip or lose on time, it is over.
Fabiano, the human calculator, COE. Beautiful.
Yeah, that's why they call him that. That was insane. Like, that truly deserves as many instant replays as you can give it. And Fabiano's not even down on the clock. That's the thing. Normally, white has this big time advantage, but right now, Fabiano ahead in the clock. He found that queen f8 move so quick. That was nasty.
That was.
Yeah, most beautiful moves there. Sacrifices, you sack your queen, you sack your rook, you break through, you checkmate. That was just subtle. It was just kind of the hidden beauty behind it. That's another level.
And Artemiev collapsed right there, blundering into bishop c8. And that's what happens when you make moves like queen f8 with no obvious idea. And they're so difficult to find because it's not a forward move. It's just a slight shift of the queen, leaving the knight hanging. And this endgame, though Artemiev is playing, there are no chances at all.
Yeah, he's doing the right thing. Why resign and go home when you might as well play a few more moves, at least force Fabi to show the final touches. Yeah, Fabi has got nervous in the past, so some track record there. But yeah, I agree, Tanya. I think 99.999% of the time Fabi will win this one. And OK, the king's coming in, but the black knight can come in with a check now. Stop picking off pawns. Or the black king can just slide back. Play it safe. Why not?
Playing it safe. Just not allowing any checks, any fork picking up the c6 pawn. There is a check from d6, but it doesn't matter. Black can just slide over with the king to e7 now.
Yeah, because you can make a draw. I honestly keep forgetting about that. That black, I'm like, oh, it's easily winning, but he can just repeat the moves. And of course, Vladislav,
does it.
At best, a draw is good for him in a normal game, but this is normal. It's Armageddon.
Wow, he just said, yeah.
That's professional.
Yeah, that's professional.
Yeah, wow.
Very nice.
And Fabi there, he knows he was trailing the match. He won the fourth game, making a comeback, forces it into the Armageddon, and amazing play with the black pieces there.
Yeah, you know, he kept steady on the clock. He, of course, played a great game, but credit to Vladislav Artemiev. That knight takes d5 move happened out of thin air. He took it to Fabiano. He gave him all he could handle, but Fabiano was just on his rarest, best form.
Yeah, he did. Artemiev did create his chances with the white pieces in a win on demand. But we all know what was the moment. And let's do a deep dive at this stunning position. David, take it away.
Yes, and what a move, what a moment it was. It clinched the match for Fabiano Caruana, and none of us saw it coming here in the studio, and Artemiev, most importantly, didn't see it coming either. Here, Black's knight is attacked. White's just pushed a pawn forward. Most of us would retreat this knight. What could be more natural? But Fabiano had a counterattack up his sleeve. He shifted the queen across, using an X-ray to actually threaten some checkmating ideas. More importantly, the bishop is about to move out the way with tempo. And Fabiano missed this, of course. The only defense was so difficult to spot. You needed to bring your rook up to the top of the board with the idea that if the bishop dives back with a double attack, hitting the queen, hitting this pawn as well, you can actually ignore the threat to your queen. You can play knight takes pawn. So difficult to spot because this bishop is actually pinned. It is pinned to the queen if you take the white queen now. White emerges with a material advantage. Of course, this was missed. The white queen moved out the way. The black bishop dropped back, and Fabiano Caruana moved to the next round. Queen takes f2 threatened, and bishop takes a6 threatened. This was too much for Artemiev to handle.
Stunning stuff there by Fabiano Caruana. And with that, he stays in the winner's bracket. Let's take a look at our results from the semifinals. What a day of action we've had. First, Hikaru Nakamura wrapping up his match against Wesley So in the rapid portion with 2.5 points. And then Fabi making a comeback in his match, winning the fourth rapid game, taking it to the Armageddon, and then this moment that David showed us. Just a complete collapse there by Artemiev. Fabiano Caruana stays in the winner's bracket. Vladislav Artemiev and Wesley So move to the elimination bracket. We've got Fabi with us. Let's bring him on. Fabi, congratulations.
Thanks, Tanya.
Wow, that was a really dramatic match, a roller coaster one. Sum it up for us, Fabi.
Yeah, I guess the first game already showed how messy this match was likely to be. I was much better, probably winning. Then I was dead, like completely dead. I was almost ready to, like mentally resigning. But somehow I drew that first game. The first game was just like a boring draw, so I almost forgot about it. But like the second game where I had the white pieces is what I mean. So that was a crazy one, and then I lost like a complete idiot. I mean, I don't know what I was thinking. Like, I was better the whole game, and then suddenly I should take a draw, but somehow I decide to play on and immediately give him a much better and probably winning position. So that was a terrible game. Recovering from it mentally was already difficult, but luckily I got a very nice position from the opening in the fourth game. And I don't know if it was smooth. Like at some point, I was considering for a long time, do I play knight e1? Because I was sure that he would sacrifice the pawn with knight f4. And so basically, I wasn't sure about it. I saw this line up to like knight takes f7. It looked like a mess. But then I decided I'll go for it and count on his time trouble, and hopefully he won't be able to find the best way. And yeah, that was super important. And the Armageddon also was a mess. I mean, I might have been much worse at some point. I was very happy when I saw this queen f8, because at first knight f3 was like the first instinct, but it didn't seem entirely convincing. And then I suddenly noticed that, like, I saw bishop c8, and then there's like some queen f8 ideas. So first I was looking at bishop c8, and then suddenly I noticed that I can start with queen f8, and it's probably a more promising version. So yeah, it was a very tough day, very tough match.
Wow, Fabi, it was a thrilling match. I have to ask you, in the rapid portion, we saw Artemiev go down to seconds, and you were up on the clock so many times. But Artemiev played amazing chess with just seconds on the clock. Was that frustrating at any point, that you were not able to make the most of the clock situation?
Yeah, it felt a little bit like the match against Liem, in that when we're both in time trouble, then he's playing better than me, much better. So that was a bit frustrating. There were some positive sides to it, that I was always keeping an advantage on the clock, but I sort of thought that would happen, because I noticed from his match against Magnus that he's very often playing very deliberately at the start of the game. I don't know if it's just his style or if it's maybe because they work together, but he does remind me as a player in some ways of Grishuk, who also is very deliberate at the start of the game, very careful, methodical, gets into time trouble, but then doesn't seem to negatively affect him as much as it might another player. So I kind of expected that. I knew that I would struggle if we were both down to seconds, and that's what happened. But luckily in the fourth game, I managed to keep a very healthy buffer on the clock.
And Fabiano, of the players who have played in both the Air Things Masters and the Chessable Masters, you're the only player who has not lost a match. What is it about this format, or what's gotten into you? How are you getting this done?
Well, I think that's a little bit too generous. I did lose a match to Alexei Serrano, which is the reason why I was relegated to Division 2 in the previous tournament. But besides that, I haven't lost a match yet. I mean, I hope it stays that way. It's definitely very difficult. I mean, the match yesterday was difficult. The match today was even more difficult. And I imagine the next match will not be any easier at the very least. So it's really tough, but luckily I'm fighting well. Like, if I'm in difficult situation, then I am fighting back well. My play isn't perfect, but at least my fighting spirit is there.
Just amazing play there, Fabi, especially in the Armageddon. We really loved that moment with Queen F8. And now just looking ahead to tomorrow's match, you will be playing against Hikaru. Give us your thoughts on what that's going to be like.
Yeah, well, we have a lot of experience against each other. We've played so many games, not so many matches, but definitely many games. We played over-the-board matches stretching back from 2015. And I also remember a crazy match we played in the first, it was like the first Chess 24 tour event. I forget what the name of it, but it was like the first event organized in 2020 after COVID hit and chess moved online for a while. It was like the first event I played after the candidates. And I played Hikaru in a match, and I lost white, and then I had to win with black on demand, and I won that, but then I lost the blitz tiebreak. So yeah, I mean, he's so good. That's obviously not a revelation to anyone, especially in faster time controls. I mean, of course, also in classical, but in these matches, he's so proficient. And I think it already shows that he got to the final last time, and here he already won 2 matches, including against Wesley, that in this format, he's really tough.
Yeah, it's going to be a big fight, Fabi, and we are so excited to watch the action tomorrow. Congratulations one more time, and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Fabiano Caruana stays in the winner's bracket, and let's take a look at the bracket going forward. This is where we are. We're going to see a big match there with Fabiano taking on Hikaru James. Your thoughts on that one?
Yeah, of course, that's going to be a heavyweight matchup. As everybody knows, All-American heavyweight matchup. But Fabi's in a run for his money here. I mean, Nakamura is definitely on a tear here. He does this in all the short time controls. He wins everything. He streams 8 hours on a Tuesday, cleaning up Title Tuesdays. It's like a bully in a way. Now, of course, this is rapid now, and it's a little bit more time here. And Caruana is definitely capable of doing it, but I don't think he should get in any type of time trouble against Nakamura here.
Yeah, both players have nerves of steel, just the way they managed it today. Neither really at their best, but they came when it mattered with those incredible moves. Queen F8, I think, move of the tournament, move of the year, as Robert says. I still think Nakamura is a slight favorite in this format, but yeah, Fabi, capable of anything.
I would agree. Yeah, Hikaru playing excellent chess, but my focus is down below. Look at Wesley So and Magnus Carlsen. One of them is going to get eliminated in 5th place. These were top 3 finishers from the Air Things Masters, but one of them is going home after tomorrow.
Yeah, one of them will be relegated to play the play-ins for the next event. Imagine Wesley So against Magnus Carlsen. That could be a final in its own right, and tomorrow it's for elimination.
Yeah. That's a really big one as well. Wesley against Carlsen, and both of them facing elimination. What are we expecting from that, David?
It's going to go to Armageddon, I'll predict. Who wins? Who knows?
I love it. We always enjoy an Armageddon, and that's what we were treated to today with Fabiano Caruana eventually winning his match against Vladislav Artemiev. Let's take a look at also what happened in Division 2 bracket today. Some huge matchups and huge results there. Nordebek Abdusatro, the former world rapid champion, took down Archon Aragesi. That was a fun fight.
Yeah, Nordebek is playing excellent chess. He took down Anish Giri yesterday and Arjun Aragesi today. Denis Lazovic, he is a standout. He's a teenager. People underestimate him. They don't know about him, but he is taking down Dubov and Vincent Keimer back-to-back. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave 3-0. That's a clean sweep. He did benefit from a mouse slip from Pragananda in the 3rd game. It was already going to be a win for him in the match, but Pragananda blundered his queen.
Yeah. And Maxime and Vladimir Kramnik winning their matches. So Experience did win against Youth in that one. Division 3 was also on with some big names. The biggest shocker there, Robert Shakryar Mamedyarov in Division 3 to start with, but he did win the losers bracket.
Yeah, he got a win in the losers bracket, but the day continued. It's long, really long days in Division 3. He took down Alvaro Alonso, the Spanish Grandmaster, and then he went on and lost to Wei Yi. So Matthias Bluebaum, Wei Yi, they make it through the losers bracket. Round 5 of the losers bracket. They played so many games at this point.
So much action. Division 1, 2, 3, packed with big names, big drama. David, what was your biggest takeaway?
Oh, so many takeaways, Tanya, but the biggest one is that these players, they're geniuses, but they're also human. Some mistakes, but also those beautiful moves. I'm going to go back and study some of those. Queen F8, what a blow. And yeah, I'm hoping for more of the same tomorrow.
This is so much fun. And that move, Queen F8, I think that's going to be in our minds for a long time. James, what did you enjoy the most?
Well, 2 things here. Time management. Make sure you guys are managing your time correctly and try to work on it as much as you can. And the second thing is do your tactics. Queen F8, that was gross. That was a nasty move from Fabi. That means that boy does tactics every single day. Hopefully you're doing yours at home.
Wow, some good advice there by James. So much fun, and the drama, of course, continues. We've got a big winner final coming up, an all-American clash as Fabiano Caruana takes on Hikaru Nakamura, and big matches in the losers bracket as well. Once again, a big shout out to our chat. Thank you so much for joining us. It's been a fun ride calling the action today for day 2 of the Chessable Masters. We will be back with more tomorrow. Same time, same place. See you then.